Hey everyone. So, today we're finally starting NieR Automata. A game that took me... How long did it take me to get to this fucking game? Was it like a month and a half? Let me double check. Because I don't remember when we started streaming Drakengard 3. I believe that was like 2 months ago. It doesn't matter. So 2 months ago. So we did 2 streams of Drakengard 3. I stopped streaming for a bit. Shin Megami Tensei 5 came out. I played the entirety of Shin Megami Tensei 5. And then we finished Drakengard 3. And then we finished NieR in like... Honestly, over the course of like... What, 3-4 days? Which wasn't too bad. I think the longest parts, or half of like... Or most of the playthrough, I guess, were just me talking about lore. Which is what we're going to be doing in a little bit. So, I've got a fuck ton of lore, and it's just a lot of notes on lore. So if we were to combine both Drakengard 3, Drakengard 1, and NieR's notes, it's about 91 pages altogether. I'm not going to be covering all of that because I've done that for the start of the NieR stream. So if you are watching this later on YouTube, go watch episode 1 at least, or part 1 of the just NieR Replicant stream, so that you're aware of what's going on in more detail in both Drakengard 3 and Drakengard 1. I will just give a super brief overview to set up the world, what happens in DK3, what happens in DK1, and then summarizing the entirety of NieR and the timeline that we're following to get to the Automata section, which is what we're going to be starting today. So let me do this. Let me get rid of this text, and let's do this one. So, as always, again, if you are for some reason watching this on YouTube, it should be timestamped as to when I start this and when I am done talking about lore. So if you want to skip the entire lore section, check the timestamps in the description or in the bottom of the video. Otherwise, if you're watching this live on Twitch, you are stuck with me for the next possible 3 hours, because it's gonna be a lot. Like, just covering Drakengard 3 and 1 took took a while, so this is gonna be even longer. The good thing is, though, since I was able to fix that like plugin for OBS, I can now show stuff on stream. So that's going to be pretty interesting. Let me get the soundtrack for NieR going, and we'll have that playing in the background while we just go through this. So just have it on shuffle, and then we'll just go with whatever was first. Yeah, Stone in the Sun. All right. Let's... Oh boy, this is going to be fucking something. So I'm going to be winging it a little bit. Mainly because a lot of my notes, while still organized, it's like just a bunch of sentences, and I was just spacing them out after like a few thoughts, just to kind of just have it a little more organized. Now, a lot of the stuff that I will be covering when we get to the NieR section, and I'll probably mention it again, most of that stuff is covered through, or most of the information that I got was from a bunch of stories, for example, that are available in the NieR wiki, as in they've been translated. These were offered in a book. I don't remember which one. I'll mention it again later. I believe I have a note for it. But one of the NieR books has like all these stories in it. It was one of the compendiums or some shit. And what would happen was it was like Japanese only for a while, and eventually it got brought over to the West and it got translated. So all of these entries, when I mention one of these stories, you can go and read it if you want to. They're pretty short. They're like a few chapters, right? Some of the stuff also covered in NieR as a whole. For example, if you recall, we did Kaina's Dreams. That was an entire different section for the bonus stream that we did, which was the last NieR stream. That the entirety of it is on the wiki. If you want to read them yourself, if you for some reason don't want to watch the video or hear me read it, they're all available on the wiki, which is really fucking cool. I don't think I've seen a wiki do something like that. I wish the Drakengard wiki was a little more fleshed out, but like Drakengard 1 and 3, if you go to one of those wikis and you read one of those like entries or one of those pages, There's like maybe 5-10 sentences per thing, and that's it. Unless it was like a main character or some shit, you get nothing. They'll be like, this is Angelus, this is what he did, this is what she did, this is everything about Angelus. Here's like 3-4 paragraphs. And then you're like, here's this character that got mentioned once. It got expanded upon more in this book, but this is all they do in the game, and it's like 2 sentences, and that's it. All right, let's get started. Oh boy. So let's set up the world once more. So in case you forgot, the franchise as a whole, we start with Drakengard 3, and the timeline goes from Drakengard 3 to Drakengard 1. Then the last ending E, I believe it was, from Drakengard 1 leads to the timeline for NieR Replicant. And then from there, we have the ending of NieR, which leads to NieR Automata. As to how it leads to NieR Automata, I still am not 100% sure. I tried not to spoil myself much, if at all, involving Automata. So if I got shit wrong, I mean, we'll discover it as we go through the playthrough. And then at the end, I'll do a final like lore dump stream where I tie everything together one more time. And I will probably tack that on to the end of the final YouTube video, or the final VOD for the last stream that we do for NieR Automata. I have no idea how long this game is. Nothing has been spoiled for this game for me, except for just 2B as a character. I don't remember the name of the twink, but him. And I believe I saw like a screenshot of like one of the boss fights being like a giant bronze robot or some shit, and there was just like a bunch of bullets on screen. I believe that. And what else? Oh, when I was doing the sound testing just to make sure that the volume was balanced, just a little bit of the first mission or the start of the game got spoiled, which we'll cover. I mean, I didn't look or read anything. I was just comparing the audio. So it wasn't too much. It was like 10 seconds. So it's whatever. But that's all I know of NieR Automata, which is very good. I don't know how I've gone 7 years without having that game spoiled for me. But I'm glad I didn't. Same with NieR Replicant. Like, I don't know how I went 14 years without having that game spoiled for me. Well, I guess because I actively avoided stuff involving it. And I'm glad I did. The game itself was a very good experience. But back to the main lore dump. Because again, we're going to be here for a while. And I'm going to try my best to speed it up, but also be as thorough as I can. And hopefully, hopefully my throat doesn't give out. Because this is going to be... It's going to be something. Okay. So... let's start at the beginning with the Drakengard 3 franchise. So, the franchise itself starts in our world, literally like our Earth, around the year 856. The Drakengard world was just like ours, and earthquakes eventually just started hitting the world, like they just started popping up out of nowhere around the year 856. The most impactful one was in the Iberian Peninsula, which again is like in Spain, Portugal, that area. And overnight, a huge city came out of nowhere called the Cathedral City, which actually I can show off. So you know what? Let me get that ready before I forget. One second. I almost forgot that I could do this. Okay, so let me get it ready. Okay, here it is. So Cathedral City looks like this. So this just appeared out of nowhere, essentially. Let me have it here and not cover up the text. Like so. Okay. So Cathedral City appears out of nowhere. And with it, come monsters. Like, just monsters start appearing out of fucking nowhere. Things like dragons, for example. Now, Cathedral City holds something that's super dangerous within its walls. And dragons were also created. We know that, or we're told later that dragons were created to fight off a really powerful foe. Also, Cathedral City came from the future, which is just already fucking weird. Now, once again, we have God. God in this world is mentioned throughout the series, but it never appears in any form of media to my knowledge, such as, books, mangas, games, etc. So we just know a God exists and that it's the creator of all living things. That's all you need to know. So it got to the point where God eventually thought, you know what, I think humanity should be wiped out, and tries to, kill us, right? It tries to wipe out humanity. Now, fans, and it's speculated as well that the Black Flower, which I believe I mentioned, no, I did not. So, Cathedral City holds that very powerful entity, which is the Black Flower. I'll talk more about that in a bit. But it is believed that God was the one who created the Black Flower, which is a threat that can wipe out everything, like the world, parallel universes, the entire universe that you're in, everything. And okay, yeah, here it's right next to my notes. So the Black Flower is in Cathedral City; it's being guarded. So that's one thing to note. So the Black Flower is something that's incredibly powerful, incredibly scary, and it's just housed within the walls of the city. Now we have dragons. So dragons are basically the enemies of the flower, as in they have the ability to destroy this thing. It's speculated that, another reason why they were created was to destroy the flower, but I don't believe we're told. Anyway, eventually when they were sent back to the past, they basically became humanity's enemy, because they just kind of came out of nowhere. So you have Cathedral City pop out in the year 856. You have countries that are at war with each other, and all of a sudden dragons appear out of nowhere, and all these dragons know is war. All they've been doing their entire life since they've been created, since they were born, is fight off things in the future. Like whatever threat or whatever was affecting the future world, that's all they were fighting. So imagine you just get transported from, where you are right now listening to this into the middle of a battlefield. Like, that's what would happen. You would start fighting, probably. More than likely. And that kind of united all of humanity, which is pretty funny. So anyways, all these events that we learn about dragons and where they come from are a little sketchy, mainly because they're told from the perspective of a dragon remembering all this. Now we have magic. So after a decade, humanity decides to come together. They no longer have borders. They don't have countries. It's now just Midgard. That's what the world becomes. So you just have the land of Midgard versus the dragons. Now, most of humanity went or fled to Cathedral City, and that's where we have all of the brightest minds of humanity just reside. So all these scholars, all these unfortunately barons and lords also went to Cathedral City. And eventually we start realizing that dragons also carried this virus inside of them, and it's basically magical energy. If I recall, what the fuck was it called? Was it called Maso? Yes, it was Maso. So they have a thing called Maso, which is inside of them, and humans who would be in areas where there was a large concentration of this Maso would eventually evolve into monsters. They would just get transmogrified out of nowhere into these creatures, and this is where we got our creatures from mythology. So elves, minotaurs, fucking hydras, whatever, right? Cerberus. And magic as we know it came to exist right afterwards, because some people were able to control it, and those who could would go up the social hierarchy. It would be seen, as very important people. So we also have some kingdoms. Inside of the Cathedral City, we have the church, which created a magical academy, and it started the worship of magic. So people who could cast magic, the magic was called miracles. So the church started worshiping these people that could cast magic. And because of this, we started getting powerful rulers, and they started leaving the city, establishing their own kingdoms. So people, this happens all the fucking time, right? You give someone too much attention, it goes to their head. Except these guys can fucking kill you by setting you on fire. Anyways, things eventually went to shit. And you'd get like the average woes that you would expect from a kingdom, like famine, murder, extortion, all this stuff like started happening again. Before it was just everyone versus dragons, and now we've got to worry about this shit. So the lords themselves were very corrupt. They allowed all this shit to happen. And in 995, an accident happens in Cathedral City where a magician tried to perform a forbidden art incorrectly and caused an explosion. The dust of the aftermath resembled this giant black flower, and then all of the residents of Cathedral City were gone, and most of the city itself was destroyed. It was reduced to rubble. So shit just got wiped. I don't know if there's a picture of it. Let me see. If I can find one, I'll show it. But this is like from a manga. No, I don't have it on me. Okay, well that's fine. So just imagine like the city that's right in front of us, just gone. Like most of it just gone. So there was a novella that came out called A Reign to End and A Flower to Begin, which I did cover more in the first part of NieR, which goes into the background of Zero, the protagonist of Drakengard 3. So I'm gonna skip that. Just know that she was a essentially a girl that was sold to a brothel when she was like 7, and then she eventually gets out. And as she's after she leaves, she starts going on rampages, killing people to survive, breaking into their homes, taking their food. She has a bounty put on her head. She is then basically chained to a stake and is about to be killed, or chained to a pole, is about to be killed, and then she just collapses from like exhaustion after being like whipped a bunch of times. And from there, she's able to see like a flower that manages to revive her, and this flower is a white flower which eventually gets inside her body. Zero eventually tries to kill herself so that the flower doesn't corrupt her, and after she learns more about what she is. And instead, the flower kind of stops her by making 5 clones of her, and that's how we get her 5 sisters. Then Zero stabs herself through the heart, and she collapses. She eventually is able to recover, and she's now on a hunt for her 5 sisters. So Zero's 5 sisters, they all have different memories, and their memories are all from the 5 girls who died before Zero did in the town square. So this is stuff that I covered again in the first NieR episode. So all the girls have a curse, which does get stronger with each passing day. So going in order from 1 to 5, with 1, her senses grow stronger every day. So her sense of taste, smell, hearing, etc. With 2, her physical strength is constantly growing. 3's hair is constantly growing and needs to be cut daily. 4, her fingernails grow really rapidly, so she's made it a habit to bite them off. And 5, her breasts grow a bit each day, and she obviously doesn't mind. So her personalities are also like fragments of Zero's personalities. It just amplified. So if we go in order from 5 to 1, so 5 is lust and the insensitivity towards sexual topics. So she's always crude, she's always horny, she's always greedy, etc. She wants everything. 4 reminds Zero of herself back when she was a young girl at the brothel, someone who held on to the smallest shred of pride that she still had. She's graceful, refined, etc. But she also has an inferiority complex. So when she gets paranoid, she becomes like Zero did after she decided not to trust anyone, which again I talked about in the Drakengard 3 retrospective, or not retrospective, summary. So 3, she's like Zero's wild / sadistic side, so she has no remorse for whatever messed up stuff she does. She's slothful, she has a bad temper, and then she's obsessed with dolls, but this is more of due to one of the lords that they encountered in one of the mangas. 2 is the what could have been if Zero would have been if her life would have been more cheerful. She gets along with everyone, she's a mother figure, and she's one of the only, or she's the only intoner to find true love. And then we have 1. So 1 is Zero's strong sense of justice. So before dying, Zero couldn't understand why there were so many injustices in the world, and she wished for a logical world, which is what one embodies, just the sense of justice. So all five sisters are intoners, and they do have the Black Flower's influence within them, and they can bring about the destruction of the world through something known as the power of song. So they can just will things into existence. Now, there is a dragon that is introduced in Drakengard 3. Her name is Gabriella. After a bunch of shit, she eventually goes berserk, and she turns into this like very powerful mindless monster. Now, let me skip ahead a bit. And get to this. Yeah, so just know that there's a huge fight when the sisters reunite. This is before the events of Drakengard 3. There's a huge fight when they reunite in Cathedral City. When they reunite in Cathedral City, that's when Gabriella does something known as, she makes a pact, which is a soul bond between human and beast. And if one dies, so does the other. When a pact is made, basically the human loses something that they consider the most precious, and one was the one that made a pact with Gabriella, so hers was the ability to age or grow up, so she will die in the body of a teenager. She's able to siphon all the power in the area and stops like Gabriella from becoming a full beast, while Gabriella wanted more power with her final wish, which is something that dragons get right before they die. So final wishes usually are used to reincarnate a dragon. Here she wanted to be, she wanted to be more powerful to protect one from zero. But anyway, so after that fight, Zero and Michael, which is her dragon, are severely damaged, and they end up flying away. They end up getting away. Meanwhile, all the sisters also happen to escape. During that fight, however, I almost forgot, so that the other sisters wouldn't get too powerful, Zero ended up sending 5 doves at each of the sisters, or no, 4 doves at each of the other sisters except for one. And these doves, all they would do is siphon out the Black Flower's influence. That was their entire purpose. They would follow the sisters and just siphon all that shit out. Anyway, so starting with Drakengard 3, now that it's been, how long? It's been 30 minutes. Okay, so I mean we're making good pace, because we're 8 pages in. So with Drakengard 3, the sisters themselves, like after some time, the sisters go to each of the kingdoms that used to have a lord beforehand. Again, they got slaughtered in the previous manga that I talked about, or that I mentioned, and the sisters went and took over. So we've got, the land of the forest, mountains, etc. Now, the doves that they got, their loyalty is cemented in the intoners, and they cannot defy them. Even though they don't, if for some reason they don't want to do something the intoner wants, they will still be forced to do it. They still have to do it, because that's how they were created, right? So now they also regulate the intoner's sex drive, which is integral to the plot, and is also connected to the flower's power. So again, sex is just what siphons and regulates the power within them. Now, there's a few disciples, right? These doves eventually absorb so much energy over the course of a few years, or how long was it? Well, in the time from after Cathedral City to the events of Drakengard 3, I forget how long it is. But within that time frame, the doves ended up absorbing so much power that they ended up getting physical humanoid bodies. So they got physical forms of their own, and they managed to just become creatures known as disciples. So they follow their intoners and they have sex with them to regulate their the flower's powers. So there's 4 disciples. If we go in order again from 5 to 2, we have Dido. Dido hates sex. He loves corpses, guts, etc. He loves gore. 5 basically like accosts him like constantly, and she's the horniest of the bunch. And even though he doesn't want to be in her presence, even though Dido doesn't want to have sex with her, he is forced to, because he can't defy her. We have Decadus. Decadus is the most normal disciple. He's basically like a true gentleman, but his downside is that he's a masochist. Octa is an old man. He's a very serious disciple, and he's obsessed with sex and sexual gratification. To him, a hole is a hole, literally and figuratively. He's also known, it's also described that he has the biggest member out of all of the disciples. So take that with however you will. He's obviously constantly in the mood, but his intoner 3 never wants to have sex because she's too busy worrying about dolls. And then with Scent, well, he's just like the pretty boy of the group. He's a perfect match for 2. They actually fell in love, and unfortunately, he's just an idiot. So he will just say a bunch of shit that makes no sense. He'll say just a bunch of shit that is wrong, and that's Scent for you. So 1 doesn't have a disciple. She's the only intoner to not have a disciple, but instead she has a backup. She ended up taking out one of her ribs and made her like backup plan. He is known as Brother 1, and his sole purpose is to kill Zero if Sister 1 were to die. He was given a sword made from one of Gabriella's fangs, and were he to actually succeed in killing Zero, his goal was to then kill himself. That way there would be no more intoners left in the world. Right, so that's the backup plan. Now, let's quickly summarize what happens in Drakengard 3. Now that we've got the world building, now that we've got the events that come before Drakengard 3, let's quickly go over what happens in Drakengard 3. So, everything is normal until Cathedral City. Everything is normal until Cathedral City. At this point, every disciple had basically committed a grave sin in one of these fights. So, if you recall, we have the plot of Drakengard 3, the entirety of the playthrough that we had, where Zero goes from kingdom to kingdom, killing her sisters, and eventually makes it to Cathedral City, right? And throughout the playthrough, like I just mentioned, every disciple at one point in one of the major events or in one of the major fights commits the grave sin of summoning a Watcher without an intoner. I don't remember if I covered what a Watcher is, but a Watcher is essentially a instrument of God that is powerful enough to wipe out humanity. And there's like a lot of them. There's a bunch of depictions of them, and we get a bunch. They appear in Drakengard 1, they appear in Drakengard 3, and I don't believe they appear in NieR. I don't remember them appearing in NieR, at least Replicant. So we had the problem was, again, if you end up summoning a Watcher without an intoner, at least as a disciple, you end up using your magical reserves instead of those of the intoner, which basically drains them of their energy and turns them back into doves. So as the playthrough was going on, each of the disciples were summoning a Watcher, and that resulted in them just being drained of energy. It happened to Dito, it happened to everyone. So the last one to remain was Octa. He was the last one to stay with us before basically doing the same in the Cathedral City. So Zero eventually tells Michael that if she manages to succeed, Michael is supposed to kill Zero and end the flower. So from there, we have a fight between 1 and 0. 1 is able to weaken Zero and Mikhail with a poison that she found in the land of the forests. And after the fight, both are just very damaged. 1 manages to summon Gabriel, which is the powered up form of Gabriella. You know, she went insane. She became this killing machine. And Gabriel's supposed to finish them off. 1 wanted to find some meaning to life. Before this fight, you can see her like pondering. She's reading books. She's like finding out like what the fuck the flower is. She's trying to like think of like if there's some way that they can have a good world without intoners. But she just can't find anything. She can't find anything explaining why things have to end this way. So they end up fighting. Zero manages to kill 1. Gabriel is mortally wounds Mikhail, and this of course saddens Zero. And this causes Zero to have like flashbacks at that point, and we're showed what hold on, I lost my place. Fucking hell. So until we end up learning that, of course, until Mikhail came along and showed her that she could trust someone, she was just always like cold and distant towards everyone around her. So she thought about resurrecting him with the flower's power, and despite this, she knew that he would be cursed, but she didn't really care. So she makes a pact where he would be revived and be returned with the flower's curse. So Mikhail manages to return. He turns to Zero. He's happy to see her, but also confused because, again, Zero revived him, and now he's cursed. And then Brother One shows up out of nowhere from behind Zero, stabs her through the chest, and kills her. And since a pact was made between Zero and Mikhail, both of them die. So that's the story of Drakengard 3 and what happens in Drakengard 3. So now let's talk about what happened between the years 1000 and 1099. All this is stuff that came before Drakengard 1. So this is the setup for Drakengard 1. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so suddenly got moved here. 1 moment. So that was how many pages? Okay, so now we're in page 10. Ah, fuck. That's so many pages that we still have to go through for notes. All right, so from the year 1000 to 1099. So Brother One's able to fulfill his purpose in killing Zero, and then he loses his reason for living. So again, Sister One originally intended for him to kill himself after killing Zero. Instead, he panics. He starts to have a mental breakdown after realizing, oh shit, my sister's gone. I've done everything that I was supposed to do. What do I do now? And he starts to wander like around Cathedral City. He really wants to see his sister again, but obviously she's gone. Now, while he's walking around aimlessly through Cathedral City, he comes across a mirror and manages to catch a glimpse of himself. And since, well, Brother and Sister One are twins, essentially, he thinks that she's still alive. He starts to, of course, go psycho. And wanting to keep her memory, like, alive, he thinks that through him, he can do what she was doing, and, you know, she can live vicariously through him. He ends up creating a cult known as the Cult of the Watchers. So their symbol is the face of two people combined, so Brother and Sister One, and their symbol is the three-eyed twins. So I can actually show that off, so let me find it real quick. So here's the logo for the Cult of the Watchers. You can see that in the... You're able to see this in the Drakengard 1 flag, and then also in this logo, which appears in the game at one point. So this is the updated logo, and by updated, I believe this is the one that they go with for like the following games. What it used to look like was basically this. Let me grab it here. So this is from the Drakengard 1 like intro cutscene. So the logo used to be a lot different. It used to look like this. It used to be a lot more, you know, classic European like art style from like 300 years ago. Or not 300, like 500 years ago. So there we go. Okay. So he creates this cult, the Cult of the Watchers. And since there were like no intoners left to rule, things kind of went to shit again. So people were, you know, we had poverty again, we had monsters again. You know, Midgard starts to fall to ruin, and this leads up to Drakengard 1. So Drakengard 1 follows the story of the cult itself, where they end up discovering something known as the Seeds of Destruction. And the seeds are kind of like the Watchers in that they exist to help destroy mankind. So anything that goes inside the seed will be turned into this like huge monster that will help destroy the world. In order to protect humanity, the cult implemented a security measure known as the seal system, where they had 4 seals that were made and scattered across the continent. So 3 are in the land of the oceans, forest, and deserts, and the 4th one, the goddess seal, was put inside of a woman. So the seal is like a mark that appears on the body of a woman once they're chosen, and it becomes her duty to bear the responsibility of the seal itself. A ritual will be performed to seal the weight of time, space, and dimensions to her being, literally, and it is incredibly painful. The goddess herself is not allowed to marry, give birth, and again, they're in constant pain. Because of this, a lot of the goddesses try to constantly commit suicide. They literally cannot handle this pain after like some time. So there's quite a few in Drakengard 1. There is one that was pretty noticeable, which was the second goddess. She was the former aide to one, which made many question her attaining the goddess status. Obviously, this caused a civil war to break out within the inner ranks of the cult, and one was eventually exiled, which then caused the cult to split. So, Brother One really wanted to help the world, just like his sister, and thus sealed the Seed of Destruction, but most of his life was spent in remembrance of her. So instead of doing what she wanted, with one being exiled, the cult started to diverge in beliefs a little bit. But this was mainly due to an affliction that was spreading throughout the ranks of the cult. And the infected would have their eyes turn red, and they would then become very violent and uncontrollable. Which was later known, or later called, the red eye disease. So this is something that's very important in not just Drakengard, but it also plays a part in NieR, which I didn't realize at first. But we'll get to that later. So, this disease actually came from Brother One, since remember, Brother One was made from Sister One's rib, and Sister One was made from Zero, and she's basically just a copy or a part of Zero. So she, of course, still has the Black Flower's power or influence within her. And then she takes out a rib and then makes Brother One, who also has this. So, since the flower still resides within him, because he never committed suicide, he ends up spreading this disease wherever the fuck he goes without really noticing. So, when this started, the cult itself took a massive hit. Like, many of their soldiers and members were turning into monsters. Again, monsters from mythology. They were turning into just Cerberuses and Minotaurs and elves and beasts and shit, right? And after recouping some of their forces and reconquering a bunch of lands, they unified under a banner. Under the banner of the Empire. And those who stood against the Empire, various provinces in the surrounding lands, were known as the Union. So basically, the Empire is bad, and literally anyone else is good. Let me see if I can find the flag of the Union. Yeah, so here it is. You can barely see it here, but it's good enough. One sec. So that red one is the banner of the Cult of the Watchers, again the Empire. And then whenever you watch any of the cutscenes, you'll see this flower on one side, or sorry, this banner on one side, and then this banner on the other. So that's the banner of the Union, right? Okay. So after some time, while Brother One was wandering, he was able to meet a woman named Rosa in the Land of the Forests. They ended up having children, twins to be specific, Grün and Grant. Grün and Grant. So after this, at least for this timeline, Brother One is never heard from again. That's it. That's where he stops appearing. So his kids end up having kids, and their kids have kids. So the family line keeps increasing until we get to his great-great-granddaughter. Great-great-granddaughter, Mana. So she and her twin, Seira, or Seer, were born to a woman named Romea, and she raised them with the golden child mentality, where she loved one and hated the other. In this case, she loved Seira, and she abused the shit out of Mana. And they came from a lineage of golem sorcerers. So this is why she favored one over the other, because Seira could control them, but Mana could not, and she was considered useless. So one day she just takes Mana with her and abandons her in the wild. And she was found by the Watchers, who offered her a bunch of just love and care, which is everything that she really wanted. She was, of course, easily manipulated. And all she would need to do is offer her heart and soul to be controlled entirely by them. So she would do their bidding. And of course, she agreed. The Watchers now had a host that descended directly from the lineage of the flower. Because remember, she's the great-great-granddaughter of one. So the Empire, of course, finds her, and she's turned into their high priestess. And, oh yeah, she's also 6. She's 6 years old at this time. So from that moment onward, their goals change, and instead of trying to keep the legacy of Sister One alive, they proceed to find the seals, and they try to undo what the cult had originally done. So instead of trying to protect the world, they're now out to destroy the world, essentially. The Seed of Destruction was renamed the Seed of Resurrection, and the idea of it bringing salvation to mankind was what was propagated amongst, the ranks, and of course the kingdoms, and so on and so forth. The Empire proceeds to find all of the seals, including the goddess, who is currently part of the Union. So, I'm gonna quickly gloss over this section, because again, this is all covered in the first episode of the NieR stream, or the first NieR stream. But we do have three main protagonists in Drakengard. One, which are Kaim, Furii, and Iniwart. So just know that Kaim is the protagonist you play as. Furii is his sister, who has the goddess seal, and then we have Iniwart, who was Kaim and Furii's long childhood friend. And from them, I'll quickly go over their little quirks that they have. So like I've mentioned throughout this entire series, by that I mean Drakengard and NieR, characters tend to be pretty fucked up. They tend to have some sort of something mentally that really messes with them. And this is more prominent in Drakengard 1, and it got toned down kind of as the series went on for some reason. Well, not for some reason. When this game was being developed again, the first game was pretty good at it, and when they tried making the sequel, they're like, this shit's too dark, tone it down a bit. So the characters that we got afterwards are not as fucked up as the ones in Drakengard 1. But if we look at Furii, for example, her weird quirk, her fatal flaw thing, is that she has an incestuous love for Kaim, which Kaim never reciprocated. So she's just madly in love with her brother, right? So then we've got, let's scroll down a bit. I forget if I covered Kaim's here. No. So let's see. So that was Furii. Oh right. Well, I guess I'll mention this now. So Kaim and Furii, of course, were part of a kingdom that wasn't a part of the Union, so they weren't involved in the war. They wouldn't fight. And when they turned 18, the Empire sent a black dragon to their kingdom, and it slaughtered their parents in front of both Kaim and Furii. This caused Kaim to basically go insane, and his whole reason for living was to kill that black dragon. And then Furii, of course, was severely scarred. Iniwart was a friend from a neighboring country. Or a neighboring kingdom, I mean. So, let's see. 6 years after this event, that's when we started getting... 6 years after these events is when Drakengard 1 starts. So, I'm glossing over again a bunch of this because it's just a bunch of backstory going into how Kaim was a great swordsman, how they trained Iniwart, how his kingdom trained Iniwart to be a good fighter, but he was never as good, that sort of thing. So let's quickly start summarizing the events of Drakengard 1. So Drakengard 1 opens with the Empire attacking the castle, protecting both Furii and Kaim. Protecting Furii. Kaim is taking them on, is what I meant. He's out in the field, he's fighting for the Union, and the only reason he joined the Union was to kill at this point. Again, he watched his parents die in front of him, he's got a bunch of pent-up anger, and that's all he does. All he does is kill, because I mean you can. It's the year 1000, so what the fuck are people gonna do? Are they gonna put him in jail for trying to protect this country, right? Anyway. So despite him having the time of his life, killing enemy after enemy, with ease, mind you, an enemy manages to sneak up behind Kaim and slashes him from behind and basically cuts his back open. And he's mortally wounded. Knowing that his death is near, he rushes back to the castle to try to see Fudiai one more time before dying. And when he returns through the front gate, he notices a red dragon named Angelus bound by a bunch of swords and chains on the ground. So I can actually get that image here. Let me grab it. Let's see if I can find it. I mean, I found the concept art, but that's not what I'm looking for. We can go with this. If you look up the cutscene for or the opening for Drakengard 1, you'll see this like I guess a better image of this, but this is what the concept art looked like. Give me a sec. But essentially it's this. So Kaim is in his castle, and then here we have Angelus, the red dragon, completely bound by chains and has like arrows and swords stabbed all through her body, which is pretty fucking crazy, right? And she's also like about to die. So Kaim thinks, well, I might as well kill her while I'm at it. But despite wanting to, he thinks, you know what? I'm gonna form a pact with you, which is again something that is very rare. It's a super rare thing to do in this world. Forming a pact is not something everyone does because of the repercussions that come with it, such as again, if they die, you die, sort of thing. But he offers Angelus, hey, I will slay you right now unless you make a pact with me. So Angelus mocks him and then says, fine, I'll do it. I want to live, I might as well. So once again, human and beast end up combining their souls and they share a life. If one falls, so does the other. And forming a pact causes one to lose something that they hold the most precious about themselves. For Kaim, it was his voice, so he can no longer speak. But he can communicate with Angelus telepathically. The monsters in these packs tend to get a huge power boost, which is why they normally seek out people or just entities that have negative emotions within them. His life is restored, and he manages to rush into the castle once again to see Fudiai and Inuart. So Fudiai is locked up in like a tower, and then Inuart is there with her. So they end up fleeing, and they seek they flee and seek a nearby neutral like elven village that wasn't involved in the war. When they arrive, everyone has been slaughtered by the Empire. Angelus is able to hear the voice of a guy named Vertile, who made a pact with a beast in the past. So that's kind of like in JoJo, where people can send stand users. Pact users, I guess, can send other people that have made pacts. I think they explain that like at some point near the end or some shit. I don't remember. It's been a while. Anyway, so Inuart and Fudiai join his company, and he's now the guardian of the goddess. Since he's the guardian of the goddess after all. Kaim and Angelus start looking for clues, and they end up finding like a connection between the cult and the Empire, which the Union doesn't know about, but we do. So everything that I've kind of covered already about the Empire, like the seals and everything, like I mentioned when I did the summary, you would go from place to place or like person to person, and you would see like their corpses, and they would have an entire paragraph like scrawled in blood like right above them. I don't know why. I don't know if I can find an image of this. But it's really fucking funny. Let's see. That's just like I'll search for a little bit if I can find one, but I don't think I'm going to. No. All right. I'm sure if you look up cutscenes again from Drakengard 1, you'll know like exactly what I'm talking about. It'll literally be a guy on the floor, dead, and there will be a paragraph above him in blood. Anyway. Eventually a man approaches Kaim, and he's begging Kaim to save his village, but Kaim just kind of doesn't care and kicks him in the face. And then heads off in the direction where he was asked to go. Not really to save the innocent, but mainly just to kill the Empire soldiers, because of course they're attacking the village. And he heads off basically to the Valley of Fairies, and that's where they meet Leonard. So I won't go too much into Leonard. Just know Leonard is one of the other party members. He also has a fucked up quirk, or you know, his flaw is that he's a pedophile. So he ends up leaving the village with his brothers and ends up going to like a remote forest, in this case being the land of fairies, or the Valley of Fairies, sorry. And at one point his or not, sorry, not the Valley of Fairies. He ends up just leaving the village that they were in. He goes with his brothers to live in the woods. One day when he goes out to masturbate in the woods to kind of get rid of his like urges, he comes back to see that his like house has been burned by the Empire, and then the corpses of all three of his brothers are in front of him. Of course, he feels guilty about this, and he's crying, and he decides to make a pact with a fairy that comes up to him. The fairy obviously is taking advantage of him. And here we have Leonard offering the pact, or sorry, the pact is made, and then Leonard offers his eyes. That way he no longer has to see like the sins in front of him, or that he no longer has to see like kids in front of him and get like excited about it. Anyway, Kaim is able to sense a nearby pact user, I guess, and Leonard joins the party. So the only reason why Leonard joins is because he tries to make up for like the sins of his past. He thinks if he fights for something that's good, it would absolve him of a sin, which, I mean, whether it does or doesn't, well, we'll probably never know. Kaim eventually loses contact with Vertile, and well, they head off to the desert. So there we're able to meet Fudiai, who happens to be alone but safe, and she informs him that Inuart and Vertile were captured by the Empire and placed in a dungeon. So it's off to us to go save them. It's up to us to go save them. Then we have Inuart. We cut to Inuart, who, while captured, starts having like just mental issues. Right, he starts wrestling with his emotions, and his flaw is, well, his immense jealousy for Kaim. Fudiai was supposed to be his betrothed, right? He was engaged to Fudiai, but she was in love with him, with Kaim, instead of being in love with Inuart. So that obviously really pissed him off. And everything everything Inuart could do, Kaim could do better when it came to combat. So he always felt that he could never protect her properly. And we end up having Mana appear, and she starts to mentally manipulate him and starts to turn his insecurities against him, which causes him to eventually join the Empire. So she tells him, hey, I'll give you the power that you want. Just join the Empire. And he agrees. So, after we kill all these soldiers in the nearby area, everyone in the dungeon is able to escape. If I recall, Kaim blows it up. He blows up the fucking dungeon, and people manage to get out. So, from here, that's when we learn about the Seeds of Resurrection. So the Empire wants to trigger them, wants to undo all the seals, and then bring about the Seeds of Resurrection. Vertile asks Kaim to protect the seals as best as he can, and the desert seal has unfortunately been broken already. So when they try to find the seal, or when they go to the area where the seal was, they unfortunately meet the next party member instead of finding the seal intact, which is Ariok. So Ariok, I guess. Is how they pronounce her name. So, to quickly gloss over her backstory, so she was just a housewife. She had a kid. The Empire shows up. The Empire kills her family members, and they kill her husband and son. And she's just insane. So she starts to have a mental breakdown, and then as she goes from place to place, she thinks that the way that she can protect others is by killing and then devouring children, because she believes that, you know, she could protect them in her womb. So she thinks that by eating the children, she'll be taking care of them. Obviously, that's not how it works. And she's just eating children. Anyways, after doing this for a while, the Imperial Army shows up, throws her in jail. Kaim shows up and then breaks everyone out. Unlike Vertile, Ariok was already severely wounded when the prison was destroyed, and the spirit of Undyne and Salamander form a pact with her. So they find her obviously near death. She is having mental breakdowns because she's insane, and they form a pact with her to save her life. So, and like Jojo, of course, the party meets her, or they sense her and they meet her. And when they do, she tries to eat Kaim alive, because there were no children around. So like I mentioned this when I talked about it. She literally sees Kaim for the first time, and she slowly starts to walk to him with her arms out, and Kaim has no idea what she's doing. So it looks like she's gonna offer him a hug. So she puts her arms around him and then starts to bite his neck, like just cuz. Anyway, so Vertaleia is able to restrain her and then brings her along for her safety and the safety of others. So they're eventually able to reunite with Furiai, and when they do, Inuart shows up. He's wearing black armor, since he was, of course, corrupted by the Empire, and now he's riding a black dragon that he formed a pact with, and it just so happens that this black dragon is the one who killed Kaim and Furiai's parents. Obviously, this pisses Kaim the fuck off. They end up fighting. Him and Inuart start fighting, and then Angelus and the black dragon start fighting. Let me see if I can get a picture of the black dragon real quick. Let's see. Okay, here's one. So he's basically like a black Angelus. So he looks almost exactly the same as Angelus, just again, completely black instead of being red. And the horns are a little different. But there he is. So this is the black dragon. Like so. And that is what Inuart is riding. So this thing starts fighting Angelus, Inuart starts fighting Kaim, and well, you know, Kaim is not winning this fight. He gets tossed around, and right before, there we go. Sorry, right before Inuart's like gonna finish him off, like he dashes away. He takes Furiai, and he basically tells Kaim how now he can protect her. Now she will love him. All that shit. The black dragon unleashes a fireball, and it fires it at Kaim. Angelus manages to barely protect Kaim in the nick of time, and then they're both mortally wounded. And then we see as Inuart takes Furiai away by force. So after a few days, they heal up and they set out once again. And on their way to the next Imperial territory, they run into Seha, which we learned again that when the Empire came to kill his village, in his mother's dying moments, she forces him to form a pact with a golem to save his life. The problem with this is that, again, normally you make a pact with a living creature, such as, say, a dragon or an elf or a fairy or some shit. And golems are literal tools. They are just creatures made of stone, right? So they're not sentient or anything like that, and well, he does it anyways. In her dying, her dying, was able to like give the golem the ability to feel sorrow, and Seer's price to pay was like time. So like his ability to age, since he was the only child like to feel any love in his family, Sarah like feels guilty, and he hopes that he can find like mana. So after his entire village is slaughtered by the Empire, he goes off to try to find wherever mana was left, and that's where he ends up meeting up with Kaim instead. And so they try to search for his sister again. They can't find her, since she is, of course, the Empire's high priestess, and they move on. So eventually, all of the seals get broken except for Furiai. So both the Union and the Empire meet at the gates of the Empire's like main empire, and the final battle like breaks out. One side, however, has giant like cyclopses. Let me see if I can find a picture of that, because that shit was really funny. If you ever see it. I think here's one. Oh man, it's just like a lot of these screenshots are fucking ancient. But it's like a giant cyclops, and it's got it has like it has like a bunch of metallic shit around it, like scaffolding almost. Oh, here we go. Found a good one. It looks so fucking stupid. So this is what the golems look like. You can see it's got like just it looks like a factory, like a giant robot being worked on at some factory. So that's what the cyclopses look like. Anyway, so of course, the Union doesn't have the Cyclopses. That's the Empire, but they somehow managed to win. The Union manages to miraculously win, and once they do, a bunch of just fireballs start raining from the sky, and we see a giant flying fortress appear and completely obliterate the rest of the forces. Like, all the remaining soldiers get obliteratomized. Obviously, the party sees this and they fly into the fortress in hopes of finding Furii, but instead they find Mana. So, Mana has changed a lot, so much so that that Serra doesn't even recognize her anymore. And he begs her to go back to, like, being normal, but obviously that doesn't work. Serra is able to see that she's nothing more than a puppet for the Empire, and he ends up having his golem just kill her. Like, he just smashes her and kills her. The only problem is that without Mana alive, the fortress can no longer sustain itself in the air. And since her magic was what was keeping it up, the party barely makes it out of the fortress alive. The only problem with this is that inside of the fortress were still Inuart and Furii, and both of them die with it, like, crashing to the ground. And with Inuart dead, Kaim basically gets his revenge, because the Black Dragon, who he made a pact with, also dies. But with Furii's death, the final seal is broken, and since all the other seals are broken, the Watchers can finally break through and come into this world and start killing shit. So they do. Now, I've mentioned this before, Watchers can take any form they want. And in Drakengard 1, they appear as giant floating naked babies, which I can actually show. So let's see if I can find, like, yeah, here's one. Yeah, 1 second. See if we can find a bigger image of it. Actually, this should work. So it's literally like these are the things that are here to destroy humanity, right? It's just a bunch of babies. Like, those are the Watchers in Drakengard 1. So I've mentioned this before, but imagine you're playing this game, right? When did Drakengard 1 come out again? Hold on. I think it was 2001. It was either 2001 or 2002. 2003. Oh wait, no, 2004 in North America. But yeah, so imagine again, you're in the year 2004. The PS2 came out pretty recently. There's quite a lot of cool games out there, but you have no idea like what to play next. You go to like GameStop or some shit, you go to your local gaming store. You end up seeing a game that's called Drakengard. It has this really cool cover. It's got like a dragon on it. You look at the back of the box, there's some dragons on it. There's like sword fighting. You think, oh, this is like some cool medieval shit. You start playing it, and it gets really fucked up. You meet your second party member, and the guy is like a pedophile. You meet your third party member, and it's a chick that wants to protect children by consuming them and protecting them in her womb. And by this point, you're like, this game is pretty fucking weird. Japan is really fucking weird. And then you get to the final act of the game. The world starts going to shit. The apocalypse is about to begin. And what's going to bring about the apocalypse? Giant fucking babies. These babies are huge. They're like the size of a building, right? And it's just a bunch of floating naked babies. That's what's currently bringing about the apocalypse. Like, I'm sure if you were playing this game back in 2004, you'd be fucking confused. And you'd have no idea what the fuck is going on. And I'm pretty sure this would cause a lot of people to be either very intrigued by the franchise and they want to see where it goes, or they'd be completely turned off by how weird this shit gets. Now, where the fuck was I? So Kaim tries to kill as many of these like Watchers as he can. Doesn't do anything. Verdelay ends up having a mental breakdown because, you know, she spent her whole life he spent his whole life devoting himself to like his religion, and obviously he now sees what the religion was actually about, and he loses kind of like his will to live. Like, he can't really pray to a god, and they're like, who the fuck can you pray to, right? The party proceeds to get surrounded, except for Ariok, who got separated from the group. And her seeing so many babies everywhere like fills her with ecstasy, which is what that screenshot is from, actually. So that is Ariok, and she's like, you know, she's walking towards the babies they're holding. She's holding her hands out to like try to grab them and hold them. The babies see her, they swarm her, and they start to eat her alive. Leonard tries to redeem himself by using like his pact partner's like power to basically detonate himself. So he causes a massive explosion, and despite this, despite doing this, like he tells Kaim and Seha to like get away. He causes this massive explosion, and it does nothing. Like it doesn't stop anything. So he kills himself for no real reason. And after this, we have a giant human like appear out of nowhere, and this is known as the Queen Beast. So let me see if I can find a picture of her. From Drakengard 1, because I believe she appears in 3. Here we go. It's a super small image, but it's like literally the only one. And I do not want to find like a YouTube video and then just grab it from there. But so this is what the Queen Beast looks like. So you've got a baby like next to her, and then there she is. So she's like this giant like fucking humanoid. So she appears, and she can basically summon more Watchers by warping like time itself. And the problem is that with her just existing, she is destroying, like she's melting both time and reality around her. So much so that her stomach starts to swell. I think I can find a picture of that here. One sec. I believe this is from it. No, it ain't this one. This one. So her stomach starts to swell with all the like energy that she's literally absorbing, and she gets to look like this. Which is really fucking gross. So her stomach, like her womb, like you can see her, like there she is on, like she's laying on her back, and her like stomach is inflating a lot, which to some people this would be like the hottest thing on the planet. This is fucking vile and disgusting. Her stomach is super swollen, right? Just with like how much like energy she's consuming, and it starts to slowly tear apart. So Kaim and Angelus basically realize that if they're going out, it's with a bang. So they leave Sierra like off in like some nearby mountains, and they plunge into the heart of the beast, resulting in a flashing white light, swallowing the surrounding area. A rift tears through time and space, and the three of them disappear. Which then leads to the final like confrontation with the Queen Beast. So let me get that ready, because there's plenty of images of this. So this is the final boss fight of Drakengard 3's like final ending, the E ending. And this is the fight. So this is what the Queen Beast looks afterwards, or looks like afterwards. All right. So again, this is another spoiler for, again, the final ending of Drakengard 1. If for whatever reason you haven't seen it, I mean, I'm spoiling everything here because, I mean, we're talking about it. So what ends up happening is all three of them, Kaim, Angelus, and the Queen Beast, disappear, right? There's the huge flashbang, and they appear in a brand new universe, which is set in 2003 modern-day Tokyo. So just like how in Drakengard's universe, just like how Drakengard's universe was exactly like ours until the appearance of Cathedral City, this parallel universe was also the same until the appearance of a giant baby crashing into the center of Tokyo in 2003. Or I guess a giant humanoid crashing into the middle of like Tokyo in 2003. So Kaim and Angelus are super confused, but they end up fighting the queen, since she's still alive, and they do so through a rhythm game, which I've mentioned before. So this rhythm game is fucking weird, but you can see how big she is compared to you. Mind you, if you're playing through Drakengard 1, Angelus is huge, right? Like her body is long and very big. Like her wingspan is huge. And now this thing is like makes you look like an ant. Or like a small bird like next to the queen beast. Anyway, so they fight her through the weird rhythm game, and after the fight, after winning, the queen beast ends up disintegrating, and her ashes start to scatter everywhere. So just as Kaim and Angela start to celebrate their victory, I shit you not, the Japanese Air Force shows up, they fire missiles at the pair, and both of them explode. Angelus's body is impaled upon Tokyo Tower, and eventually is taken for research. Kaim is never heard from again, and with Angelus's pact, it's assumed that he died because she dies. So it's pretty fucking weird. Let me see if I can find a picture of Angelus impaled. Yeah, here it is. It's a very blurry image, but you get the idea. So here's Angelus's body impaled upon Tokyo Tower. And that eventually gets removed and taken for research. Okay. So it's been an hour. We were able to quickly summarize all of Drakengard 1. And we can finally move on to NieR. So I seriously thought that was going to take a lot longer. And I'm glad that it didn't, because fuck, it's a lot of fucking lore. Again, if I would have gone in a lot more detail or a lot more in depth into the Drakengard 3 and 1 lore, it would have taken forever. It took like what, 2.5 hours, 3 hours last time. So we were able to speedrun that, and now we can go into great detail involving the NieR lore itself. Okay. So, like I mentioned before, just like how in Drakengard everything was the same until the year 995 or whatever, or 856, in NieR, everything was the same until June 12th, 2003. That's when the world changed. So this incident was obviously way too big to ignore, that the Japanese government issued like a gag order to prevent any of this information from spreading through like the media or the internet. But obviously it did anyways. And most people were very, very confused as to what the fuck just happened. So the Queen Beast was taken out. Angelus's body was taken in for research. And 6 months after the incident, people started to get infected by a disease in Tokyo. People were turning into literal salt, and it had a 100% mortality rate. So this disease was called the white chlorination syndrome. Now, after this was discovered, scientists rushed to get a cure for it, and while doing so, doctors were noticing that the groups of infected would become incredibly violent. Like their mental state would be reduced to that of a savage. And it was almost exactly the same as the red eye disease, and that's because it was a mutation of it. That you can consider it as a mutation of the red eye disease. So that shit still persists. And as you might expect, the white chlorination syndrome was not like a normal like disease, right? It wasn't infecting like people's immune systems. It was a much more complicated type of disease. It's not like you catch a cold, right, and your cells fight it off. This was a lot more fucked up. So the disease itself came from the Queen Beast, but like the reaction that those infected were having wasn't like a coincidence. What was really happening is that like since the queen's origin was that of a watcher, and she's a servant of God, she was trying to destroy the world with magic, Maso. The elements that were like inside of these creatures is spreading and infecting humans. And what they would be, the type of infection that they were getting was actually a pact. which is really fucking weird. So here's what happens, right? So someone gets infected with the white chlorination syndrome, and then they hear like a voice and they're given a pact, and they're told you can either accept the pact and serve God in his goal to destroy humanity, and you become nothing more than like this fucking savage, or you die. So obviously we can tell who took what option, since many like weren't really willing to give up their lives, so they're like, well, might as well become a servant of God. So the Japanese government was able to like pinpoint this shit, and they were able to find out where all these infected were coming from, and they basically quarantine off Shinjuku. So obviously the public was confused, and they were questioning the Japanese government as to like why they were fucking doing this, obviously due to humanitarian reasons. And this wasn't until there was like a key figure that was killed by one of these like insane individuals. So after that, after like that happened, everyone kind of approved at sealing off the city, and there was this giant wall that was erected to surround all of Shinjuku, and it was dubbed the Wall of Jericho. So let me see if I can find that picture, actually. So the Wall of Jericho, yeah, here it is. Yes, it's this one. I thought it was something else. All right, so it looks like this. So imagine just a Japanese like city has this built. But there you go. So the Wall of Jericho is erected around Shinjuku. Now, where was I? Here we go. So a few members of the media, so the news outlets and stuff like that, they stayed within the walls, try to cover like the events as they were happening from within. But after a few days, they, you know, after the construction was done, they kind of like stopped broadcasting. It's implied that they all got fucking slaughtered. The last thing that we were able to see was a giant white creature, though, appearing. And then after that, the world had no idea what was going on within the walls. We just had like this image. It's kind of like an Evangelion where we see what is it, Adam, like for the first time during like the first impact in that one recording. Imagine that, and then everything. It just cuts to static, and that's it. So over the next 4 years, the government would try to keep a close eye on anything like inside of the city. And all they could really see was like this black spot that appears through like satellite images, but they ignore it for some reason. So like they're looking at maps, or sorry, they're looking at Shinjuku from above, or the quarantine area from above. And if you look at satellite images, all you see is like you see Shinjuku, and then you see like a little black spot somewhere in there, and they kind of just like dismiss it. They're like, it's whatever. So anyways, one of the more like immediate threats that the Japanese government had to fight off were like a group of rebels, or like people that tried to break into the facility where Angelus's body was held, and like they had to fight them off throughout this entire time, right? While all this was happening, they were experimenting on Angelus's body, mainly so they can like understand what the fuck is going on, what it is. And obviously people really wanted it because it's a giant dragon corpse and no one has ever seen a dragon. But the Japanese were able to like successfully stop these guys, and they keep the dragon's corpse safe for now. So another thing that they discovered was that during this time, there were less than the number of like people that were afflicted began making like less and less noise, and they weren't much of a threat anymore. But it wasn't really by coincidence. Anyway, so what was happening is, instead of them just being like mindless, babbling, violent creatures, they were slowly becoming smarter and a lot more fucking dangerous as time went on. Hold on. Right. So they were no longer raging humans. and they were becoming they were unionizing. They were unifying, not unionizing, and they were like becoming a collective, essentially. They were like a hive mind almost. And they became like these white creatures that would eventually be known as the Legion. And obviously their leader was someone named Red Eye. And if you were to take a guess as to why he was called that, you'd be correct. He was called Red Eye because his eyes were red. Hold on. Let me see if I can put a picture of him. No, I don't think we ever got an actual image of him. He was just like described as Red Eye, but I don't believe we were ever told like what his name was, what he was. We just know that he's a creature or a thing that exists, and he's known as Red Eye because he has red eyes. He's only like, we never know who he is. He's just referred to by that name. So with him now leading these forces, the Legion become a huge threat to like the military. And in 2008, the Wall of Jericho is destroyed from the inside as Red Eye manages to lead his army, and they launch a like wide-scale assault on all of Japan, killing everyone they can the moment the walls fall. So let's see what else. So the incident happens, they start killing things, and one thing we discover is that all of the entities, like all the members of the Legion, are kind of immune. Well, not immune. They're resistant to like weapons that are used on them. So they're like really fucking difficult to stop. Like guns don't work. Like that shit just doesn't work. So since this was happening all over like Japan, Japan themselves are the ones that have to like deal with the chaos of all these casualties. And as more people are dying, the white chlorination syndrome continues to spread, and it increases the number of all the Legion members. So eventually several like countries around the world start to like reject refugees coming from Japan, mainly because they don't want their infection to spread. Ain't that quite topical? And this is in what, the year 2010 when this was all written or some shit. Anyway, because of this, in 2009, Japan was obviously feeling very vulnerable as a country, at least from a defense position, and they formed an alliance with the United States. So in exchange for their help, they would send Legion corpses and captives to America, where they would be studied by the U.S. And we would send soldiers to Japan to help like stop the Legion attacks. Somehow this works for a little while, for a few months, and the Legion of just creatures is pushed back. But but despite them like pushing them back a little bit, like their numbers never seem to start slowing. They're constantly growing, and they continue to pour out from like within the source, right? Like from within Shinjuku. It gets to the point that they're like, well, we might as well cut them off at the source. So they carpet bomb Shinjuku. And then that doesn't do anything. So 4 months later, after like realizing, okay, this isn't doing shit, we have to nuke Japan again. So they nuke Shinjuku, and it doesn't do anything. So first they carpet bomb it, and then 4 months later they're like, all right, let's go with the nuclear option. They drop a nuke on Shinjuku, and it does jack shit. If anything, while most of Japan was devastated by these bombings, even though it appeared to be a success at first, over the course of the following months, like the legions, like they stopped like appearing for a while. And while no members like of the Legion appeared for a bit, after some time they weren't really gone, and neither was the white chlorination syndrome. It's even argued that like nuking Shinjuku was probably one of the worst things they could have done, because again, while the physical forces that made up the Legion are gone, what's within them, what was causing this to happen, the Maso, didn't go away. So the nuclear attacks kind of spread this element with the like blast radius, or sorry, with the force of the blast throughout like its blast radius. So you're pushing magic and you're spreading it as far as you can through Japan with a nuke. So it was really fucking bad. So it blasted across the globe, and by the time like scientists found out, oh shit, we just spread this disease throughout throughout the whole world, it was too late. It was way too late at this point. So they managed to learn a lot about Maso throughout this time. Mainly, it proved that there was an existence of a parallel universe, and this was called the multiple origin theory, which states that essentially another world exists in parallel universe to the one that they're currently in, and the Maso that has been the source of this is not from their world; it came from the other, and it shouldn't even be in their world in the first place. So, God, they end up learning that they end up learning about how it gets spread, and basically it gets spread through bodily fluids and waste. Things like coughing and saliva can also spread it, but there is literally no physical way to get rid of this. You can't use like nukes to get rid of this. So because of this, now all of mankind can get infected, and they have no idea how to stop it. And to make things worse, in less than like a year after thinking that they nuked all of the Legion, they just appeared again, along with their leader, Red Eye. So shit's not going well for Japan right now. God, my throat. All right, so Red Eye's back, the Legion's back, shit's bad, and now it's become a race against the clock. Not only to like try to find a cure for this, but also fight a war. And then not only that, Angelus's body somehow got stolen. like the following year, like some armed group just like raids the facility, and they take the remains of Angelus. So there are some rumors that it could have been some kind of religious cult. Others think that it could have been the United States, but no one really like ever said, oh, we did it. Like, you know how some terrorist organizations will make manifestos and they'll like broadcast shit. They'll be like, oh, we did this and that, or we take credit for this. No one ever did that for Angelus. So we have no idea like who took it, or who took her body. But even though Angelus's body disappeared, a lot of research was still done by this point. So I mean, we have something, right? All right. So now there's two things that happen. So we've got like the attempt to cure the white chlorination, and then we've got like at the same time we also have the red eye problem. So there's two major events going on as of now. So once again, do remember that like Maso was there to to basically be magic. And as this magic element was discovered, we basically find out that it's able to absorb energy from other worlds, and it ends up using, or you're able to take energy from another world and use it in your own, which is kind of like a paradoxical thing because it breaks the law of conservation of energy, because you're kind of making something from nothing. But just know that, again, we know that magic is a thing. So let's move on to Red Eye for now. So one of the biggest problems, or one of the most dangerous things that come with fighting the Legion themselves, are like soldiers getting infected, and just being in like the battlefield, or even just being near these things can infect you. Because again, coughing, the air, anything, it's like an airborne virus that you can't really avoid. So around 2016, yeah, in 2016, there's this like medical compound thing that gets created called luciferase, and its whole purpose was to slow the onset effects of the white chlorination syndrome, but it doesn't cure it. It just slows down how quickly you become insane. Soldiers that were exposed to this were able to fight the Legion without fear, though, as they, even if they got infected, they would still be sentient for the most part, at least for a good while before going insane. So these soldiers were known as the First Crusade Squadron, and they were able to finally fight back and actually win a few battles. But at the end of the day, they're defeated. After doing more research on luciferase, they find out that it's more effective on children and teenagers, and you can kind of see where this is going. So they're able to they start looking for kids that have just like exemplary physical like abilities. So kids that are fit, kids that are tall, kids that seem to have promise to maybe have good genes in that way. And luciferase will work a lot better on them. So an organization is created known as the Hamlin Organization to train young soldiers to fight the Legion. And all these little kids were known as Crusaders. So the Hamlin Organization's methods were obviously pretty questionable. They would abduct orphans, and then they would basically kind of manipulate them into service, just because of like how physically fit they were, and because of the luciferase, right? So because of it, it did work. And they were able to just get more research done on this shit. So these Crusaders were eventually expanded to an international level, and it brought the war to a standstill. Despite this, obviously, a lot of people were really against it, specifically Japan, because obviously they didn't like the idea of kidnapping children and then forcing them to become child soldiers. And from this, we ended up getting something known as Plan Snow White. So if you recall, when we played through NieR, we would see this every now and again through some of the like loading screen just images. So let's get into that a little bit. So Plan Snow White was created by the Hamlin Organization with hopes to maybe invent a weapon that they could use without needing to rely on others. But again, since normal weapons didn't really work, they wanted to make a magical weapon. So they started studying the weaponization of Maso, again, the magic essence in this world, trying to create the ultimate weapon to hopefully defend Japan as best as they could, because the Legion was really fucking things up. So obviously they were testing on children now at this point. So they were already drugging children, like orphan children, and now they're testing on them to try to make magical weapons, like magical biological weapons. So we eventually got a classified lab, or a secret lab known as the National Weapons Laboratory. And when it was made, it was disguised as a mansion, and the lab itself was underneath the mansion so that it wouldn't attract suspicion. So if you remember when we did again the NieR playthrough, when we got to Emil, it's that mansion. So we ended up having a bunch of children that were tested on with Maso, and there were two children that are very relevant, and those would be Emil and his sister Halua. So they were not necessarily the first children to be tested on, but they are basically the most important because they're the only ones that we kind of keep track of throughout the game. So, of course, Halua was Emil's older sister, and she was known as Experiment 6, while Emil was Experiment 7. So, while the facility itself, again, was testing on children, it wouldn't they wouldn't abuse children per se, but I mean they still are abusing children by testing on them, but they wouldn't say beat them or chain them up and shit. They would treat them like, you know, kids, like an orphanage almost. Even though it was an orphanage, it wasn't really like a good one. It was just, you know, an orphanage. Anyways, there was a bunch of children in this orphanage that had the potential to be experimental weapons as well. But at the end of the day, Halua and Emil were the two that had like the most promise, so they were the ones that were chosen. And now there is, like I mentioned at the start of the stream, there's a bunch of like short stories that go into a lot of this. Let me try to find the name of the book one more time. One second. It was Grimoire NieR Revised Edition. So it was a strategy guide and a world building guide. So a bunch of the stories from it, it has a bunch of novellas. All of them have been translated, and they are in the NieR wiki if you want to read them. Literally the entire thing is there. So I'm going to just summarize kind of what happens in it. For some, I will go into more detail than others, but I mean, for the most part, we don't have to worry too much about it. Let me get a picture of Emil and Halua actually on screen. Here we go. So it is them. So here we have the brother and sister duo. So Emil's on the left, Halua's on the right. There we go. Okay. So, like I mentioned, there is a story. This one is the Stone Flower. And there we get to read things from Halua's point of view, as she lived through the orphanage, how she saw it, and how it kind of really sucked. So, the other children and her were constantly put through tests, physical and mental tests, which, like, they were kind of produced as if they were like school lessons. So that's what they were like. Like these experiments were presented as like school lessons. Also, hey Timo. So everyone in this facility spoke Japanese because again, this is in Japan, and even though it wasn't their native language, they were over time. Emil and his sister were taught like some basic Japanese. They kind of learned to speak the language, and they were, you know, basically in this facility for a few years. One of the only like positive experiences that they ever had at this facility, again the mansion itself, was a scientist who treated them as if they were her own children. So she was a very kind person, she was very warm, right? She was gentle, and both Halua and Emil kind of considered her to be their mother figure. They kind of didn't really have anything else, obviously. Like, their parents are gone, they're orphans, and they're in an orphanage. And they refer to her as a sensei, right? That's what they just call her. So, throughout the entire like time at the orphanage, Halua really wanted to believe that Sensei was different than the other scientists, because she always, you know, was nice to them. But despite this, she thought to herself, well, might as well be safe than sorry, right? Because for all you know, she's just pretending to be nice, right? So, ever since arriving, she constantly tried to stay by Emil's side. I mean, obviously, they're brother and sister. She loves him very much. And Emil, at this age, was still like a young kid, so he was pretty ignorant to everything that happened. So for example, like he would just, you know, whenever he would be doing something like playing the piano, he would just bang on the keys a lot, or he would, whenever he would draw the same thing over and over again. And he was always smiling, right? Because he was an ignorant kid, right? He was young, he still had his innocence and everything. And it was Halua who was constantly, you know, keeping an eye out on both of them. She would keep track of the lessons that they were taught, what they ate, what they would drink, the adults that they would end up meeting, and, you know, what the adults would talk about. And over, like, as time would go on, she basically came to the conclusion that she couldn't trust anyone. Sensei was kind of the only exception, but like despite this, she still had to be cautious around her because she kind of couldn't do anything about their situation, right? She was just a kid inside of this orphanage. Anyways, and she wasn't going to be able to do anything when the day came when Emil and her would be turned into weapons, right? Because remember, both of them are the ones that showed the most promise, so obviously they're both going to be chosen to become weapons. And as we know, that's what happens. So, one day, when they were going through like a routine checkup, she is eventually escorted to a different room, and she's told by like the adults, by the scientists, that she has a very serious illness and she has to go through surgery in order to have her life saved. Obviously, she knows that they're lying because she didn't feel sick and she didn't trust anyone. And she was panicking and crying and worrying about a meal and everything, but she couldn't do anything. So they strapped her down and they held her in place, and everything fades to black. When she comes to, she's taller, she feels weird, and her body is completely different. She ends up looking like a skeleton. So she had been completely like transmogrified into an experimental weapon, number 6, and she was called the ultimate weapon. So she was just designed, or she was created to fight back against the hordes of the Legion, which we covered a while ago. So she was so strong that she could utilize magic just by wishing for it, and she could destroy like anything. Well, she could destroy anything in various ways, I mean, but by this point, like, she wasn't a human anymore. Instead, she was basically like a monster. Despite being a monstrous creature, she was still conscious of what she was doing and what she could see and how she would act. But she was still afraid, like, as she would overhear like scientists refer to her as a weapon. And it wasn't until then that she realized what this facility was and what the children were going to be used for, which was, again, to turn them into whatever she is now. So instead of becoming afraid of this, Halua got really fucking pissed. And like, the power that she now has just broke out, and she was able to break free from her constraints, and she starts going through like the walls of the facility on a rampage, and she's killing everyone that she can, and it was incredibly brutal. And she was trying to, at this point, she was just looking for her brother to try to make sure that he was safe. And eventually she comes across Sensei, which obviously breaks her heart. And even though she thought that she could, you know, trust and, you know, like, just rely on her, because she made her feel welcome, she made her feel loved, she was heartbroken. So when she meets with Sensei, or when she sees Sensei, she kind of sees what looks like an apologizing stare from her, like, coming from her, because she kept looking at her and saying that she was sorry. But she kind of couldn't hear a thing, and she was already, like, again, she was running through the walls, and she kind of just runs her down, right? And all you can see is like her white coat like gets shot at the wall, and it just stains like the facility walls with like just blood and gore. So not much she could do there. She kind of couldn't stop. So let's see, hold on, where the fuck was I? So obviously, yeah, so we know that Halua wasn't the only one that gets turned into a weapon. Emil was as well. But unlike Halua, who was meant to fight against the Legion, Emil was created to be a backup plan in case she ever went crazy. And he was given the power to turn anything into stone in case they lost control of Halua. And she was considered too dangerous to stop Emil. Sorry, if she was considered too dangerous to be stopped, Emil would kick in and use his powers to petrify her, which he did by looking at her, and she turned to stone. Halua at this point accepts her fate. She realizes that she doesn't want to hurt anyone anymore, and she gives up and goes to sleep. So after after this incident, the experiments with Maso that were done on humans were considered way too dangerous, and they scaled the shit back, because if it wasn't for them learning what happened with Halua, they probably would have made a bunch more of these, and if they couldn't contain them or control them, well, everyone would kind of die. So, let's see, give me a second. Right, so after this, Emil goes back to being cared for by the scientists, and even though the experimental weaponization project failed, mainly from Japan's like own greed, we were able to let's see, hold on, like despite while all this stuff was happening, like the Crusades were still successful, and they have been slowly proving more and more capable as time goes on. Because remember, all this experimentation is happening at the same time as we have other child soldiers that are being injected with like experimental drugs so that they don't transform into monsters, and they're fighting off members of the Legion all over Japan. So so we now skip to the year 2030, essentially. So give me 1 second. God. So yeah, my notes are a little more scattered compared to before, but again, it's a fuck ton. We're only a third of the way through, or a fourth of the way through, I mean. So, so the Crusades have been going on throughout this entire time, and we skip to the year 2030. So we have Red Eye, the leader of the Legion, is fighting in Jerusalem, and he manages to be slain by the leader of the 13th Crusade unit. I don't know what the fuck he was doing in Jerusalem, but he dies there. So the commanding officer who dealt the final blow is mortally wounded during the conflict, and he dies shortly after. But with Red Eye being defeated, the Legion is uncoordinated, and they scatter, and they're much more easily able to be taken out. Because again, they're not organized as they were before, and they're not as huge of a threat as they were when Red Eye was actually commanding them. But anyway, so that's basically like what happened with the Legion, and now let's look at more of the white chlorination syndrome. So there was no real way to cure the white chlorination syndrome, which again, as I mentioned before, it's essentially what came from the Queen Beast from Drakengard 1. That's what was spreading throughout people and turning them all into mindless zombies, essentially, like mindless berserking creatures, as they were basically told that they were going to form a pact. So you either form a pact with God to help destroy humanity, or you become a statue of salt. So those who did go berserk were those who agreed to side with God, right? So so what would happen is that it's, like I mentioned, it's not really a disease, it's more of a pact with one soul, and with one's soul, and the soul which is in danger what would happen was the soul again could be in danger, but this is what happens when you remove the soul from the body and you basically protect it. So the soul gets removed from the body and you become a mindless like creature. So give me a second because my notes are fucking weird. I was writing this while running on like 3 hours of sleep. Right, so essentially what ends up happening is when you try to make a pact, remember, you make a pact with a living creature, and if you make a pact and you die, the creature that you made a pact with dies. But the way they're making this pact with God basically works in the sense that you're making a pact, but if you die, nothing happens to God, basically. And since there's nothing to form a pact with, it's kind of left alone, and through the use of Maso, they like that's how the pact is made. It's very weird. I didn't understand it too well, but just know that when they're making these pacts, they're not 100% accurate. Or sorry, they're not 100% lethal in the sense that, again, if you die, whatever you made a pact with doesn't get affected. So you can still die, so that doesn't matter, but they don't. And your soul is also just kind of left in limbo. So this the clonation syndrome again came from a pact with the giant, like the queen beast, and the watchers, as well as the gods, as well as the god. Now scientists were trying to use Angelus's corpse for making pacts, and what they ended up doing was they started creating vessels that would hold someone's soul and refining that through the dragon's corpse so they could make the pact itself. Because you can still make a pact with a corpse, which is weird. So when the pact would be initiated, the soul is taken from the body and exchanged with another being, in this case Angelus. But since Angelus is dead, there's no soul to exchange. So what scientists were basically doing, or what it allowed scientists to do, was pull the soul out of people with no like repercussions. And this was in the year 2014. That's when they officially managed to do it correctly. So what would happen is a soul would be removed from a test subject's body and then stored and then reunited. So this is what this was an operation that we saw some bits and pieces of in the NieR playthrough, known as Project Gestalt. So in this case, the term itself, Gestalt, can be, you know, a little weird, but it's basically in terms of NieR, it's another term for talking about the soul. So whenever you hear me mention Gestalt, in this case, it's referring mainly to the soul. And since this was 2014 and still early into everything, the public didn't like this idea. Obviously, people were kind of confused and kind of not happy about the fact that, you know, like, imagine, again, it's the year 2014 and you're learning that God is out to kill everyone, and the only way to save yourself is to have your soul extracted and forming a pact with a dead dragon. Like, obviously, people didn't like this. But anyways, as time went on, we kind of start to come to the conclusion that you can't cure white chlorination syndrome, or if you can, it's going to take forever. And Project Gestalt was probably like the best chance that people had, and it eventually got greenlit. The only thing is that removing a soul from a body didn't come without problems. Obviously one of the biggest problems is the body itself. So the soul itself, like a human soul, can't age, and it will survive as long as it can without aging like a single day. The body that the soul is in, however, is still organic, right? So it will rot as time goes on. So this is where we got the idea for replicants. So replicants were created as vessels, and they're just based, or their entire, like, the entire creation of the replicant was based on the genetic information of the person that provided its data for it. So they're basically shells of people. That's what the replicants are. And they were designed specifically to be perfect copies of the person whose soul, like, you know, they got the data for. So now that we've got souls and now that we've got replicants, Project Gestalt could basically store all of humanity's souls for as long as they needed until the fight with the Legion was done and the white chlorination syndrome was finally, like, removed from the world. And everything could go back to the way it was without, you know, like, needing to ever lose humanity. So theoretically, every human, sorry, hold on. Right. So they fight off the Legion, white chlorination syndrome is wiped out, and we no longer have to worry about this shit, right? So that's basically what Project Gestalt was trying to do. Now, In order to make sure that all of this would go off smoothly, Project Gestalt ended up making a bunch of units known as Devola and Popola. So, 1 second. Let me get a picture of them up on screen. So here we have both Devola and Popola. So there they are. Yes, replicants are basically just human-like shells that are exact copies of whatever human they made a replicant of. So an example which we learn about in the game is NieR, right? NieR, everyone in the world of NieR, they're all replicants. They're all perfect copies of whatever they used to look like, of whatever they were before, whatever their human self was like. And that's what the replicants are. They're just direct copies of them. So NieR is a copy of someone. He's a replicant of one of these like souls that they used. And that's what Devola and Popola are almost, sorry, Devola and Popola are not replicants. They are actually like robots. They're more like androids, actually. And they're more like clones than robots, if that makes sense. So they still age, but without all the like human parts like aging. So androids are technically, sorry, so Jesus fuck, sorry, my notes are kind of weird. 1 sec. So we had we had several Devola and Popola units, right? They're created. And unlike replicants, sorry, these two are androids, right? So replicants can age and die. They cannot, because they're androids, and androids are forever like ageless, right? So it's Devola and Popola's job to oversee like all of the replicants and just hope that they can get rid of like the Legion as time goes on. Yeah, Detroit become replicant. And while they're doing this, like as time goes on, they collect all the negative Maso and get rid of it. They like dispose of it, because that's all that's causing like the white chlorination syndrome as well, right? So anyways, they oversee like the maintenance of things, and even if like a replicant body were to die, it's up to Devil and Pop. Like their whole job is just to make another one. So they go from place to place, or they're established in villages or towns or cities. They have a record of like everyone that lives there, and if someone dies, they just make another one, which is fucking weird, right? And they keep doing this until it's time for like the soul and body to be reunited. So there's a few problems with this, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Just know that it's pretty hard to try to pull this shit off, right? Because what they wanted to do was return every single human soul like back to their bodies. But it like obviously things could go wrong, and like shit does, right? As we find out, as we found out while playing through NieR. So a failsafe was they needed to implement a failsafe to ensure that this would actually be pulled off. And by doing so, the failsafe, what they wanted to do was they wanted to force every single soul into the replicant's body. And they wanted to do this on a large scale, like worldwide. But this would require so much fucking magical power that it would be pretty hard to do just out of nowhere. So we ended up getting something known as the Grimoire Project. And that they never like go into exactly what grimoires are, but the gist of it is that they're books, right? And they have so much magical energy in them that in order to actually be used, or in order for them to be for that magic to be contained, and for the grimoires to actually be useful, they need to be imbued with a soul in order to unlock its true power. So the Hamlin organization were the ones who provided their own resources, and they were the ones that kind of kickstarted this whole project. So By this point in the story, they had Red Eye had been defeated, and the Hamlin organization merged into Project Gestalt. So they had their child soldiers, and then we had those that were trying to become biological weapons or biological magical weapons. So all those children that were given Luciferus to fight against the legions, again, they weren't immune to to becoming infected. Remember, like, just all this did was slow it down, and eventually the kids would like be afflicted, by the white chlorination syndrome. So what they ended up doing was they found 13 kids, and the Hamlin organization basically put them together. They kidnapped like 13 of the most powerful like soldiers that they found, and they threw them in a room, and they gave each one of them a unique grimoire, and they basically ordered them to kill each other because only two would be allowed to live. Which is just super fucked up. So this is from the story And Then There Were None, which again came from the World Guidebook that I mentioned. Essentially, the protagonist is one of the child soldiers, and he was part of the 13th Crusade, who took down Red Eye, and it's been a few years since then. So now he's in his late teens, and he was basically like a pretty capable soldier, and he was one of the few lucky ones who was skilled enough to survive. And he wakes up in this room with 12 other soldiers from different branches, and he only recognized one of them, who was a girl that was also part of the 13th Crusade. The thing is that she wasn't really as seasoned as a soldier as he was, since he was able to like fight more, and she was kind of, well, she wasn't ready really to be a soldier, but they still deployed her anyways. She was able to learn pretty quickly and was still a formidable like soldier, but you know, she wasn't really ready to go out in war. Anyways, the protagonist during this war the protagonist was able to save her during the war, but eventually they were split up, and this is the first time they've seen each other in like 3 years or something. So as all of the 13 kids kind of like wake up and they realize that they're in a room, confusion kind of breaks out. Everyone's confused. It's just a bunch of kids, and they have a book in front of them. Eventually the confusion turns to panic, and a man and a woman begin to like argue about like what the fuck is going on, and it starts to get violent. The man goes and like tries to, like the boy, right? It's a boy and a girl. They're kids. So the boy grabs the girl's arm, but as she does, the grimoire at her feet like opens up, and a black hand comes out of it and crushes his hand to death. Like crushes his hand and then crushes him to death. So the corpse of the guy was then sucked into his book, and the color changes, or the color of the book changes, and then a face appears on the cover. Obviously, this shocks everyone. They're all kind of just stunned, silently looking at the book and what just transpired. And then shit breaks out, and hell breaks loose, and everyone starts to panic. They want to understand what the books like do, like what the fuck is going on. And then you hear some voices on the intercom come on, and they basically are speaking in different languages, because remember, these are all kids from the various crusades, and they come from different branches all over the world. So it's just a bunch of voices talking in different languages, and they basically tell them they have to use the books to kill each other, and only two can survive. Like, that's the message that they're given. So that's it. Without any like further explanation or anything, they just start fighting each other. Like, things break out physically, and people just start to just beat the shit out of each other. Again, this is all done physically instead of magically, which is kind of what the whole point of this experiment was for. Anyway, the girl was jumped, and she is strangled to death by another participant, and then her body gets sucked into her book. Now, she is eventually known as Rubrum, which means red in Latin, and her book is actually the one that we encounter in the library when we meet Emil. It's the kind of... Actually, I can find it, and I can show it. We see her for like at one point, and that's it. We never hear her speak, I believe. But let me find it. You remember this thing? One sec. So this is the book that she gets turned into, right? So this is Rubrum. Her pages are, of course, like a bloody red, right? And that's what that's her book. So let's see, hold on. So she gets strangled to death, yeah, and then she gets sucked into the book. The other two participants try to jump the protagonist, or sorry, the man that the boy that just killed her, but they fall to the ground and they all die in a very painful manner, like before they were able to kill him. So one thing that's speculated is that the observers, like those who were overseeing the experiment, had some sort of kill switch to kind of get rid of anyone that tries to kill like with their bare hands instead of using magic, which is what they wanted. Because again, they're trying to understand how magic works and they want to unlock its power. So they want these soldiers to like unlock the potential of the grimoires so that they can manipulate it. And everyone quickly went back to like studying their books after they saw that these two guys were like just killed on the spot. So the protagonist and the girl attempted to like work together to be the two survivors, but obviously they couldn't. So let's see. Or hold on, did I skip ahead? Oh, I did. Sorry, no. This was a girl that got jumped. My bad. But sorry, my notes are just like the girl, the protagonist. I didn't specifically. So a girl got jumped. She got turned into a book, and then the two guys got killed. Then the protagonist and the girl. So the protagonist, I guess at this point I should just refer to my name. So it's Vice, right? Vice and Rubrum attempt to work together, right? And they try to like fight off everyone. So you know they start shooting spells out. Eventually she gets skewered by a black lance and she fucking dies. Obviously, Vice cries out. She was like his friend, kind of. And he ends up activating his grimoire and everything goes white and countless letters begin to appear like everywhere. And when he came back to his senses, like everyone in the room was dead and they were all skewered amongst like the black spears that you get in NieR. So it turns out that he wasn't the one that did this. His grimoire was the one that protected him from the attack. The one who would eventually become NieR. So it was the other, like another book user. So at the end of the experiment, only Vice and NieR were the ones that remained. And obviously everything was a lie. So they weren't really allowed to live. They were just the only ones that, actually used magic to perform the exam that the observers wanted. And let's see, so just like everyone else, they had the like kill switch kicked in and they were absorbed into their books. However, unlike the others, these two were still sentient and they were still alive, and they became instrumental, of course, in Project Gestalt's plans. So they got absorbed into their respective books. And somehow I think Rubrum was still also sentient to an extent, but not sentient to the point where she could speak. But Vice and Schwartz, or NieR, sorry, could speak. Anyway, so NieR became like a new instrument to basically separate the soul from the body. And now things could be done through NieR and Vice. Sorry, through NieR. And Vice was like the tool that would reunite the soul and body. So that was their whole purpose. One took the soul out, the other put the soul back in. That was the entire point of them being created. Right, and their whole point again was to be a sort of fail-safe and activation system. So when NieR and Vice are activated at the same time, essentially a massive amount of energy is created that will send every soul back into their replicant body. So that's what Devil and Popola are waiting for. So then both get triggered, and then everyone kind of goes back to where they should be. So when it comes to the other grimoires, it's implied that they're kind of meant to be like part of like a reserve system, so they just have extra energy to support both Noir and Vice in case they need it in the future. Since let's see, yeah. They were just like the rest of the other 11 books or so were just there as backups in case they needed more energy. They would be able to supply both Noir and Vice. But now let's start moving on to the NieR cast itself. Let's give me another second here. Okay. So, jeez. All right. So starting with the cast of NieR, let's focus on NieR and Yona a little bit first. So, basically, their entire background is that they're brother and sister, right? As you know in the original game. When the game got localized and brought to the West, it was father and daughter. But they've kind of retconned that, and now it's just, you know, both of them are siblings, so that's canon, right? They kind of stopped the whole thing where they thought it was stupid to bring like a dad and daughter to this. Anyway, this doesn't change anything. It's like, you know, it doesn't really affect anything. It's just for convenience sake, I guess. Also, NieR is not really the protagonist's name. He doesn't have a name, like a canon name, but everyone just goes by NieR. Like, fans just refer to him by NieR. Like, it's kind of what everyone goes with. Anyway, his and Yona's backstory is kind of like as simple as things can be. So they were just siblings. We don't know much about their parents. They just died, you know, or they disappeared, probably probably at the hands of the Legion or something. We just know that this happened in the modern day. And despite this, we have Yona and NieR just being left alone. And it's basically NieR's like job as the older brother to kind of care for her since she's very sickly. So Yona's immune system is pretty shit, and she's always in a weakened state. She's not really affected by white chlorination syndrome, but she is just very sickly as a person. So both of them are basically like traveling from help center to help center in all of Japan, trying their best to survive, because again, at this point, just there's just a bunch of creatures out there killing things. There's obviously it's a very dangerous world. So kind of unlike NieR and Yona, is a lot more unique. So she's not really a normal human, but she was essentially an experiment. So she was born of the DNA of her grandparents, which, you know, they're kind of her parents. They're not really her grandparents, but you get the point. Anyways, so hold on. Here we go. So yeah, so Kaine is known as she is a designer baby. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a child that is like their genes are handpicked so that, you know, they're made to be whatever like the parent wants them to be. It's a very weird thing, but anyway, that's what Kaine is. So she's been genetically like altered, and it is basically just another experiment. But anyway, she was created because her grandmother Kali wanted her to be created. So Kali just pretended to be her grandmother. Like, that was her cover story, because obviously she can't tell Kaine that Kaine was a creature created out of nothing to, you know, be a perfect like child soldier, basically. Because Kali herself was a war hero. So Kali was actually part of the crusade that killed Red Eye, and even though the person that killed Red Eye was not her, she was the one that was given the credit for killing him. She was the vice captain of the 13th Crusade, and for some reason just Kali was given the recognition instead of like the guy who actually did. So because of this, she's recognized as a hero, and she was given a bunch of money. and she used all that money to invest into like science, into military science research, and she becomes incredibly rich. So she ends up marrying a guy who she met during her service, and then she tries to spend the rest of her life trying to be normal. So her time in the war obviously greatly traumatized Kali, as did, you know, imagine just seeing like your friends and family die. Obviously that's gonna fuck with you, all at the hands of the Legion. So as time went on, she became like very brash and, you know, very vulgar. You hear that in her language. You hear that in Kaine more than anything. So Kaine was raised to be a very kind woman, but every now and again she would get into a spat with her grandmother, and obviously she would, you know, start swearing like a sailor. Anyway, Kaine lived a perfectly normal life. Again, it was strict, but let's see. So essentially, what Kali wanted was to have a child that could protect her from the Legion in case anything happened in her old age. So that's kind of why Kaine was created, just to be like like a bodyguard essentially, and that's it. She just wanted to have like a warrior daughter. Even though she like has her own private military like that she pays for, she still wanted like a warrior daughter. Anyway, so this kinda is a lot different from the one that we meet later on. Again, she's more reserved, she's more ladylike because she has to be. The kinda that we meet later is obviously different. So this kinda is a lot more soft spoken, and the other one's a lot more violent. So what else? That's basically it. Yeah. Okay. So next, we move on to another story. So this is the boy, the girl, and the weapon. So what starts this is basically an unexpected Legion attack. Because again, at this point, like Red Eye has been dead, and the Legion wasn't like super coordinated or as dangerous. So they were basically dealt with by smaller local forces instead of some sort of crusade. And in this story, this attack that happened, this attack that occurred, they were being led by a Red Eye, but not the Red Eye, if that makes sense. So essentially another like very strong member of the Legion came out of nowhere, and they are just a Red Eye like Legion member, but not the original Red Eye. Now, one thing I did forget to mention, some people speculate that Kaim from Drakengard was the original Red Eye. That's just a fan speculation, but again, that can't really be a thing because Angelus died, and if Angelus died, so did Kaim. So unless somehow like Kaim was given like the pact by God or some shit to become a Red Eye, he's dead, right? So it's very unlikely that the original Red Eye was actually Kaim. Anyway, this story kind of treats the term Red Eye kind of like as a rank or classification of a Legion member. So, you know, there's various tiers in the Legion. Being a Red Eye is like the most dangerous one. So, but yeah, so this Red Eye is not the leader, but he's just a very dangerous and powerful like Legion member. But anyway, so we're just gonna stick to using the term Red Eye, but it's not really the Red Eye. Anyway, so there's an attack on Shinjuku. Panic breaks out, and then everyone freaks the fuck out. And during this attack, we have Yona, who is in the middle of the chaos, and all of these civilians are just running, and she ends up getting separated, and she ends up running to like a nearby mansion, which is where Kaine's family happens to be in. So Kaine obviously is very nice, and she agrees to take Yona in and let her like stay there until everything kind of breaks down or dies down, I mean. And of course, as this chaos is going or is happening, NieR tries to find his sister because he has no idea where the fuck she's at. He's asking everyone if they've seen a girl that looks like her, and they point her to the mansion. Oh, they point him to the mansion, and he just manages to like go in and find her, right? So while all of this is happening, um, where is it? We still have Emil here. So ever since the incident with his sister, Emil has been in the care of the like remaining scientists. After the project was kind of like downsized. And luckily for him, like these scientists were a lot more caring and more empathetic towards Emil, and so he was being treated like normally. Anyway, the main thing to take away from this is that they treat him like a human instead of like as a weapon. So it seems to be a lot better of an environment really than anything else. So this is only for a while until we got a new character whose name was Yuda, which would eventually be known as Tyran. He decides to well, he's a fucking asshole, and he's the chief of like the squad that's supposed to lead like the special like biological organism department, and is also like the commander of the area of the Shinjuku defense team. So the dude is just really high ranking in the local military, and he's a fucking cunt. He is a very bloodthirsty, ruthless like asshole, and he will use force or do whatever he needs to kill like the Legion, even if it's killing innocents. It doesn't matter, and he just does what he wants because he's got a high position. He's also just very smart and has a very specific way of getting things to work in his favor. Anyways, but he's widely known to be just very violent, right? He ends up raiding the facility that holds Emil and takes him hostage because he wants to use him as a weapon to fight against the Legion that's invading, as well as the Red Eye Legion member. And so this kind of just goes to show you like how much of a fucked up person this guy is. Anyway, Emil doesn't want anyone to be harmed, so he goes with him. But anyways, where else? So he leads Emil out, and they make their way over to Kali's mansion, or out of Kali's mansion. When they arrive, just a bunch of weapons are deployed, and one of the more notable weapons is a P-22 unit. So this is basically an earlier version of what we would later see in the game as P-33. So if you recall, when we did the junk heap section after the 5-year skip, there was a giant robot that we encountered. That giant robot was P-33. So P-22 is just an earlier version of him. So anyways, it ends up shooting the Red Eye with like a laser, and it cuts its arm off. But it grows back, basically. Well, actually, more arms grow out of like the hole that was left from the arm that got cut out, and from those arms, like more members of the Legion come out of it, which is fucking weird. Anyway, obviously, this Red Eye is a lot more powerful and dangerous than anyone could have like predicted, and the damage extends onto the mansion. And inside of it is Emil, Yona, and Kaina, as well as her grandparents. Red Eye makes his way inside while the Legion attacks Yona, attack Yona and his forces. Kaina's grandfather is stabbed trying to save Kali, and when he tries to pass on like some advice to Kaina about how things are like gonna get worse, he gets crushed to death. So that sucks for him. So the Red Eye keeps on running rampant within the mansion. They grab Emil. Yuda grabs Emil and basically tells him to like fucking use his powers to kill them, to try to turn them all into stone, even his own men, since Yuda of course has no sympathy for any of this. And Emil is like begging him to stop because he doesn't like what he's being forced to do. Yuda kind of just drugs him. He gives him some sort of drug that makes him go berserk. He loses control of his powers, and yeah, it just like things just go to shit, right? So he loses control of Emil, and Red Eye is still breaking shit. So Yuda leaves the scene at this point. He runs away. He's like, well, I can't do shit. Like, I can't stop Red Eye. And then the guy that was supposed to is now drugged and going berserk. So that's not going to do anything. For Kaine, unfortunately, well, her grandfather just died, and Kali is there, like, kind of contemplating the death of her husband, and she just feels regret and all this shit, and she never told her daughter Kaine about like what she is. And before she has the chance to tell Kaine like what she really is, what she was made for, Red Eye grabs her and swallows her whole, which causes Kaine to obviously get really pissed off and confused, and she just feels like a bunch of like rage flowing through her. Anyway, she feels this dark power deep inside of her, and she screams out in pain, and she ends up losing control, and she ends up entering this like rampaging state. Like, she goes berserk, and she essentially unlocks her hidden powers, and she rips open Red Eye's stomach with her bare hands and is able to pull out Kali alive somehow. Kaine then proceeds to rip like Red Eye apart. She fucking like tears him to shreds, and after this, that's it. Like, the Legion and the Red Eye are no longer a problem. So now it's just Emil and Kaine who are both berserk for some reason. And let's see. And NieR feels responsible for this. Like it's not really explained why. He just kind of feels guilty that both of them are going crazy. So while he can't do anything, he just starts yelling at them and begging them to stop. And like, this kind of eventually works, and both of them kind of come back to their senses. And that's it. There's no real explanation for this, but it's assumed by people that this was caused by multiple timelines kind of coming together and like bleeding into each other, and they feel this connection towards each other. They don't know it yet, right? They don't know that they know each other, but they kind of feel this connection, and because they feel this connection, they kind of come to their senses and realize, oh shit, like, we should probably stop. Like, something snaps in their head and they're like, we should calm down. Anyways, Emil comes to his senses, Kaine comes to her senses, and then of course Emil is sedated and he's taken back to the facility. And Kaine starts holding her grandmother because she starts crying because she's obviously scared. And that's essentially what happens in that story. It's a very weird incident, but again, we're introduced to some more of the characters that we will continue to discover more as we play through NieR, which we already did. Or as we played through NieR, I mean. So, back to the Gestalt project. So, the project, like I mentioned, had some flaws, mainly when it came to separating the soul from body. So one of the like minor problems that it had was that the vessels that the souls were placed in for an indefinite amount of time were actually weak to sunlight, which is why they would later be called shades, right? So that was one of the main problems that came with this. And you know, from what we remember of the game, every single shade that we encounter is a human soul that's waiting to be reunited with its body. But most of these bodies are in storage or sleeping, or they're unconscious or something, right? But the weakness to sunlight is like one of the minor problems. The real problem that comes with this project, or that comes with shades, is their ability, or I guess not ability, but the fact that they can relapse. Like, they can relapse at any point, and relapsing is terrible. So this is basically what happens when the soul is no longer sentient, and they become berserkers. Essentially, they turn hostile and they try to kill anything. So once a Gestalt ends up relapsing, the person that they once were is completely gone, and they cease to be. So now they're just some mindless monster that has no like physical form, right? They're just a shade. And every single Gestalt that was created would unfortunately inevitably relapse, whether it was immediately or slowly over time, or eventually everyone who was turned into a Gestalt would slowly begin to become less sentient as time went on. So, if left unattended, right, the plan was going to be a failure, and the plan was a failure, and everyone was still going to die eventually. So, after doing some analysis, it was revealed that the only way to stabilize a Gestalt, a Gestalt's self-awareness, was that they needed like a solid source of purified Maso from a person who was able to maintain his being after being transformed. So what they mean by this is that the only way you could not lose your shit is if you were returned to a body that was a perfect genetic match to your own original body. So we had this commission be created, the World Purification Commission, that kind of worked in tandem with the Hamlin organization, and they figured out that the best way of producing someone like this was through the grimoires themselves. So NieR was selected for this, and many clone duplicates were created, and they were so they chose Grimoire NieR, and they made a bunch of clones of NieR, and then they handed these clones of NieR to like various government facilities, and they mainly focused on poverty-stricken areas and refugee camps, and they were told to hand out copies of Grimoire NieR to everyone in hopes of finding a Gestalt that is a perfect match to the book's power. So obviously this wasn't as smooth, or it didn't go as smoothly as they wanted, because a bunch of people just were fucking being killed. If they weren't a perfect match, they were immediately turned into a shade, right? They would immediately relapse. And let's see. And it could have been like hundreds or even thousands of people who fell victim to this. So this is where we finally start NieR. If you recall, when we started the game, we started in like a supermarket, right, with NieR and Yona. So this is when they enter like the plot, for reals, at least the main NieR plot. So it's been like 3 years or so since the events at the mansion, and Yona is obviously still sick. So in hopes of trying to find some medicine that can help her out, they enter like one of the relief centers. But they sense that something isn't right, and they get out, right? So obviously something went to shit, they leave. And they're able to witness others who were there handed like the grimoires, and they would be transformed into like gestalts. So NieR obviously sees this, and he runs away. He realizes that like whatever like these people are being given, they're probably lab rats or something. Yona and NieR are able to escape, and they manage to run or hide inside of an abandoned supermarket. So this is where the game starts. So they're exhausted, they're fucking tired, and they try to just catch their breath. And NieR tells Yona never to touch the book they were given. So it just so happens that both of them were followed by those relapsed gestalts that they saw transform, and they're ambushed. So NieR's unfortunately unable to defeat them, and he relies on the grimoire's power in hopes to, you know, be able to stop them in some way, shape, or form. So he ends up touching the grimoire, and it just so happens that he doesn't relapse and is in fact a perfect genetic match that the government was looking for. That's why, from what we recall from the start of the game, NieR is able to use magic and fight off all the gestalts, right? Or all the shades. There's no problem there. So with his new strength, he's able to finally cast magic and use, you know, the full potential of NieR. And he's able to wipe out all the gestalts that were threatening them. Of course, when he returns to Yona, it turns out that since she also touched the book because she wanted to help her brother, and she wasn't a match for the book, she begins to relapse and eventually falls, she enters a coma, right? She just goes into a coma. It didn't take too long for the government to find NieR, and they basically took him to a facility where they told him, well, look, dude, if you listen to what we have to say, we will try to help you find a cure for your sister. So over the next 5 years, they put her in like a cryo sleep, and that kind of stopped her from transforming into a gestalt. So throughout those 5 years, NieR basically allowed them to do any experiments they needed to on him, in hopes of finding a cure for for his sister. Now, from this point onwards, Grimoire Noir was also told to obey NieR, and he basically became his perfect partner, right? All right. And again, sorry for being a little scatterbrained. It's a fuck ton of notes, dude. We're halfway through. We're page 45 of like 91 or some shit. So it's just a fuck ton of notes. Yeah, and I'm gonna try to like speed it up a little bit. Once we get to the NieR summary, to like the main game summary, it shouldn't be too bad because we just played through it, so I can just summarize a lot of that really quickly. But anyway, we move on to another story known as the Promise of 1,000 Tears, of 1,000 years, or was it years or tears? God damn it. 1,000 years, not tears. Yes. Jeez, I fucking wrote that wrong. Okay. So, this is a CD drama. So, this is all shit that we wouldn't have covered in the game, but, I mean, it's a CD drama. It's been translated. Again, you can find it online. And essentially what happens in this is that NieR is super worried for his sister, and like after some time passes, no cure has been found. So NieR is basically being told he's telling the government, either find a cure or I'm fucking out of here. So the government basically tells him, no, just hold off, we can fix this. And then they explain to him how this is gonna work. And essentially the way shit's gonna work is they explain replicants to him, they explain gestalts to him, and they basically tell him that they might find a cure for Yona, but it's probably going to take 1,000 years for Project Gestalt to like be complete. And NieR kind of can't really say no, because it's like if he says no, nothing's going to happen and the world is fucked. Or he can wait 1,000 years, and then maybe in those 1,000 years they can find a cure for Yona. And if they find a cure for Yona, I mean, then great. And if not, then he wasted 1,000 years, right? So if he says no, then Yona dies. And if he agrees, at least the scientists will try to help. So that's, the two sides of the coin that he's like forced to deal with. So NieR agrees, and his soul is separated from his body, and then we get a new entity that we learn about in the game, known as the Shadow Lord. So obviously it's very important. He's very important. And one thing to note is that every shade that is sentient is linked to the Shadow Lord in one way, shape, or form. Because the Shadow Lord is basically the one that's keeping them from relapsing. Like, all their lives depend on him. If he were to die, all the shades go nuts, all the shades relapse, and then everyone is kind of fucked. So it gets to the point where all the shades basically worship him, as though he were like a god. But again, if he dies, they all die. So, eventually, after some time, every human undergoes the Gestalt process, and their souls are transferred into a shade, and now it's up to Devil and Popola to make sure that all of humanity, that the will of humanity, is fulfilled, and to make their jobs a little bit easier, replicants are given like a very small amount of sentience, so they can follow very basic commands. So, now they are tasked with exterminating the Legion that's still roaming the earth and gathering as much Maso as they can, and then send it back to where it came from. But of course, things aren't as simple. After like 700 years into the Gestalt project, 700 years into this process, I mean, the replicants begin to become more sentient than they were before. And they start having their own like thought processes. So they start formulating their own thoughts, emotions, and they start to act a little bit more independently. So much so that by the year 3000 and the turn of the new millennium, almost all replicants have acquired sentience. They've become sentient, which is kind of good and kind of bad. So, one thing to note though is that the replicants themselves, their like ideas, like what they believe in, their personalities, all this shit, it's unique to them in the sense that they were created and shaped by the world around them. Meaning that, you know, just because, let's say, you had, I don't know, let's just use NieR for example. Just because NieR wants to protect a sister, right? If he didn't have a sister, just like the original Shadow Lord has a sister, he wouldn't have necessarily been so righteous to protect the sister or to help others or whatever, right? He could have been literally anything else. He could have been a farmer. He could have been some doctor or some shit, right? But because he had a sister, it just so happens that he is also very protective of her, and so on and so forth. Anyway, so as time goes on, civilizations and cultures start to develop within like where all of these replicants are located. So they start forming their little villages, they start forming their little, you know, civilizations. And even though this is happening, Devil and Popola are still able to influence them. And Project Gestalt still keeps on moving forward. And by the year 3276, stuff would happen. Where a young replicant would try to bring his dead lover back to life, because he heard that there's this forbidden land where your greatest desires can be fulfilled if you go to Jerusalem. And you go to the same place where Red Eye was killed. The replicant brings his lover's corpse there, and he wishes for her resurrection. And she wakes up. And she wakes up with fiery red eyes. So Red Eye is fucking back and he's been resurrected. She kills her lover and then goes to gather as many fucking Legion members as he can. So this shit sucks. So they exterminated this guy fucking 2,000 years ago. Like in 2008, and he's fucking back. That shit must suck. Anyway. 11 years later, Red Eye and the last of the Legion members, they begin to like march against the replicants. But some stuff happened. They challenge Red Eye, and then like Red Eye dies again, right? And hold on. Yeah, that's all I was able to get from this. I hope this specific section isn't stuff involving Automata. I almost didn't include it, but I thought, you know what, why not? Like it's probably still related to NieR, I think, and I wasn't sure. So here's hoping that this isn't Automata stuff. Anyway, afterwards, the Gestalts begin to start to move on to like the next phase of like the project. So here's where we have more of these shades coming in. So the shades again are the souls of like regular humans, and they want to like go back to their bodies, and they try to, but because the replicants are self-aware, they see these shades as monsters and body snatchers, and so they fight back. So then we have a bunch of battles break out between replicants and gestalts. So again, the replicants and the shades, and this continues on for like the foreseeable future. So, and then here's when we finally get the names for the gestalts. They get called shades officially because they're weak to light. Devil and Popola, they kind of try to influence replicants into maybe thinking like, hey, you should kind of merge with them. It's a good thing, but obviously this doesn't work. And then after about 12 years of trying things the peaceful way, they kind of come to the conclusion that it's not going to work. And so they think, well, okay, it's time to start the revival ceremony. Or use the Grimoire project to kind of force everyone to merge again. So obviously shit's not been going so well. And then with NieR and the Shadow Lord, right? The Shadow Lord has been constantly like providing Maso for all the shades, so for the entire Gestalt system for about 1200 years. And he's been awake this entire time. I don't know how the fuck he didn't go insane, but he's just been conscious this whole time. And while he was only told it would take about 1,000 years, it's been 1,200, and shit hasn't gone anywhere. So at this point, he thinks, all right, the system failed. Yona will never be revived. It's time for me to actually do something. And here we move on now to NieR and Yona once again. So we already have the entire setup for what happened before the events of the game. We got some introduction to NieR and Yona from before the events of the game, as in when they were, you know, running from place to place. And this is all like stuff that happened at the start of the game. Now we're moving on to the current NieR and Yona, the ones that we interact with in the game and the ones that we play as. So here, give me one more second. Hold on. Caught my throat. I just had to get some more water real quick. And now I lost my place. Where the fuck was I? Second. Nope. Skipped too far ahead. It was like page 40 or something. Almost there. Nope. Jeez. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here we go. Oh, jeez. Page 48. 48 out of like the 90 or so. Okay. So, moving back to NieR and Yona. God, my throat, man. It's been a while since I've spoken this much and this constantly in a while. I feel like a professor giving a fucking lecture, but I'm like giving a lecture in front of like random strangers on the internet. And I'm also reading 90 pages worth of shit instead of like 4 or 5 to give like my lecture over the course of an hour. So so replicants at this point already have like personalities, and everything was shaped by their surroundings, right? NieR manages to have a lot in common with his original version, right? Because he's got Yona, so he cares for his sister, and then, you know, this is where, of course, their commonalities like are. So in the sense that the Shadow Lord obviously cares a lot for his sister, NieR cares a lot for his sister, and that kind of works perfectly. So NieR's entire existence is just there to provide for his sister. Again, in what I'm going to be talking about again from this point onward is NieR the game, once we start with the game. So again, we have no idea who their parents are, what happened to them. All we know is that they have like very vivid memories about them, and like that's it. We don't really hear much about like the mom or dad. We kind of learn that that their father worked in like a faraway city, and he was never home. And he managed to die at some point after Yona was born. And then their mother was also like, she died at some point afterwards as well. She would tend to their garden, you know, the one that's right next to the house. And eventually she was afflicted by the black scrawl, right? What ends up afflicting Yona eventually. So to replicants, the black scrawl is an incurable disease. So it, you know, they have black runes appear in their body, and then they will eventually die. Anyone can be afflicted by this, but unlike any other like illness or whatever to appear, whether you're, you know, young or healthy or whatever, it can appear out of nowhere. and it's got 100% mortality rate. But what replicants don't know is that the black scrawl is just a reflection of what's happening to their gestalt. So like what's really going on to their real soul. So when the soul that belongs to the replicant starts to relapse, as in losing their conscience, or they die or some shit, the replicant starts to get the black scrawl, which is just a sign that means that they're going to disappear forever. Their time has come because they have no soul that's going to come back to them, right? So if the soul dies, the replicant system isn't able to like get it and find data for it, so they can't make another replicant, and that's it. They will stop existing. And like I mentioned before, replicants can be created as many times as like they need to be created, but we need a soul in order to create the replicant's body, right? So that's what would happen with where they would use the like Angelus's corpse, and they would form a pact with it, and they would make a replicant, and so on and so forth. Anyway, so replicants, like humans, will age, and they do have like a pretty normal life cycle. So it's just like a normal person. They start young, they age, they die, right? And Project Gestalt has been in place for about 1,000 years. So the replicants have gone through like a lot of lives. They grow up, they grow old, they die, and then once one of them dies, Devil and Popola makes another one from whatever soul, like from whatever soul just lost their body, and they just put another one out into the world, basically. They wipe their memory, right? They wipe their memory, and then they bring them back into the community. So in their mother's case, though, so her original gestalt ended up relapsing, and NieR's mother, well, dies too, right? She dies all of a sudden in front of like NieR when he's 10, and when he goes to Popola to like find out what just happened, she kind of can't really explain it, mainly because I mean, if she were to tell him the truth, he'd fucking lose it, right? But let's see. So she knows what's going on, but she could only like offer her condolences. She just is like, oh, she was really sick, so she passed, right? So because of Devil and Popola, the term black scrawl is what was used to describe this illness. And that's because like before they never had to explain it. So one thing that you learn as the series goes on is that Devil and Popola have to make shit up all the time to kind of answer the questions of the gestalts of all the like, you know, all the people that are just around them. And before I forget, let me do this. So let's do this actually. Hold on. 1 second. Instead of having Rubrum, let's just have these guys here in the middle now, since that's what we're going to be talking about. Okay. So, they have to constantly make shit up for all the villagers that ask them questions. And that's because they're like, you know, people are curious, so obviously they have to answer their questions. But also, Devil and Popola are genuinely kind androids. Like, they grow fond over those that they watch over, like, over time. So, that, and they were very trusted by everyone, right? Like, everyone trusted Devil and Popola. So, essentially what happened is once NieR's mom died, like, everyone in the village kind of prepared a funeral for her. They laid her to rest, and Yona was obviously much too young to remember any of this. So she was like, I think she was like 2 years old, just about. So this is when NieR started taking care of her. So as a replicant, Yona was also still very sickly as a child, but of course she suffers from something that's different compared to like her original counterpart. So Yona ends up developing the black scrawl just like her mother. She wasn't born with it, but after her parents died, that's when it started to appear in her body. The thing is, what makes her unique is that Yona is always going to be afflicted with the Black Scrawl, and that's because her soul is being kept in cryostasis. So when she touched Grimoire Noir like 1,000 years ago, her soul began to relapse. The doctors froze her, and she was permanently in a state where she's affected by the Black Scrawl. So now we have her replicant, who is also constantly being affected by this, and can't do anything about it. So as Yona grows up, right, she will constantly be in immense pain, which, well, like, sucks for her, right? So then we have the story, the red and the black. Oh god. All right, so in this story, it's another short one that, again, you can read if you want to. We learn to what extremes NieR will go for his sister and for her well-being. So as we know, Yona started developing the Black Scrawl, and he, of course, becomes very worried. She becomes very sickly, and, you know, she's not really affected by something like a cold, right? She has immense pain as, like, her arm is just, like, crawling with black runes, right? So obviously he's worried. He goes to Popla. He asks her, like, how he can cure this, and Popla basically tells him that there's no cure for it, but there's medicine that can make the pain go away, at least, or make it more bearable, make the disease more bearable. So the ingredients aren't local, which means that they're very expensive. So NieR starts doing a bunch of odd jobs just around like town, and that's why the villagers give you like very simple jobs. Again, if you recall at the start of the game, we're told, like, can you deliver this letter for me? Can you get meat for me? Can you kill some sheep? Right? It's shit that anyone can do, but they care for, like, the kids, right? They care for NieR, they care for Yona, and they know that NieR just wants to help his sister out. So they give them whatever pocket change they have for very simple tasks. If you can do this for me, I'll give you this little money, right? So that's why you're doing just a bunch of mundane, like, everyday tasks that literally anyone can do, because that's what a kid can do, and that's what they can give him money for, so that at least he does something, right? Anyway, eventually, after like some time of just doing like all these like small jobs, I mean, it's not enough to constantly like get a supply of medicine, because again, this shit's super expensive. He's told of another job that he could try to do, and that is to go to the town in Seafront, and there's some extra cash that, you know, if he's able to do like another job that was easy. He was just told to deliver a letter to someone in the city. So he makes his way to Seafront, and he turns the letter in. It's super easy, but he has no idea where the fuck he is, right? It's a huge city. It's very confusing. He gets lost, and he comes into contact with, well, another character in this story. The character is never really given a name, but obviously this guy is very important to the story, because this man is a pedophile. This man is willing to pay NieR money to satisfy his fucked up desires, and NieR initially runs away from this man, from the situation. Obviously, he understands how fucked up this is. He understands how fucked up this guy is. But against his better judgment, since he really wants to protect the sister, he eventually goes back to him on multiple occasions so that he can get money. And he hates every second of it. Every time that he goes to this guy, he fucking hates it. And that's kind of why NieR ends up wearing his hair like tied up a little bit, because he hates the feeling of it brushing back and forth on the shoulder. He kind of got traumatized from it. And eventually, like, you know, like that's just what he ends up doing. He can't really cut it because people will ask him like why he did so, and he can't really think of a reason as to why. I mean, imagine explaining to someone what you did, and that's why you cut your hair. I'm sure he could have come up with something, but I guess he's 10, so who cares? Right? He probably won't know. He probably can't think that far ahead. Anyway, this happened for a while, and eventually Devil and Popla found out. And even though they kind of shouldn't have a reason to care for like NieR, because again, remember, NieR is just a guy. He's just a guy that they're looking over who's eventually going to be reunited with the soul. And they have no real reason to care for him, but because they are caring, they tell him, you know what, you should stop going there. How about you do something that's a little more dangerous, and you help out with some of these shade extermination projects that that we have. So why don't you join the fight to fight against some of the shades, and that could probably earn you a lot more money than going to Seafront and doing other stuff. So NieR agrees, and then he joins a hunting party that was set out to take out a small nest of shades in some cave, right? In some nearby cave. It just so happens that when he ends up joining this party, he meets up with everyone, and they go and they all meet up for the first time. NieR manages to notice that one of the party members is that guy from Seafront, which kind of explains where he's getting all this extra money from. So as they go into the cave, they're essentially surrounded by like black smoke. This like thick fog like kind of just envelops the group. And they start fighting the shades, but it's kind of hard to tell who's who. I mean, like the fog makes it so that everyone kind of looks like a shade, so people just start swinging and everything. It gets to the point where NieR is able to find the guy that raped him basically and fucking kills him, like in the middle of the skirmish. And then he also manages to take out all the other shades and leave with whoever like else was there. I don't remember if anyone made it. Let me double check. No, I don't think it's specified. But yeah, it doesn't really matter as to whether, anyone else made it back. The whole point is that NieR kills the guy who raped him and goes back to like the village covered in blood. And at this point, he kind of didn't really here we kind of start to see a slight change in NieR as a character, where again, before he was doing all this to protect the sister, he's now leaning more towards like he wants to stop shades from being a threat. And he doesn't care. To him, the guy who raped him was basically like a shade, in the sense that he was a monster, right? Like NieR saw him as a monster. So he goes back to the village with the there were other, yeah, he goes back to the village with the others, and he kind of proves himself, right, as being capable of fighting shades, and that becomes his new job. So that's what ends up happening. All right, give me a sec. All right, and here's where we kind of are going to speed things up a little bit as we get to now the summary of the game itself. So, 1400 years after waiting for Yona to be cured of her disease, the Shadow Lord gives up, he stops, he loses faith in the project, and he's like, well, I gotta take shit into my own hands. So Devil and Popola try to convince him to wait just a little bit more. He doesn't give a fuck, and he starts to, he just goes with the emergency failsafe. And that was the Grimoire project. So, NieR has been up and active this entire time, following the Shadow Lord, while Vice was put into like a storage, right? He was put into a deep sleep. So, while most stories, most plots in games tend to have like a sort of master plan that is, thought of in great detail, just in case something were to happen, this would happen instead. Devil and Popola at this point are kind of just going with the flow. Because, I mean, they can't really do anything, right? Like, they were programmed to wait until X amount of time had passed. Once they noticed that certain things were in place, they are to implement this, this, and this in order to kind of reunite everyone with their souls. But now, Plan A and Plan B are out of the question. So what the fuck do they do now? So they just roll with it, right? Anyway. So, yeah, so most fans, whenever they like go through like NieR, they kind of just assume, or you know, it's interpreted in the way. Sorry, their actions are interpreted as them winging it, right? They're kind of just going with the flow as to like what's going on in the plot. Like once you find out more about them. Anyway, the reason for this is because like they are not supposed to do this, nor the Shadow Lord. We're the ones that are supposed to get Vice. So what Popla does, or what Popla ends up doing, is she basically tells NieR like, hey, you should go to like the temple and find Vice. Basically, remember when we play through the game, we're told you can sell this flower for a lot of money, but this flower is found in this temple. But I mean, it's like it's very dangerous, so you shouldn't go. So NieR goes anyways, and instead of finding the flower, he finds Vice, right? So they kind of put him on the path to do what they want. So they're using NieR, which is fucked up, but anyway. So yeah, so he gets told the story of the flower, he can get rich, right? They go to the lost shrine. Or sorry, he tries to find the flower, he can't find it. And then like Yona gets captured, right? And then they're told like, hey, you should go to the lost shrine. That's where she's at. That's probably where the because she left. No, sorry, she got captured, right, by Devil and Popla, but they tell NieR that she went to the shrine to look for the flower, because it's probably where they grow or some shit. Sorry, again, I'm confusing a few things. Either way, NieR goes to the shrine, he proves himself, he breaks a magical like barrier protecting Vice. Vice wakes up, right? And then that's where we try to like fight the two like giant machine things. And Vice has memory loss. He doesn't remember much of his life. He doesn't remember much of like what he's supposed to do. Most of his memories are gone because NieR kind of woke him up by whacking the shit out of him. Anyway, he ends up joining NieR, and both of them go back to the village, and Devil and Popla basically start to lie to NieR now. So they tell him this fake story, this fake prophecy about the Song of the Ancients, right? So if you recall, I explained what the Song of the Ancients was. We read the lyrics, and apparently what the translation is that, you know, it's a story that goes into like how there's this prophecy about an evil black book which will destroy the world, but a good white book is the one that stops it. So in order to stop them, he needs these sealed verses. No one knows what those are, but it's some magic that they need to make this prophecy come true. So obviously NieR is taken aback by this, and he's like, well, I guess we have to go with Vice, and we have to try to find these things, because if the black book is what's causing the black scrawl, then I have to stop him, right? So obviously this kicks things into gear, and that's what starts the adventure. So yeah, from here we end up going to the Airy, and that's where we try to find one of the sealed verses, because we're told that one of them is in that direction. Obviously the Airy is that area, that village that's suspended like over a canyon, remember? That's connected by all the wooden bridges and shit, and all the people are like recluses. Anyway, we get a letter, yeah, that there's like gonna be an invasion. And what else? Yeah, so NieR leaves, and before reaching the village, they manage to find a like tent, and they find a wreath in that tent that's made of lunar tears, which is what, you know, the flower that Yona was told about. And obviously this wreath belongs to Kaine. So now we can move on to Kaine a little bit. Now, I did cover most of like Kaine's backstory through Kaine's memories, so I would recommend watching the video, the last stream, so part 7, the bonus stream that we did of NieR, where I just read all her dreams. But the short of it is that, you know, Kaine's story isn't like that much different from her human counterpart, like the one from 1,000+ years ago. So her grandmother is still Kali. She's almost exactly the same as she was when she was a human. So she was a brash, like, you know, like a very vulgar like woman, except she didn't have the military background, right? She was just an older woman. So the thing is that she had no filter, and she's a lot more expressive and more loving of Kaine compared to the original one. And both of them obviously have a pretty good relationship. But Kaine loves lunar tears, of course, but they're incredibly rare flowers. Somehow, though, Kaine's grandma is still able to cultivate them. Anyway, so Kaine in NieR acts a lot like her grandma, where she's crude, she's vulgar, and that's basically it. Now, the main thing that's really important about Kaine is who she is as a replicant. So by that I mean Kaine isn't treated well by others in the village, and the reason for that is because Kaine is intersex. Now, she possesses both male and female genitalia, and the reason for that is because there was an error in the replicant system when her body was being created. So it gave her mainly a predominantly female physical appearance, but with a very large male member. So obviously the other kids bully her because of this. Now, this isn't talked about too much, but genitalia on like replicants don't work. It's just cosmetic. So they can't reproduce, right? They serve no function other than being there aesthetically, right? And because everyone's a replicant, technically anyone could be born with whatever like genitalia they wanted, but they don't know this obviously because they're replicants. And because of this, Kaine is seen as a freak and an outcast. Like, everyone mistreats her except her grandmother. So that's really, really unfortunate for her. But anyway, despite this, like, she was raised obviously like kind of normally, and her grandmother, if you recall from Kaine's dreams, would always try to call her pretty and how beautiful she is and all this shit because she fucking hates having like a dick. Like, she hates it. So she's super self-conscious about all this, and that's why she dresses very scandalously, because she would rather direct other people's attentions to like her breasts, to her legs, to her body, instead of, well, her dick, right? Anyway, and then here are my notes. I kind of go into like Kaine's dreams. So I'm gonna just super summarize this again. If you want to hear me read it, just watch the Kaine's dreams episode. But essentially, what happens is this giant lizard shade shows up, ends up killing her grandma, and this causes Kaine to go into a rage. Kaine tries to retaliate and try to fight back against this giant lizard. Its name is Hook, by the way. She tries to fight Hook. Obviously, she can't because she's just a replicant. And Hook is this giant fucking shade. Kaine ends up losing her arm and her leg. They were both torn. Sorry, she loses her arm and breaks her leg. She loses an eye, and she gets like tossed into her own fucking like house, and it's all like crumpled and like destroyed and shit. Right. Anyway, she sees her grandma die in front of her, which causes her to go berserk, and she somehow manages to like jump into the air and like stab Hook with a knife that breaks but still damages Hook a little bit. Hook manages to run away, like it retreats, and then as Kaine is about to die, she hears a voice in her head that is basically telling her that it's gonna take over her body now. So this voice that she was hearing is the voice of a shade named Tyran. So again, Tyran was originally called Yuta from a while back. So this was the asshole that like, you know, kidnapped Emil in the middle of the fight against the Red Eye and like drugged him up and tried to force him to fight, and then Emil goes berserk and then he fucking runs away. Anyway, he was the one that, you know, that Kali hired to protect him, to protect her, and he just fucking chooses to save himself instead and all this shit, right? Anyway, he started to eventually go by the name of Tyran. It got to the point where like the military kind of found out about this, and he went into hiding. The military considered his actions so deplorable that he was cut from the Gestalt program, and his replicant was destroyed. So that's when he started to call himself Tyran. Anyways, he got over, like, he tried to circumvent the replicant protocols by essentially forcing his way from replicant to replicant. So remember, since he has no replicant to go back to, his soul is eventually just gonna like disappear, right? It's gonna stop existing. But he bypasses this by stealing other people's bodies. So that's when he reaches Kaina, who's about to die. So he goes into her eye, and before she loses control of her body, she tells him that she still wants to live. So he offers to rebuild her body. So he gives her a new eye, a new arm, new leg. And if Kaina ever stops wanting to kill, he will just completely take over, and she can go fuck herself, right? Like, that's it. So he will ride shotgun, basically. He'll be in the back of her head until she stops wanting to kill. Then he will kick in and take over. Anyway, Tyran is obviously not a good person. He is a bloodthirsty psychopath, and all he cares about is killing. That's the only thing that brings him joy. It's killing others. So what brings him joy is just like seeing Kaina like full of hatred, and also her sadness, which is why he sees her like as a perfect vessel. Anyway, ever since she had a shade be a part of her body, her life just gets worse, and she started to develop the Black Scrawl. So this can either be because her original Gestalt had relapsed, or because Tyran is relapsing and he's inside of her body. So either way, kind of suffers the effects of the Black Scrawl, despite everything that's going on. So like like she just lost her grandma, people in her village fucking hate her, and then also now she has this to worry about. Anyway, we learn a little bit more as to like how Tyran tortures Kaina in a story called The Witch's Sabbath. Hold on, was it The Witch's Sabbath? 1 second. It was like, if you look it up, it'll be The Witch's Banquet as well. But yeah, so the Witch's Sabbath is like the name of the story. So it's not too long either. But the short of it is, it follows this woman that's traveling from place to place, and she ends up visiting the Eyrie. And at the end of her trip, she keeps hearing stories about Kaina, and like everyone in the village shit talks her, right? So this woman is very open-minded. She's like, there's no way this person can be like that. So she finds Kaina and wants to have a talk with her, right? Mainly because as she was leaving, she gets assaulted by shades. Kaina's able to help her, and she's like, well, you know what? Maybe you're not as bad as people say you are. So Kaina and this woman end up talking for a while, right? For the entire day. And she just starts preaching towards Kaina about like how you should be good and how this and that, right? She's like a Jehovah's Witness you just kind of let into your home. And the day passes, right? The woman decides to sleep over at, Kaina's place. And in the middle of the night, she's awoken by sounds of Kaina, or well, like Tyran forcing Kaina to masturbate, because Tyran is pretty fucked up. So, because remember, Tyran gets off to Kaina's suffering. Kaina obviously hates her genitalia, so Tyran forces her to masturbate to make himself feel better about her feeling horrible about this. And because again she's got a large dick, this terrifies the woman, and she sees like both genitalia on Kaina and freaks the fuck out. So like she starts calling her a freak and all like the same shit that everyone else in the village was calling her. And like that's it. Like at this point, like she doesn't feel bad about saying all the shit because to her, like Kaina is no longer human. She's like a monster, and that's like the kind of like effect that Tyran has on Kaina. Like he constantly works to like tear her down as much as he can. This doesn't happen too much in the game, right? Like we hardly hear of him, which is why all this shit's like supplementary material. Anyway, Kaina basically loses all connections to people. She just kills Shades, and that's all she cares about. She just wants to get revenge on Hook. But anyway, back to NieR itself. So NieR manages to reach Kaina's home. Obviously, Kaina shows up. She's fucking pissed that he's holding the wreath that her grandma gave her. We fight, and then eventually Hook shows up, right? Obviously, we end up fighting Hook, and we end up, like, scaring Hook away. So, let's see. Yeah, after that, like Kaina is, like, super tired from the encounter, so she passes out, and we head off to the area, and then that's when we find out that nothing really happens in the area because everyone's a fucking recluse. So we try to go back to like finding more sealed verses because we did obtain the first one from killing Hook, right? So we leave, and we are told that there's another one in the junk heap. Or no, hold on. Let me reread my notes here. Right, so we get the first sealed verse, and then NieR wants to go look for more, but then Popola is like, hey, you should probably get a better weapon. So then we get sent over to the junk heap, and then that's where we upgrade our sword, and then that's when we meet Jacob and Gideon. And then their story is covered in the Magic Mountain, so I won't cover that, but it's essentially what happens in the game. But we find out about like the mother, basically she used to salvage for stuff in the junk heap, and then eventually she ends up meeting a man. She tries to run away with him, and then they both die, right? So moving on from that, let me just find it here. Right, they were both killed by the facility's defense systems, and that's it. So yeah, so NieR shows up to the shop, and then the brothers, obviously they need money and food, so they tell NieR like, hey, we'll enhance your weapon, just go get the materials that we need. So we head off, we go through the facility, we find the sister, like the mother and the lover's corpse. We come back, and then we kind of, you know, tell them like, hey, this is what happened, and then we leave after they upgrade our weapon. So after this, we go back to the area, which is being overrun by Shades, and even larger numbers than before. And after helping Kaina, everyone in like everyone goes to the center, or sorry, we go to the town center, everyone being the party. The party goes to the town center, and that's where Hook is again. So we fight off Hook, and we end up killing Hook, right? And after Hook is dead, like Kaina is ready to kind of give up. So she thinks to herself, all right, I can finally let go. I've done everything I needed to. But obviously we have NieR who's constantly trying to wake her up, and it's just like, you can't give up, Kaina. Come on, like we still got more shit to do. So Kaina obviously wakes up. She doesn't give up, and she joins the party. So NieR then catches Kaina up to what's going on, explains everything, and Kaina explains that there was another kingdom that was trying to work on the cure for the Black Scrawl. So we head off to the desert, which is, you know, where we find the Kingdom of Assad. So obviously, Kingdom of Assad is a fucking weird town where they have over 124,000 different rules that make up their legal system. Now, some people hypothesize that the those in Facade were descendants of slaves. However long ago it was that you know, that they were in that area, and that's why they ended up developing this like rule system, since they kind of just needed rules to live on. Like these were people that could not go on without any sort of like structure. But anyway, So we arrive. Obviously, everyone's fucking shocked to see that there's like, you know, like all these fucking rules. We end up meeting with Fira, and then we find out, of course, that she isn't from this village, but her parents like sent her there when she was 8. The reason for this is because her parents saw her as an abomination. She had like keloids on her face. If you don't know what that is, it's like overgrown like scar tissue. So like if you ever get like a really deep scar, sometimes it'll like kind of clump up and it looks really weird. So she had some on her face and they called her like an abomination. They just told her to get the fuck out, which is really messed up. Anyways, despite this, she's sent off to Facade, and then that's where, you know, we end up encountering her. The short of it is that, you know, since she's an outsider, she really wanted to respect the rules of Facade, and one of the rules is that outsiders cannot speak. Which is fucking weird. So she's a stickler for rules, so she instead learns to communicate through gestures. And then that's basically it. Where else? Because I'm trying to skip ahead through all this, because it's like a lot of notes on that, but what else? Oh yeah, she eventually meets the prince at some point. She doesn't know he's the prince, right? But they end up becoming friends, and then afterwards she finds out that he's the prince. So, and then, oh yeah, and then at some point, kinda saves Fira from danger. She was like out doing something, and then kinda like helps her out. Anyway, so we meet up with her, and she gives us the tour of the town, right? And then when we try to go and meet with the kingdom, we're told that, hey, well, the king died of the Black Scrawl, so the prince is now the new king. But in order for him to be the new king, he has to go get like the royal mask from the royal temple. So he's gone. So obviously we go into the temple. We end up going through the trials that are in the temple, and we just fight this creature made of a bunch of like giant boxes. We get another sealed verse. The king gets his mask, and everyone goes home. So that's it. that's the entire like desert arc, like super summarized. Now we move on to the Forest of Myth, which I did not like playing through because it's me just doing what I'm doing right now, talking for an hour and a half. In this case, we're at the 3.5 hour mark. But what actually happens in the Forest of Myth is incredibly interesting. Again, I didn't like reading it too much because it's like reading out loud is one thing. I could have read that entire section in like a few minutes because I can read really fucking fast. But speaking it, like just just me talking at the same time while I'm reading all this shit, really does like take a toll on my voice. But that's fine. We do it for the content, right? And to be thorough. Anyway, the Forest of Myth is incredibly interesting. And it's also very, very, very important. So the short of it, as to like what happens is, you know, NieR has a dream of like a boy trying to say something. He can't hear him, and he's able to hear sealed verses and dreams and Forest of Myth. So he wakes up, he goes talk to Popola, and then we get told, hey, the mayor of the Forest of Myth is having some like similar shit. Why don't you go check it out? So we show up in the Forest of Myth, and we reach the village, and they're like, shit's kind of weird. Like the mayor is distant, right? Like no one's really talking, and then we find out that like, well, something called a death dream is spreading across the forest, and villagers are trapped in their own dreams. And to kind of understand what's going on, I'm going to talk a little bit more into like what the Forest of Myth is, and what the giant tree in the myth. What the giant tree in the Forest of Myth is. So this isn't covered too much in the playthrough that we went through. It's covered in other endings. But essentially, the entirety of the forest, but more specifically, the tree itself. If you recall, the tree is at the end of the village. This village is super small in-game. We just have like tree 1, tree 2, and tree 3. And then there's like a giant tree right behind that, right? So that's the divine tree that we talked to in the 5-year skip. Anyway. Even like reading my notes is fucking stupid, but it's true. The divine tree is not a tree, but it's a supercomputer, which holds all of the data from before the replicants inside of it. But more importantly, it has the memories of the humans needed to create replicants. Whenever Devula and Popola need to create a new one, they come to this tree, they use the data stored within the tree, and they make a new replicant. Which is some wild shit. Which means that the whole forest is a giant computer network, right? Like the village and the people here, that they just worship the tree, and well, the place remains protected. So people don't fuck with the tree; they just worship it, right? And then nothing happens to the tree, and then people will never find out like about the truth. But just in case, like something, but something of course does go wrong, and then a shade manages to somehow get inside of the tree, and it starts to devour the data inside of the tree, which starts causing a memory leak. So that's a huge problem. So this is not something that we learn about until the 5-year skip. But just know that at this point, before the 5-year skip, a shade managed to get into the tree and it's causing damage, but it's not too much damage, right? We can assume that this is like where the death dream is coming from. That it's just like it's data that's disappearing and it's leaking out and it's affecting all the villagers, right? They're kind of losing like what they're based on, and instead they're being given random memories from the tree, while also having their memories taken away. And then that's when we show up and we are now sucked into the death dream. Because if you recall, there's just like a bunch of random weird shit. Like one of the stories is literally like an adventure novel of some person being like the second villager being a prisoner, and then we have to get out of a dungeon, and then we're inside of like this giant castle that happens to flood with blood or something. Anyway, so I'm not going to go into the dreams themselves again. Just know that we go through the dreams and that's it. We don't really like know what the dreams mean. It's only giving like the protagonists like some sense of deja vu. But anyway, essentially the tree is letting memories like slip out, and our characters like, you know, like NieR in the party, they kind of don't get it, because all they care about is rescuing the people, and they manage to do that eventually. They manage to restore all the villagers back to normal, and we leave with a sealed verse, right? Like that's what happens in the time that we visited the Divine Tree. All right, so now let's talk about Emil. Again. So, oh god, sorry. So we have the experiments that happened with Emil, and through those experiments, Emil of course stopped aging. So he never went through the Gestalt process because he just didn't need to, and the scientists that kind of were caring for him, they put him in the care of someone else when they were gone, and that's where we got Sebastian. So Sebastian is like Devula and Popola, where he's also an android, but he's probably like an earlier model, or like a model that wasn't as advanced as Devula and Popola. So he's a little bit more robotic, right? But anyways, he's been taking care of Emil, and Emil has remained like sane this entire time. It's not really explained how. It could just be that since he's so young, he doesn't realize that it's been 400 years since the past. So yeah. Anyway, we get sent a letter by Emil's butler. God damn it. Sorry. We get sent a letter by Emil's butler, Sebastian, and we're basically told, hey, come to the manor. Right? So it was originally he wanted to send a letter to NieR, but Yona was the one that got the letter, so she thought she was making a pen pal, and then, you know, eventually NieR finds out and ends up going to the mansion, which is what he originally wanted. Anyway, so the entire mansion section doesn't matter, if I'm honest. Apparently, like, it was just like an homage to like Resident Evil. Like, that's all that mansion was. So like all the spooky shit that happens doesn't really matter. Like, if you recall, we open like a sink, blood starts coming out and starts filling up the sink. We start hearing knockings, we hear screams, shit like that. Like, all the spooky shit doesn't matter, right? It's just there. Anyway, so the entire reason why we were brought into the mansion was so that we could help Emil find out what the fuck was going on with his petrification powers, right? So as we meet up with Emil, of course, Emil is blind, or not blind, but he's covering his eyes so that he doesn't turn things to stone. And obviously, you know, we still want to help Emil because NieR is a very nice person. And thus we have the quest where we have to go to the library to kind of find the book that has information on Emil's like petrification magic. And when we reach the library, which was overrun by shades, we end up encountering Rubrum, one of the 13 grimoires that were created by Vice's old the Grimoire Project, I mean. And she is Vice's old friend who died in front of him. Obviously, Vice doesn't remember any of this, so he doesn't recognize her, unfortunately. Anyways, Rubrum doesn't really have any intelligence. It's only Vice and Noir that do, so she's just a magical book that's like shooting magic out, and that's it. So we fight it, we destroy it, and we're able to get a page that has the information about purification. And then Sebastian basically thanks us, and then we leave, right? Like, next time we find out more, or sorry, as time goes on, we'll find out more about like what goes on with the petrification research, but for now, like, that's it. Let's see. Right, and then as we're leaving, Kaina is like nice to Emil, and she's like, hey, like, shit gets better, right? She empathizes with him about being isolated, about being all alone, and so on and so forth. And that's it. So we got all the all the verses, all the sealed verses, and now that Vice has all the sealed verses, the Shadow Lord can now enact his plan. So now he can force the failsafe and force everyone to go back, everyone's souls to go back to their body. So this is when we go back to the library, and we have the Shadow Lord show up, and he ends up like just fucking things up, right? So so since we're viewing the story from NieR's point of view, and all he cares about is caring for Yona, he wants to fulfill the fake prophecy, right? Where we're told that if he is able to kill Noir, if he's able to like destroy the Black Book, then Yona will be safe, right? But obviously, like, that's not how things are gonna go, because of course, like, that's not what's going on. Anyway, the Shadow Lord starts his assault on the village after like Emil comes and tells us like, hey, like, monsters are coming, and then we fight the giant shade, right? And then we end up going into the library where the Shadow Lord took Yona. We end up fighting the Shadow Lord as best as we can. And then as this fight goes on, let me find it here. As the fight goes on, we eventually like push the shade into like the basement, and then kind of tells Emil to like turn him to stone, and she can hold him down at least. So he does that. The Shadow Lord finally appears in person, has Yona in his arms, and he incapacitates NieR by stabbing him in the shoulder with like his black magic, right? So now that this has happened, NieR, the original NieR, the Shadow Lord, now has his sister's replicant body, and together with Vice, he can start the failsafe. And once he joins Noir, they can start everything and get everyone back to their bodies, right? obviously, while this is happening, Noir and Vice start talking, and Noir starts trying to convince Vice, like, hey, you should, this is what you were made for, and so on. But if you recall, like, Noir sounds like an asshole. He sounds evil. Like, his voice is like super deep, and he's like, your entire purpose was to do all this. You should do it. And Vice is like, no, I shouldn't. Right? He doesn't believe him. So Vice still believes the lie that he was told by Devil and Popula, that Noir and the Shadow Lord are evil, and because of this, well, he resists, and what ends up happening is the Shadow Lord like takes Yona and flies back to his castle. So things get worse, obviously. Like, Kaine holds the beast back. Emil had to petrify her, and then like shit just starts going downhill. From here, we now have the 5-year time skip. So we're finally at the halfway point of like what happens in the plot of NieR, but we're also almost done with this. So here, give me another second. My God. It's just so much. There's just so much text that I've been reading. I don't even know how many words. Anyway. Now we're at the halfway mark, or the halfway point in the game. The 5-year time skip. And, of course, you know, this starts off with NieR like starting to fight off some shadows, or some shades. Obviously, at this point, or by this point, NieR's like cheery and optimistic like attitude is no longer there. He's lost his sister. He's lost everything that he cares about. All he does now is live to eradicate any shades that exist. So kind of like what happened with the Red and the Black story from a while back. That's where those feelings started to fester, and then now they've, you know, come to bloom after he's lost everything. So now he just has like complete disdain for like shades. So now all he wants to do is kill every single last shade, like, ever. So at this point, Devil and Popula have no idea what the fuck to do, because it's like the worst case scenario. So so not only has like the failsafe not been initiated, but the Shadow Lord took Yona, and now he's locked in his castle. So they don't have access to any of the grimoires, and they have to figure out what the fuck to do, because they have to get them both, right? And it's just a fucking huge problem, because Noir is gone, and then Vice is with NieR, and then the Shadow Lord's in his castle. So he hasn't come out of his fucking castle in 5 years. Anyway, at first they what they were hoping to happen to NieR was he would go to the Shadow Lord's castle, he would awaken Vice, and then be killed or something there, and then Vice would finally be, you know, brought out. He'd realize, oh, I gotta do my purpose, it's time for me to, like, you know, do my part. And then he would reunite with Noir and then help the Shadow Lord, and then they start the failsafe. Instead, NieR was able to live through all this shit, and now it's been a huge fucking problem. Anyway, let's see. Because of like how close they got to NieR as well, Devil and Popula couldn't just like kill him, right? So instead, what they thought was, okay, well, the Shadow Lord is here, Noir is here, Vice is awake. What if we just wait a generation and we let NieR die, and then well, and then that's it. They're just gonna wait for NieR to die and then actually take action. Like they were just gonna wait for him to die before actually doing everything. They're like, we can kickstart everything afterwards. So Why not? Why not just wait like 60 years or some shit, and once he dies, we can move on. Anyway, after the Shadow Lord's original attack, shit has changed. So replicants are a lot more cautious, right? They fucking are afraid of shades a lot more. And shades have also evolved. And we see this like at the start of the 5-year skip. They now start to wear armor. So by wearing armor, it protects them from the sun, and it allows them to basically go wherever the hell they want at any time of day. By this point, NieR is also 21 years old, by the way. What else? So we received a letter from Emil, right? We're told, hey, we found out like how to fix the petrification shit. There's apparently a lab underneath this mansion. So can you help me out? So we go over to the facility, or sorry, to the mansion, where we find the underground facility. And then this is when we learn about Project Snow White, right? We find a bunch of documents about it. So if you recall, Project Snow White was the creation of weapon number 6 and weapon number 7. So Emil and his sister Halua, which is when we come face to face with Halua, who is still technically alive. So she's number 6. So once Emil sees her, that's when all of his memories start coming back, and he remembers, okay, if I can combine with my sister, I could become very powerful and then also stop my own petrification. So I need to do that. But hey, NieR, if I fuck up, you need to kill me. So that happens. They're able to combine, and then Emil loses his body and he becomes this weird skeleton thing with a giant mask, right? So obviously this causes him to have like, you know, some severe like mental trauma and some, you know, body dysmorphia, as he's now a literal skeleton. But NieR is just happy that he's safe. So we return to the library, and we then we leave the mansion and we go back to the library, and Emil was able to free Kaina, and then Kaina was slumbering at that time, and then that's when we got Kaina's memories, which again go more into her backstory, which I won't go into again, but just remember that Kaina grew up in the area. She was bullied, she hated it, and that's when we found out about Hook and then everything else that I talked about a while ago. Anyway, so Kaina is freed, and then the shape that she was holding back, well, comes out. Obviously, we're stronger than before, so we're able to easily kill it, and Kaina is obviously surprised to see a much older NieR and then a different Emil, but she's, you know, she still knows that he's him. That he's Emil, so she treats him nicely, right? She doesn't want to make him feel the way she used to feel. And everyone's happy, right? Everyone's like reunited and blah, 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 blah. So Popola obviously tells NieR that Emil and Kaina are not welcome to the village because they're fucking freaks. So the entire like village is scared of them. Obviously, this pisses off NieR. They leave, and then the following day, NieR apologizes, which is great. Anyway, let's see. So they now have to think about stopping the Shadow Lord, but obviously he's locked in his castle, and the only way to get in is through like the keys or whatever. So they head off to the Lost Shrine, where we first got Vice. And that's where we come face to face with the bosses that we originally fought there. Their names are actually Hansel and Gretel, so just like the old story. But Gretel is the one that was one of the 2 original shades guarding Vice. He was like the one that remained. So there's not really like much to talk about involving them. But one second. Yeah, so we had Hansel saw that Gretel was killed, actually. No, sorry, Hansel was paired with Gretel, and then Gretel was killed, and then after his death, Gretel like sunk into like this period of like madness. Yeah, that's what it was. And then he lost everything, and then he changed back Like after we took Vice, right? Like Kyle was just fucking going insane. But then there was a bunch of little shades that were there, and they kind of like calmed him down. And he used to look down on these like shades because he was an incredibly arrogant person. He believed to be better and stronger and stuff like that. But even at his lowest points, they still were there to comfort him, which made him want to protect them. And then that's when we show up again, and then we kill him. So obviously that's pretty fucked up. Anyway, one thing to note is that Kainet was probably the only one who was able to maybe understand like the shades. I forgot to mention this. We're not entirely sure if Kainet is able to understand them, but it's implied that maybe she can because of Tihan, who is like stuck inside her body, right? So because of Tyran, she can kind of maybe either understand some of it or maybe just understand the emotions that come from like whatever the shades are trying to say. But just remember again that they're not like mindless monsters, but they are sentient. Like you remember, shades are us. They're the original humans. But I don't believe it's explained like how sentient they really are. Anyway, remember, NieR doesn't give a fuck. To him, they're monsters, and that's it. They deserve death. So we get our first key fragments, go back to Popola, and then she's like, all right, there's 4 more. So we go to the Forest of Myth, and then here we as I mentioned before, they head off to the Forest of Myth, and that's when we talk to the mayor again, who then tells us to go talk to the tree. So, as I mentioned before, this place is like a data center, right? It holds all of history, or all of our history, and it got a shade was able to infect it like 5 years ago, but it's only now that it's become an even bigger issue. So now the tree is losing a fuck ton of data, right? So when we meet with the tree again, we get pulled into another death dream, but this time it's like the tree is telling us the actual truth of what happened. You know, it explains what happens with the dragon, white chlorination syndrome, what gestalts are, like what happens like with Yona, and like how they want to save, like how she wants to be saved, and then all this information is like just fed to us very vaguely, but it's there. My god. Hold on. Right, a lot of the information that we're given is like in bits and pieces, but that's mainly because of the shade that is eating a lot of the information, but the characters are still kind of unable to put, 2 and 2 together, because to them it's just like just random information that they're being told. Anyway, they find the shade that's responsible for all this, and because of the death dream, the shade is able to talk, and NieR and Vice can understand it, which is something that they didn't think was possible, because again, to them, like, shades are just monsters. But NieR doesn't give a fuck and kills it. And that's it. So, like, here it's just like a great example of how NieR doesn't give a fuck. Is like, to him, these are just monsters, and he doesn't care. He just wants to kill them, save his sister. So anyways, he kills the shade, everyone's freed from the death dream again, and then we get the second key. Then we head back to the junk heap. So the junk heap, again, this is where one of the brothers, Gideon, the younger one, ended up losing his brother Jacob within the 5-year span. So like a year after, so like 4 years ago. Now, Jacob was killed, and at least to Gideon. Gideon thinks that Jacob was killed by a shade and by a P-33 robot, and he wants revenge for their death. But if you remember the cutscene, that's not what happened. Like, as they were gathering junk, Gideon ended up like toppling some of them over. Jacob rushed to like save his brother and push him out of the way, and then he got crushed by a lot of the rubble, a lot of the junk. And then Gideon tried to pull his brother out of the rubble to try to save him. Instead, he rips his arm out, And then when he looks up, he sees the Shade and the robot, and he blames them for his death. So he was traumatized by this, obviously, and he began to subconsciously injure his own arm, and it got fucked up to the point where he had to replace his biological arm with a robotic one. I don't know if you ever noticed, but if you looked at Gideon's model, the arm that we saw, because he's always facing the character, right? But so his left arm was actually like an arm that's made of metal. So it's kind of hard to notice because the dude's also wearing all black, but it's there. So anyway, obviously the story is completely different. It wasn't, of course, the Shade and the robot that killed him. It was just, you know, it was Gideon that got saved by his brother. But one thing to note about the Shade and the robot, the P-33, is that they actually have names. So the Shade is actually called Khalil, and this was during the era where like Shades were awakened and replicants began fighting back against them. Khalil and his mother were chased into like the junk heap by a bunch of replicants, and the replicants were fully aware that like Shades would run to areas and they wouldn't leave until, like, you know, they would be killed, right? Like they would just stay there, so the replicants would go and try to kill them. So Khalil's mom basically sacrificed herself through a diversion tactic in order for Khalil to get away. So he managed to get away, and now he was left alone and sad. And then he was able to find the P-33 unit, which found them as part of like the facility's defense system. The P-33 unit was supposed to kill Khalil and any other intruder, but the Shade is technically like, and while the Shade is technically an intruder, he was instead intrigued by it, and the tears that were flowing from Khalil's eyes, even though it's like a Shade. So after he hears Khalil's story, the P-33 unit, who Khalil like calls BP, decides to protect him, and then they both become friends. Obviously, we show up to the factory, and we kill both of them because the group doesn't give a fuck. So once we like defeat BP, we have Gideon show up, and he starts like stomping on his corpse, right, on the robot's corpse for some fucking reason, because he's so like pissed off. Anyway, one thing to note apparently is that BP is still alive, and apparently is important later on in the story. But that's it for him in terms of like what happens in NieR. So I assume he might show up in NieR Automata, and if he does, that's cool. So just try to remember BP for the future. All right, we're almost done. There's like 20 more pages of notes. We're almost done with the story anyways, too. So I'll try to speed things up a little bit. So we now return to Kindness Village. So what happens here, the short of it is that the reason why everyone was so like reclusive in that village, in the area, sorry, was because it was the first location, or the only location, at least near NieR's village, where the Gestalten replicants successfully remerged. Like the bodies and souls were actually successfully reunited, and even though it wasn't perfect and it was still a little unstable, everyone in the village got their souls back, but they became shut-ins because of like, they were afraid that if they were to relapse or something, that they would, you know, go crazy. They were also afraid of other replicants finding out that, you know, they might be, that they were shades, that they have shades inside of them, and they would of course be hunted and killed. They would be, they would think that they are like possessed. So obviously they would try to be killed to be saved or some shit, right? Anyway, within those 5 years, the humans eventually kind of became more comfortable. They were proud of like how they were, and they thought, you know what, we need to like open up again. We need to start trading again. We can't just have like the area like, you know, be secluded from like all human interaction. So there were still some people that didn't agree with this, but others did. So they started forming like little markets and stuff like that within the area. And then we have one of the shades, I think. Hold on. Yeah, some of the shades create a letter pretending to be the chief, and they send it to Devil and Popla, and they ask if there's anyone in the village who knows anything about like key fragments, and if they can come to the village, right? So obviously we have NieR go out to the village, and as they reach the village, they find like the little market that was set up. They start talking to people, and then what ends up happening is that NieR just explains how he's here to, like, you know, exterminate as many shades as he can, because obviously shades are fucking terrible, right? They all he wants to do is kill them, which scares the fuck out of everyone in the village as everyone starts to panic, because again, they're all half shades, right? Like they have their shades back, or sorry, they have their original souls back in their bodies. So everyone freaks the fuck out, and all the shades kind of start to come out. And then, you know, NieR goes on a rampage killing everyone. If you recall, there was like a scene where Kaine was fighting a girl who was holding her own against her, and there was a kid who was like, stop, she's my sister, like leave her alone, don't kill her. And then Kaine's like, I don't give a fuck, kid, this thing is like a shade, it's gonna kill you too, it's gonna turn on you, right? So like shit gets really fucked up here. Anyway, the shades kind of realized, fuck, we're gonna die if we fight by ourselves. So they all combine in a last-ditch effort, and they end up making a giant being known as Wendy, which is the giant orb. So here, let me get a picture of it. Here we go. So this is Wendy, in case you forgot. So that's Wendy. They end up combining into Wendy, and then of course the party ends up fighting and defeating Wendy, but not before Emil gets pushed to his limits, and then his actual powers come out, and he basically creates a black hole and he swallows everyone in the area, and then kills everyone except for NieR and Kaine. Now, Emil almost has a mental breakdown here, but NieR basically tells him, hey man, it's okay. You did this for the greater good. Their sacrifice will not go in vain, because even though hundreds of people died, they were all evil, and now they won't be able to, like, you know, murder others, which is a pretty fucked up thing, like, to think, technically. So here we kind of see more of like NieR's devolvement as a person, where he's, even though a bunch of innocents died, like to him, shades were killed, right? But he didn't really know that the other villagers were possessed by shades, right? So this should be eating away at him, but he thinks, you know what? If we killed like 50 or 60 shades, it's okay if like 100 people died. Who cares? Like the ends justify the means, which is just shows you like how NieR is like in a weird like mental state now. Anyway, give me another moment here. Okay, so let's move on to one more short story. So this short story is The Little Mermaid, which I'm sure you know where this is going. So the short of it is, a shipwreck ends up washing up in Seafront, which, you know, has just a giant ship in it. No one knows where this ship came from. And one day, one of the like postmen end up going into the ship itself. He ends up finding a little girl inside, and he tries to befriend her. Obviously, he wants to protect her and raise her like as a daughter. I'm super summarizing a lot of this shit because this is a pretty long one. But anyway, the postman is like very nice to her. He brings her food and he's constantly checking in on her. He ends up giving her like a ribbon. He sings with her, and then he tries to teach her how to read and write. And then eventually what he wants to do is adopt her as a daughter, and then hopefully, you know, she grows to be a normal member of society. Anyways, we have no idea how long she's been on the ship for. But just as time went on, she started to feel a little bit more comfortable with the mailman, or with the postman. So what we end up learning later is that this little girl is not like, well, the postman tries to get her to come live with her, with him, but she turns him down because she is a shade. But she's not just any shade, she's actually an incredibly powerful shade. So much so that if for whatever reason shit failed with the Shadow Lord, they were gonna use her as a backup to fight the Shadow Lord in case he somehow refused to cooperate and help them out. So she was the backup to the Shadow Lord. So that's how strong she fucking was. And of course, as we know, in a sec, what she looks like. Let me get a picture of her. Here we go. Hold on. Here she is. Alright, so this is the mermaid, right? So she was going to be the backup plan in case the Shadow Lord did not comply. Now, when we end up encountering her, like even Tyran is like fucking like surprised at how strong she is. One thing to note is that she, like, the reason why she's so powerful, actually hold on before we get to it. Okay, I guess I get into it in my notes here in a little bit, but okay. So one thing that we know is that she doesn't have a replicant body to return to, which is weird, as she's like the only character that we know of that doesn't have one. Like she's the only one besides Tyran, but we know why Tyran doesn't have his, right? So there are some theories about this, and one of them is that the girl was actually infected with the white chlorination syndrome, and that she became part of the Legion, and she was forced to make a pact with the gods. And then in that form, when she was put through the Gestalt process, which restored her humanity, she was given godlike powers. One thing to note is that she does have glowing red eyes, like in the Legion. I know you can't see them here, but if you recall from the cutscene, when she first transforms, her eyes glow red. That's like a reason why people think that. But again, this is just more of a theory. Like, all we know is that she was, you know, aboard the slave ship, and the replicants who ran it were like selling people, and it just so happens that, you know, the mailman like found her and stuff like that. Let's see. Right, so instead of trying to kill others, or sorry, instead of like trying to be a monster, what she wanted to do was try to become like human. And she thought that the way to become human was to actually eat other people, which is why we find corpses of others inside of the ship when we first arrive, right, in the game. And obviously that doesn't work. So we end up getting to the fight with her. We end up fighting her. And, well, shit goes bad, right? She ends up kicking our asses, and then the postman is like, "What the fuck are you doing? You're a monster." He starts hitting her tentacle with like a stick, which gives us an opening to actually kill her, which is, well, sad. But anyway, let's see. The last thing that we find actually is this doesn't happen. This didn't happen in our playthrough, but you eventually get to play as Kaina at some point, and one thing that Kaina finds while exploring the ship was she was able to find a letter that the girl had written to the postman. Now, again, the girl couldn't really write well because, again, she's a shade, so that's one thing. But she was able to find a letter that had 2 words in it, which she gives to the postman, and of course those words are thank you. So that makes the postman feel even fucking worse afterwards. Alright. We're almost done with the plot summary and everything else. Hold on. God, where the fuck was I? Here it is. Alright, so now we return to Facade. We get a letter from the king of Facade who tells us, hey, I'm getting married, come join me. We show up, the wedding day happens, and his wife gets fucking killed by wolves. So his wife being Fira, she gets ambushed, and then she gets mangled by a wolf. The giant shade wolf was actually a wolf by the name of Rock, and, well, shit hits the fan, and we have to go hunt them down. So, Fira leaves. Sorry, Fira dies. The king is devastated, and obviously he wants revenge on the wolves. Fuck. So, one of those alternate endings actually shows us what is happening from Rock's point of view, and we find out that the Shade, Rock, was originally a dog that underwent the Gestalt process in its past life. So it used to be a normal dog that was being raised by an old man. The old man gave up his position in the program so that his dog could have eternal life instead, which is, really sad. And, Rock's memories of his owner and everything made him want him to live in peace. But obviously he was reincarnated as a wolf, and as he was living in the forest, he kept seeing like other replicants just kill the other wolves in the forest. So obviously that pissed him off. Let me get a picture of Rock on screen real quick. Where is he? Here he is. There we go. Just get a bigger one real quick. Okay. So that's Rock, I guess, in case you forgot. Okay. Right, so he obviously started hating humanity over time as he started to see all of his brethren get hunted down by all the replicants. So he realized that it was basically impossible for men and for like the men of the mask and for wolves to coexist. So he thought it was either fight back or die. So that's when he sees that he ends up realizing this when a bunch of pups get murdered in front of him. So obviously that really sent him over the edge, which then causes him to attack during the wedding day. Obviously we rally together and we hunt him down. Then Rock basically tells all the other wolves near him, like, hey, you don't have to fight me. This is your chance to get away. They obviously say, no, we're gonna fight alongside you. We don't want you to fight alone. So then we have the segment where NieR shows up with the men of the mask, and then we all just slaughter a bunch of fucking animals together. And that's it. We get the final blow, we get the final key piece, and we go and bury Fira, at her grave, and that's it. All right. So this is the final stretch of my notes. It's like 10 more pages, and then that's it. Holy fuck. So Okay. So now if we go back to Devil and Popla, things are a little tense. Because, like, at this point, Devil and Popla are like, well, fuck. NieR has all the keys. We're gonna have to kill him. Right? So, they end up meeting the party at the Serene Atrium, right? When we go back to the shrine and we go all the way to the top, to the Shadow Lord's palace. And they basically try to explain to NieR, like, hey, can you just go back to the village and not do this? NieR obviously is like, no, I'm not gonna do that. So, because, I mean, they try to be nice about it. Obviously, he disagrees. And they basically start to fight him, right? So we have the fight with Devil and Popla, which is unfortunate. Now, when we're fighting them, we're told of, like, what's going on. We're told of, like, the truth of this world, right? We're told that, well, shades are humans, and so on and so forth. Obviously, NieR does not give a fuck. He just wants his sister back. And he doesn't want to believe Devil and Popla that they were lying to him. What else? Hold on. Before I don't want to skip ahead too far. Right. So then, you know, Devil ends up dying, and then shit, you know, goes wrong. Then we have Emil trying to hold off Popla, or was it Popla who dies? I forget. One of the sisters dies, and then the remaining one gets fucking pissed, and then she has powers that rival basically Emil, which ends up like causing Emil to use up most of his powers, and then just kind of creates another black hole while NieR and Kaine manage to get away. Now, one weird thing is, as they go through the castle, we reach that room where there's the ball going on, you know, the dance going on. And as Kaine tries to move forward, she opens a door, and then a bunch of, like, balls start coming out of the door, right? These, like, ball shades. What we don't know at this point is that those ball shades that we encountered are actual babies. They're like the souls of babies. They're baby shades. Literally the souls of human babies. And we start to slaughter them in the game. Like, it's the object to move on. We have to kill these things. And it's pretty fucked up. And once we start doing that, a lot of the fucking, like, shades get really fucking pissed off at us for doing this. I mean, rightfully so. And then that's when they combine together and they fuse into the giant boar. And the giant boar's name is actually Goose. Anyway, Goose is really strong. And eventually the men of the mask show up and they try to hold it off. They obviously all die. And Goose is eventually killed. Anyway. So... Oh, actually, this is when we come face to face with Devil and Popla. Right, my bad. We meet Devil and Popla. They tell us to go away. We say no. We go in through the atrium, or into the atrium, and then we get to this point. Now we actually fight them. So here is when we're told, oh yeah, like, shades are humans. You have a duty to fulfill. It's like you should be fucking fighting this. We need to, like, restore shit to the way it was. Then Devila dies, and then that's when Popla loses her shit. Right. So. At this point, it is believed that Emil is dead, right? We see Emil, like, sacrifice himself for the party. Kaine and NieR both kind of have, like, a mental breakdown, but NieR has it kind of, like, worse. Kaine gets pretty pissed while NieR gets very depressed. So obviously Kaine, like, snaps him back to reality. And I mean, they have to push through, right? They're at the final stretch. Like, they have to stop the Shadow Lord. Then this is when we enter, like, the Shadow Lord's room, and then we see Yona. And then we have Grimoire Noir who comes to fight us. and we're able to, of course, fend him off before actually having to fight the Shadow Lord himself. Now, at this point, once we're fighting him, Yona wakes up, but it's not NieR's Yona, it's the original Yona, the original sister from the very, very start of the game from 1400 years ago. So her body and soul have been reunited, but when she wakes up, Replicant Yona's conscience is still there, and Yona can still feel like all her sadness and grief because all she wants to do is see her brother again. So because of this, she tells her brother, like, hey, I'm gonna let this girl go. So she opens the blinds, she moves the curtains aside, and then, well, she kills herself essentially. The shade part commits suicide, and now we just have Yona's like replicant body without a gestalt. Obviously, at this point, like, the Shadow Lord like goes berserk, and let's see. Sorry, the Shadow Lord goes berserk. He goes back to fight NieR. Vyse ends up falling to the floor after he uses up all his power. And then in a final act, he uses whatever strength he has left and then destroys NieR. So both of them lose their physical forms in this altercation, and it's just their souls at this point. So after this happens, the Shadow Lord is like, well, I can't do anything anymore. My sister's gone. The books are gone. I can't fix shit. He just gives up. Like, he waited 1400 years, and then everything is gone like that. Like, snap of a finger, some kid shows up and fucking decapitates him. So the Shadow Lord is defeated. Yona wakes up, and then, you know, the siblings are reunited, and Kaina is like, this moment is fucking sappy, I'm gonna fucking leave. We haven't talked too much about like the relationship between Kaina and like the other party members together, but they had a strong bond, of course, throughout the game, and like obviously Kaina and Emil were able to bond because of their, like, you know, like what their experiences and what they went through. But Kaina and NieR, it's a little different, and it's, you can kind of see this through the cutscenes, but Kaina eventually starts to fall in love with NieR as the journey goes on, and it kind of all happened when NieR like rescued Kaina when she was you know, when she was gonna give up after the hook fight, but of course, like, NieR like brings her back and is like, hey, don't give up, you still got a future, all that shit, right? Anyway, so she was like bitter and cynical throughout most of her life, and she never really found a place to call home. But when she was with NieR, she felt like she was at home, right? The only problem now is that, well, hold on. Now that the Shadow Lord is dead, all shades are also going to go with him. Remember, the Shadow Lord was the only thing giving all the shades, all the gestalts, their ability to like stop from relapsing and stop from being disintegrated. And because of him being gone now, every shade is gonna leave. Like, they're eventually all gonna relapse and then just cease to be. So because of this, Kaina ends up relapsing. Like, she relapses because she had the Black Scrawl this entire time, and she was always on the verge of relapsing at any moment. But now that he's gone, well, all the shades are gonna go haywire, and she can't hold it back anymore. So she asks NieR to kill her, but sorry, she asks NieR to kill him because no one else, like, well, like, no one else can if he's gone, or if she's gone, or sorry, if both of them are gone, like, no one can stop like Kaina from killing. So she ends up going berserk, and we're forced to fight her. So sorry, once we defeat Kaina, we haven't killed her yet, but this is when Tehran like starts to talk to us, and he, like I've mentioned, like throughout the game, he hasn't really been too much of a prominent figure. He appears here for a brief moment, and he basically tells us Look, man, I can save Kaine right now. But if I were to do that, I would need, like, your life for this. So I will be able to revive Kaine if you give up, like, your memories, essentially. What will happen is Kaine will get revived, but then everyone who ever met you will forget that you ever existed. Your sister will forget that she had a brother. Kaine will forget about you. Emil will forget about you. Everyone else will forget about you. Are you cool with that? And NieR, like, thinks about it for a bit, and he agrees. He ends up agreeing, and Kaine is revived. Essentially, she's cured of, like, the black scrawl or whatever. So it's not really exactly clear as to how Tehran is able to do this, or if he even has the power to do any of this. And we also don't really have, like, an in-universe explanation, but what some people think is that there was, like, a pact that was made, and that's kind of what happened. So it could have been that that a pact was made, and, like, NieR's, like, most important thing was, hey, I like to be remembered. I'm doing all this for my sister. I'm doing this for all those around me. If I were to be forgotten by them, that would suck. So, like, it's speculated that that was the price that he paid, right? That he made a pact with Tehran, and then, like, Kaine was revived, but then also, of course, like, everyone forgot about NieR. So, let's see. So this happens. Everyone forgets about NieR. And Kaine wakes up, and Yona is there with her. The black scroll is gone, and neither of them remember who, like, NieR is, right? All right, so this is the final stretch of notes. Give me 1 second. 1, 2. All right, there's literally like a page and a half too, and then we're done. So after this event, kind of everything just kind of goes back to normal for like 3 years. And nothing happens. Kind of. So hold on. So things return to normal for everyone. It's been like 3 years before anything happened. Sorry, and things weren't really so normal for Kaine, is what I meant. So NieR was such an important part of Kaine's life that him disappearing all of a sudden, and after everything that she went through, it makes literally, like, no sense as to why he would disappear. So imagine if, like, you in your life, imagine if someone that's always been there in your life, whether it's like a family member, like a brother or a sister, someone that's always been there for you, right? And then all of a sudden you have memories of doing things that don't make sense without them, right? So I don't know, let's say you participated in, like, a competition that was, like, with a duo, right? Like, I don't know, you played tennis or some shit with a partner, and you can't remember who your partner is, and you went through like 50 tournaments, right, with this one person, and you can't remember who the fuck they are. You don't remember who they are, and it doesn't make any sense as to why you can't remember, right? So this is happening with Kaine, where she's like, well, why did I wake up, like, you know, after the Hook fight? Who helped me fight Hook? What happened here? What happened there? I remember Emil. Wasn't someone there with Emil? Who helped Emil out? And so on and so forth, right? She's thinking about all this shit, and it's not making any sense. So, where is it? Right, because then she starts to think, like, why the fuck would I go and save Yona? She's just a chick from the village. Why would I fight the Shadow Lord? Why would I do this? And she feels like a completely changed person after all this. And she knows that something isn't right. She knows that something very important to her is missing, and she can't remember what it is. So, to make her feel better, she goes and kills some stuff. And saves some nearby guards, right? And they tell her that they've lost contact with people, with the people in the Forest of Myth. And they're like, hey, can you go check on them? And Kaine's like, all right, why not? So when she arrives, the people, sorry, she arrives at the forest, and the people there were not, they're all killed, but they weren't killed by shades. They were killed by robots. So as Kaina is looking around the village, she sees an opening in the tree and decides to like go in and investigate further to see like what's inside the tree. And that's when she realizes that the tree is actually a giant computer, right? I don't think she knows that it's a computer, but she sees like just a bunch of wires and shit everywhere. Let's see if I can find like an image of it, of like the inside of the tree. One second. You think there'd be plenty of fucking images of this, but no. Because if you look up like gameplay of that section, it's like it's like, imagine like an IT server room almost, but like there's like a stone floor and a bunch of other like just wires everywhere, instead of there being like, you know, the inside of a tree, which would be the inside of a tree, which would just be just bark and shit, barks and leaves everywhere. Anyway, so Kaina enters the giant tree and sees that it's just one giant supercomputer, and she's greeted by the administrators, and they take the form of like a young boy and a young girl. So Kaina is obviously not gonna ask questions, so she fucking cuts them down, because she just sees like two giant like root children appear in front of her. Also, hey Melina. And she just starts to kill them, right? Because obviously, like, by seeing the two kids, she's like, okay, so obviously they killed the people in the village. Anyways, it turns out that the administrators have kind of realized that this world is doomed to fail, and normally they don't come to these decisions like willy-nilly, right? They thought about it pretty long and hard, and they're like, okay, the Shadow Lord is gone. Because the Shadow Lord is gone, all the souls are gonna relapse. Because all the souls are gonna relapse, there's no replicants that are gonna get their souls back, and because there's no souls to get back, everyone's gonna die, and humanity is gonna die out in like a generation or two, because replicants can't reproduce. So they believe that the world should be reset. There should be no more humans and no more machines, but they're incapable of like doing this because Kaina just fucking kills them. She's able to stop them, and that's basically it. Let's see. Give me a second. Right, she's able to stop them. Like when you fight these guys, like the tree ends up making various copies of Kaina from like her. It ends up like putting like Kaina through a bunch of like her memories from, you know, throughout the adventure. Like when she fights like Hook and some of the other fights, they end up creating like Kaina clones, but she's able to like defeat them. Right, once Emil shows up out of nowhere. It turns out that Emil actually didn't die. His body actually flew off into the desert, and then he spent the past 3 years regenerating his body, and now he has like extra arms. So there we have that with Emil. Anyways, so Emil also sensed that he was missing an important memory, because why the fuck would he become a ultimate weapon? He also has like these flashbacks, and it's like something's missing from them, right? So he joins Kaina because they both are they kind of come to the same conclusion, and they end up, where is it? We kind of end up realizing that Kaina is very powerful, like as a character, and by that I mean that she has an ability similar to Zero's, or a purpose similar to that of Zero's, where she's more like a singularity, right? So if you recall when I talked about this in Drakengard 3, Zero could alter the timeline, right? That's where God, I forgot the name of the chick. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it again. 1 second. Accord. It was Accord. where Accord meets with Zero and is like, well, look, you can stop shit if you make sure that the black flower doesn't like propagate. We don't destroy this timeline. So it's implied that Kaine is similar to Zero in that regard. So, essentially, like a singularity can make like a branch in the timeline. Like again, like I said, Zero created a bunch of them, and they form like an alternate like future. Kaine is kind of like that, it seems, where she's able to like somehow destroy the administrators, and it's not really explained, but it's almost like through sheer willpower, she's able to force NieR into existence again. Which is weird, but anyway, yeah. So NieR is reincarnated. He's brought back to life, but in his young body, not the 5-year body, and yeah, everyone regains their memories like after that. Let's see. Yeah, and that's basically it. So after like I said, so everyone gets their memories back. Everyone kind of lives happily for a little while, and like I mentioned, since these guys are replicants, and they no longer have souls, they can't reproduce. So they're bound to die in a generation. So in like the next 100 years, every single replicant on planet Earth or in this world is gonna go extinct. And that's where NieR ends. That's the entirety of NieR. Well, that's the entirety of Drakengard 3, Drakengard 1, and NieR summarized. And it only took 4.5 hours. Almost 5. Holy fuck, my throat is killing me. So now we can actually start the game. Alright, so like I said, I just started a new game here. No idea like what to expect. So we're just gonna go with 2B. I don't know. Is that how you spell it? Is it with a hyphen? Let's see. Nope. It's actually with a lowercase b. So, like this. So we'll go with this. Yep. And we'll stick to normal. Again, I don't want to go through a game that has bullet sponges. Otherwise, we'd be playing on very hard. Because if there's a challenge, I don't mind it. But anyway. I did want to check the settings. It didn't let me change them in the main menu, I think. Alright, that should be fine. And then for sound, we want the voice volume to be as high as possible. We're going to drop that by 3. And this should be good enough. Cool. Alright, that should be it. So let's get started. And we'll just let the game play out. Oh, let's see how, like, I hope it's good. This is supposed to be peak. It's supposed to be peak NieR.
滅びるようにデザインされている。生と死を繰り返す螺旋に私たちは囚われ続けている。これは呪いか、それとも罰か。不可解なパズルを渡した神にいつか私たちは弓を引くのだろうか。こちら司令部、夜派部隊応答してください。こちら 2B、 前期無事に成層圏を突破。自動航行システムに問題なし。こちらオペレーター 6O、 前期反応確認しました。現在対目標50キロ地点を通過。敵防空圏内に突入後、マニュアル攻撃形態に移行し、目標の大型兵器の破壊と情報の収集に当たってください。了解。いやー 12H ロスト、前期マニュアルモード起動。目視で回避。
すでに起動。移動操作可能。
長距離レーザー発射点を確認。
Okay.
11B ロスト装備 HO229 のキャンセラー効果なし。
前方に敵機確認。
火器使用を申請。火器使用の許可をします。
Okay. So far it is a shmup.
セブキ
we got dodges. Okay. I can imagine harder difficulties get insane with some of this shit.
1D ロスト規定により冬季 2B が隊長任務を継承
Okay, so this is like, what, a bomb? Oh, never mind.
周囲に敵機多数確認機動形態への許可を申請機動形態への移行を許可します
Mobile. Okay, so now it's Macross. Oh, right. It really is just Macross now? Okay. I mean, you can't be Peak if you're not referencing Peak, I guess.
隊長私
Oh, come on.
4B ロスト 2B よりオペレーター 6O 冬季以外の機体は全てロストした作戦の遂行に支障が予想される指示をオペレーターより 2B 現地担当の 9S と合流し地形情報を入手してください了解
Okay. Interesting. This is reminding me a lot of Armored Core, at least for Answer, with how one of the missions like start off. Well, any of the missions that have the VOB, which I mean, maybe we'll play for Answer at some point, or even start the Armored Core franchise someday. But it's pretty cool. It's really fucking cool. It really does remind me a lot of Armored Core. But again, this is what I assume is just part of the gameplay. Just like with NieR, how we did have shmup segments like this. Shmup being shoot 'em up, right? Which are games that are incredibly popular in Japan, such as the Two Who's and the what are some of the other, like Dodonpachi, like insane, just stuff that's basically this. Oh. I thought I could do a heavy attack normally. Get my ass kicked. Whoa. Unit data has been updated. Oh.
通常通信レーザー通信システム IU が軍距離でマルシーテクシー開始近距離攻撃装備起動敵反応多数確認
見ればわかるよ
Huh. Okay. So it seems like this is gonna be just like NieR, right? Yep. Where we lock on, we have a book following us. Is this dodge? It is. And that immediately starts running, or starts us running. Okay. Oh no! If I get my ass kicked in the tutorial, I'd be so disappointed. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. I'm letting the game build up atmosphere for a little bit before I actually like talk some more. Okay, perfect dodges are a thing. Neat. And this thing should be dead soon. Now. It's the twink! I don't know his name.
2B さんですね。僕は 9S です。
あ
あなたのサポートをするように指令を受けています。
了解。
この大きなノコギリが目標の超大型兵器ですか？
違う。単なる防衛装置みたい。
じゃあ目標を探す必要がありますね。僕は飛行ユニットがありますから外から見て回ります。
わかった。私は内部を中心に調べてみる。
Okay. So far, it's been a interesting introduction. I don't believe we can change my controls, right? This menu allows you to check intel, change gear, adjust settings, and more. Tutorial messages like this would be setting time for the intel setup. Okay. So, just map, quest, items, skills. Is this it? No. Well, I guess I'll probably change it on my own later. Because I'm so used to the NieR controls where, like, the button to shoot was what I was using to dodge, because that's what I was using in Drakengard. So this should be some heavy, like some other magic spell, and then this does nothing yet, even though it should be like guard. Okay. Let's get going. Oh, that's how you lock on. Okay. Weird. Why LT of all things? Okay. That's really fucking weird. Instead of like, you know, L3, R3 for locking on. Out of the way, please. Ugh, it's gonna be so fucking lame having to get used to this shit again. Well, having it be backwards. And I was thinking like halfway through like the NieR playthrough, like, oh, like what if I change the controls so that they're back to like default to the way they were, just in case. And I think I maybe should have, so that I would be super used to this game. Anyways, I'll try not to complain too much about that. I'm sure they'll let me change controls in a while. Also, we get a double jump, which is...
2B さん、
何？
事前に調査しておいたマップデータを転送しておきますね。
了解。
Look at her fucking go. She's running fast. She's running upstairs in heels of all things. There was a way to go back. Or there was another path if we go back. So let me check that a bit. Okay. Let's check what's this way. Now, does this lead to anything? Yes, it does. Alright, what do we have? Small recovery. Alright. And I assume we can jump through this, or up this, and probably find something else, unless it's just a shortcut. Keep forgetting. Get obliteratomized? Well, she is also, as far as I know, I don't think she is human, so I'm sure she can outrun anyone at this point.
ゲートの
Gotta
封鎖
go.
を確認。
扉の解除。
不可能。本エリアの敵が妨害電波を出している。
めんどくさい。
Keep doing outrageous moves because I keep dodging perfectly by accident. Like that. Okay. Oh yeah, I've also never heard the soundtrack. So I've heard people say that it's really good. But I'll be super biased towards the NieR one due to my experience with it, with how long I've listened to that album. But so far this sounds a little similar to it, which is not a bad thing. Next. Let's grab you. Yeah, when they do their little like spinning rocket, rocket punch attacks, or their spinning punch attacks. I mean, they're so fucking funny. They're really cute. So we gotta get up there probably, or just out this door that's now unlocked. Yeah. What do we have here?
2B さん、僕嬉しいです。
何が？
僕たちスキャナータイプは単独での現地の事前調査が主です。だから誰かと一緒に行動できるって楽しいんです。
感情を持つことは禁止されている。
あ、すみません。
それと3はつけなくていい。
え？
私の名前に継承は必要ない。
わかりました。2B。
Okay. We moved on from honorifics. Bro's probably like going insane with the fact that he can now call her just like 2B. Alright. I assume there's, hold on, if I do maybe this, no. So that's just like swapping weapons. So the small katana, and that's the heavy katana thing. That's the gun that we have. And then, okay. So let me swap and check here. Yeah. I assume I'll eventually get this. Like in a quick menu or something. God, getting used to these controls is gonna be a nightmare. Especially just coming from NieR. And these things should be up here. Let's do this instead. Also, the giant katana that we have reminds me a lot of just any longsword from Monster Hunter, because that's what they look like usually. It's just a super long katana.
広いな、この廃墟。
ここは昔人類の兵器工場だったらしいですよ。今ではすっかり機械生命体だらけですが、敵はこの工場を再利用して機械生命体を増産しているようです。
全滅させないと無限に湧いてくるってことか。
There he goes, doing his little spinning attack again. Now, I'm not sure what the hell they mean by humans. Because again, we already know that humans should have technically been extinct within a generation of the events of NieR. So I'm curious to see what they mean by that. I also need to heal again, since I don't have a fucking quick like menu button for this. Oh, and then these guys are hopping. Did it dodge perfectly that time? That's okay.
何？
旧世界のデータを使って適当なことを喋ってるんです。機械生命体のやることに
No, we really can't just skip this.
意味がない
Alright.
ですよ。
See ya. Unnecessary combat in my action RPG? No thanks. What's this way? It's locked, obviously, but...
このエレベーターはプロテクトされているため使用不可能。
Imagine this is the junk heap from, like, regular NieR.
防弾タイプの敵を確認。
Oh, now they have armor.
分かってる。
Oh. There he goes with the little spinning attack again. I will say, I do hate these, like, top view, like, moments. While I get it, like, yeah, it adds variety to the combat, this is just annoying. And again. Oh. Come on. Fucking hell, dude. What, why are you telling me it's boss? There we go. It did. Like, we did start off, like, with a literal bang. Or many bangs, I
一通り
guess.
工場を探索したけど、目標らしき兵器は発見できず。
もしかしたら別の場所に移動しちゃったかもしれませんね。
Wait a minute. Unless I can, nope. Invisible wall, so we can't go that way.
あれは
ああ、鳥ですか。環境の変化があったのか。動物や植物は旧世界の時よりも増えているみたいで
Nature's
すね。
healing. Well then. That does look super neat. The environments for sure are really, really nice. Let's check back here. There's nothing. And let's grab this. And I assume we're supposed to go that way. So let's check this way. Invisible wall. Yep. Can't go that way. And nothing else that I can see. Okay. Let's move on. More materials. It's still the same thing from like NieR. with ores and like metallic bits from enemies that we destroy. Alright. Volt-proof salve. Okay. So the enemy's gonna use electric attacks?
その橋の先に別の施設があるはずです。ちょっと遠いですが移動してみましょうか。しかし司令部が敵兵器の予測位置を間違えるなんて珍しいですね。
いや、どうかな。
And now we're gonna get tag teamed by two giants. Oh.
強力なジャミングを探知。遠距離通信応答なし。
倒せばいい。
Yeah, the camera work in this game so far, pretty damn good. Cutscenes are really smooth, that's for sure. One of the only other things that's bugging me is just how there's a slight delay between voices and the text that appears. So whenever a character is talking, there's a slight delay before we actually hear what they're saying, or before we read what they're actually saying. Which, I mean, wouldn't be a problem if you're playing the game in a language you're native to, right? But in Japanese, obviously we can't really read and listen at the same time, for the most part. Okay. So now what? Nope.
What?
目標超大型兵器発見。
Oh my god. This is Armored Core. Or what it's become, I guess. The other slightly small issue, which I hope you guys don't notice, is sometimes the cutscenes will be a tiny bit choppy every now and again. I know for sure this isn't an issue with my PC, just because of like how smooth it is like running right now. But every now and again, I'm not sure if it's just because of the heavy machinery. I hope that's why. But like there's some slight instances of choppiness, which you'll probably, again, maybe notice during one of the cutscenes. Oh. Not sure why it doesn't let me unpause on certain, like, frames.
Okay. これが目標の超大型兵器。破壊する。
援護します。
Okay. So now we've got support. That's neat.
警告。敵兵器による下方向からの攻撃。推奨。退避。
I did evade. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Get out of the fucking way of that attack. What are you doing? And that one too. Okay. So dodging ain't 100% guaranteed. You could probably see me dodge it. Like I'm checking now. and I move out of the way. So maybe even though I did move, like the shockwave still somehow got me. That's horseshit. Alright, here come more attacks. See, like there. I did exactly that last time.
ハッキング開始します。
Oh well. Well. Oh no, twink down.
9S のブラックボックス反応検知通信応答なし
救助する
Do I have to go? Oh, this way. I thought I was supposed to climb his hand? No? Uh-oh. And now it's Shadow of the Colossus. But yeah, I think the choppiness might just be like on my monitor or something. I check every now and again on the playback and it seems fine. So as long as you guys don't notice, that's great. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Now what? Oh, a ladder. Oh. Alright, so holding the jump button doesn't do anything, you have to mash it. That's unfortunate. Unless maybe the run button does the same thing. Haven't checked. Oh god. Nope. Oh, well. I was gonna pick up an item and then help him.
修復するボット止血シェルと論理ウイルスワクチンそれと
非推奨当該 9S のバイタル低下はこの場での応急
うる
処置
さい
を止めること
いいから出して
トゥービー言って
黙って
僕たちは兵士ですその戦いに誇りを
装備 HO229 コマンド677受諾使用者を 9S から 2B に権限移譲 2B の承認を求む
お願い
分かった
Ironically enough, like the face just takes as much damage as everything else. Wrong attack. That would have been hit.
言葉を喋ってる機械生命体にそんな知性が
2B 敵機体の脆弱性を発見しました。今から援護のためにハッキングします。2B 敵機体の上腕部のコントロールのポットを使って制御を取れるはず。
いいから黙って。
敵機体の上腕部のコントロール奪取完了。弱点部分をマークしました。
了解。制御システムを奪う。
了解。敵サブユニット侵入。挙動テーブル変更終了。姿勢制御バーニアコントロール。敵兵器の従属化を完了。
Oh my god. Get predicted?
すごく強引な戦い方ですね。2B は
本部に救援要請を。
いや、その必要はないみたいです。
Oh god.
そんな。
なかなかうまくはいかないみたいですね。準備はできました。ブラックボックスを。
分かった。
申請。ブラックボックス反応による敵大型兵器の殲滅。
先制を許可します。
2B、 あなたと共に戦えて光栄でした。
私もだ。
And that's NieR Automata. And that's it. Now we're just gonna be walking as the credits play. Alright. Well, for what, like a $50 game when it came out, this wasn't too bad. It was a nice little like tech demo, I guess, for like what to expect from NieR. So I really like where the franchise is going. I guess we'll see when we get the sequel to this game. We'll find out if there's any more like gameplay. But alright, I guess we can just call it here. I mean, it was just what, 40 minutes? Yeah, not too bad. It's a good place to end the stream. It's as safe possible. I'm not sure if we could oh my god. Dude, she's gonna like break her ankle on one of these inclines. Look at that. My god. Alright, so we have a map. I assume the save point is nearby. Oh.
作戦は成功でしたね。敵大型兵器は破壊され、
敵支配地域への侵入経路が確保されました。今後の
9S
はい。
ありがとう。最後に私たちのデータを基地にアップロードしてくれて。
ごめんなさい。その記憶を僕は持っていません。あの地域は通信帯域が細かったですから多分あなたのデータをバックアップする時間しか確保できなかったんでしょう。僕の記憶はあなたと合流する直前までしか残っていません。
そう。
うん。
人類に栄光あれ。
人類に栄光あれ。
Why'd you hesitate? This game uses online functionality for its message sharing features. Connect to network? No. I don't need to like go up to an area and then be told something like Fortnite or some shit. Or big chest ahead. And it's like in front of a wall.
西暦5012年、人類の華やかな歴史に突如終わりが訪れた。外宇宙から飛来したエイリアンによる侵略、異星人たちの繰り出す兵器、機械生命体によって人類文明は壊滅。生き延びたわずかな者たちは月に逃げ延びることになった。西暦5204年、衛星軌道上に敷設された基地群よりアンドロイドを使った反攻作戦が開始される。十数回に及ぶ大規模降下作戦を経てもなお決定的な打撃を与えるには至っていない。この膠着状態に陥った戦況を打破するために君たちヨルハ部隊は存在するのだ。最終決戦兵器としての役割を果たしてほしい。
はっ、承知しております。
健闘を祈る。
人類に栄光あれ。人類に栄光あれ。
人類に栄光あれ。
So this game takes place 3,000 years after NieR then, at least.
おはようございます。
9S
司令官からの命令で 2B さんのメンテナンスを担当することになったんです。これから定期的にチェックしますね。
そう。
心配はいりませんよ。僕たち 9S モデルは優秀なことで有名ですから。で、自分で言うことじゃないか。
9S
なんでしょ
継承はいらない。
う。
私の名前に3はつけなくていい。
はい、わかりました。そうだ。司令官が呼んでたから一緒に行きましょう。2B さん。いや、2B。
Okay. No, I meant to talk to 9S. You want to adjust my combat style? Stick to aggressive. See how that goes. Okay, we've got an item shop. So we've got recovery items. Oh, we lost everything. Oh boy. Alright, well, let's see what we've got. So, small recovery, 25% of HP, 50%, weapon attacks do double damage for 15 seconds. So they changed it from 15 to, or from 30 to 15 seconds. Maybe they were too powerful in NieR, I don't know. Or maybe better ones last longer. And then reduce damage by 50% from projectiles and melee. So HP gauge, display the player's HP. Displays sound analysis graph, enemies levels in HP. Display the skill gauge. Is this gonna be a fucking roguelike? Where if I don't make it back, we have to buy all this shit again? Displays the text log. Excuse me? The minimap, EXP gauge, and the amount of EXP earned. Save points. Displays the values of damage dealt and received, and objectives. Auto hide HUD elements in certain situations. Display an icon in areas where you can fish. Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna. Oh, never mind. We've got one of each. Okay, jeez, I was fucking worried. This is gonna be bad. We're just gonna be doing a fishing stream at one point. The chip can only be equipped on easy mode. Also on easy mode for all of these. So auto program and auto weapon switch. Interesting. Okay, but it seems like we've got everything except for sound waves, EXP gauge, and the fishing spots. So of course we gotta buy that right now. I don't know what fish are going to exist in this world, but we'll see. And let's take 2 of these. And 2 of these. Okay. I thought we needed to, like, check this. I guess not. Okay. So. We've got mail.
データをするにはアクセスポイントに近い場所じゃないとできません。近距離マップで確認してこまめにセーブしましょう。
Okay. Alright, now we're done with that. Is that under Intel, maybe? Or Shistamu? Nope. Actually, give me 1 second. It was just one of the controller options. Because my god, it's so much better to just be able to dodge with the bumper than with the trigger. Oh, this is so much smoother. Okay, so where do we check our mail? Here, I assume. Oh. Oh. There's people to talk to. Well, the commander can wait. I've got people I need to, like, speak to. Alright. Everything's proceeding smoothly. There's no sign anyone's noticed any... What's your problem? Get out of my face before I rearrange yours. Oh my god. So sassy. But her design is cute. And what do we have here? Medium recovery. Okay. And anything on this side? Let's check with them. Do you need something? No? Alright then. Hey there, how's it going? Majestic trees, pretty flowers, cute little animals, I love it all. This is the bunker. Go ahead. Say again? You lost your pod? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yes, I see. Well, a lost pod will emit a distress signal, so try to locate that, and search the surrounding area. Bunker out. And maybe don't lose it next time? Honestly. Say, I've got the question for you. Are you using your pod effectively? Random, I know, but the thing is, you can just install these things called pod programs that let you use special attacks. There are a bunch of different ones, so start tinkering to see which ones work best for you. Well, I just need the fishing one. That's all I care about. Did you know you can install plug-in chips to improve your body's performance? If you want to install a bunch of chips, go talk to the S-Type model in the server administration room. Okay. Go back here. Nothing? On the other corner? There is something. And 1,000 gold. Hi there. Boy, you two are thick as thieves, aren't you? I know you're only working together by coincidence, but it's still nice that you've become friends. I wonder if there's a mod out there to give 2B a wishin' I was fishing hat. I'll try to look for one and see if I can find one, and if I can, that'll be good for the fishing streams. Your bodies automatically register information from slain enemies to the database. It was a practical design to allow combat units to also collect intelligence. Are you checking your mail regularly? Sometimes important mails sit around for weeks because the recipient doesn't know how to check them. So don't be that person. Check your mail regularly at the transport terminal, alright? How may I assist you? Please keep it brief. Want a piece of advice from someone who's been in your shoes before? Back up your data whenever you can. If you do that, it doesn't matter if you lose your body. You can just upload the backup data to a new body and be on your merry way. Neat. And then more people down here. And these operators are so fussy. Fussy. Jeez. I wish they'd just get me the data I need and let me do my thing. Yeah. Bureaucrats, am I right? The operators try hard to explain everything, but I'm still so confused. I just hope I don't get in anyone's way. That concludes your mission summary. As for the detailed breakdown, the first thing to remember is... unless something's literally on fire, please go away. I'm in the middle of a critical mission briefing. Jeez, alright. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. I've got plenty of recovery items. Ugh. Was that you? Are you feeling alright? Do you have enough recovery items? How are your vital signs? It's critical to deal with your injuries right away. Or with injuries right away. Only the commander can approve communications with the Council of Humanity. Yoda soldiers aren't allowed to make individual contact. Right? You were fantastic in that battle the other day. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next. Hello, how goes the mission? If you need additional mission intel, you can find it on your HUD. Certain plugin chips can also help you out. So, there we are at the bottom, actually. In active combatants, there we are. And then those are all the others, unless that's not us. Actually, no, it isn't. We are right above the twink that's right there on the third row, I believe. No, we are right next to her, right? Is that us? I can't tell. They all look the same. They're all black and white. Doesn't matter. We're on that board somewhere. Alright, well, let's talk to you.
2B か。メンテナンスは終わったのか？
はい。
ブラックボックスの暴走による敵殲滅。あまり無茶をするなよ。
はい。
メンテナンス明けで悪いが任務がある。地上にいるレジスタンスたちと合流し、情報収集をしてくれ。
あれ、レジスタンスとの連絡役には別のヨルハ部隊員がアサインされていたんじゃ。
専任の担当者とは連絡が取れていない。その原因究明も兼ねて現地調査を頼みたい。
了解しました。
Why are you still here? You should have the destination data for your next mission. Okay. Thanks, Commander. Okay, so the organization's name is Yoruha. But, I mean, I'll stick to Yoda.
地上ってことは飛行ユニットで移動ですね。格納庫に行きましょう。飛行ユニットの運用コストは高いからあんまり使わせてもらえないんですよね。もっと安い機体を生産すればいいのにな。
And this is our room, I believe. Yep. Let's see if there's anything else before we actually head out. Hello there. You're starting to get quite the reputation. Oh, but don't worry, it's all good. The way you used your black boxes to blow up those Goliaths was so awesome. But try not to actually die, okay? We'll take good care of your data, so make sure to upload it frequently. Looking for command? Just head down the hall and to the left. The server administration room is on the right. Take care. See you around. Okay. This is 9S's room.
僕の部屋なんですよ。いつでも好きな時に遊びに来てくださいね。まあ、何もないですけど。
Okay. There's not much to do here. Okay, 9S. So what do we have here? So these are the access points with quick save and inboxes. So access points, mailbox. Select inbox at the access point to check your mail, which I just did. So test email from the, or test mail from the server manager. This message is intended for the verification of your mail account. Members who encounter problems with the mailing system should contact their supervisors as soon as possible. IT operations lead server engineer. Oh god, it's like working for a company. Save your current progress. Okay. Normally, they would just have, you know... I thought quick save would mean that, this wasn't, like a hard save. I thought it would be, you know, like a roguelike save, where, alright, you save now, and then you immediately exit the game, and you pick up from where you left off the next time you load in. Yeah, have you been using your recovery items? Everyone on the R&D team is really proud of them. You can even buy them from the terminals in your quarters. Give it a try. Well, I'm more interested in stealing from you. Melee attack S obtained. Alright, let's see what 21 or 2I or whatever your name is. There is nothing here. And then this is the terminal. So what do we have here? So far, this station, pretty neat. I like the design of everything so far. Can't access this right now. Okay. And you? Need any maintenance done? You've come to the right person. So we can buy lasers. Mirage analyzes all enemies in a fixed radius, allowing combatants to deliver a series of deadly slashes to all who are caught within. We get a hammer. Another blade. Spear. Okay, so these are the spears from NieR. We get shields. This is also... Oh, this is a magic shield. Is it? I assume that's what M stands for. We get RAM. No. We get little hard drive chips. Probably. 16 and 24. Okay. That's something. And an upgrade pod. So our pod A... So we can get it from level 1 to level 2. And we need items for this. So tree seeds, mushrooms, pure water, natural rubber, and power-up parts. We can also fuse things. You can't fuse this chip because you have no chips of the same ability and rank. I have no chips in general. And we can sell things. Removal means death. If I sell this right now, do I just die? This is like deleting system 32. Just plop out a chip. Just like, hey, I want to sell something to you. Sure, what? And I just pull it out. That'd be fucking funny. But I'm sure if they just like stick it back in, like, we'll be fine. Okay. They also have fancy outfits. Hello. I was just talking about all the plants and animals I saw on Earth. Operators are kind of nuts for data collection, you know? It makes me jealous of the combat troops. I'd love to go down there and collect the data myself, but they don't allow it. Hey, I'd take you if I could, but, you know, I don't make the rules. Just like, swap bodies for once. You know? You take out her OS chip, she takes out your OS chip, you know? Swap bodies for a bit. And then, you guys can have different missions for once.
この先が格納庫ですね。行きましょう。
Alright, now let's actually continue. I'll try not to spend too much time looking at miscellaneous stuff from the side. So we can kind of get more of the story, but I mean, this would all be like background info. I guess it would be useful to have anyways. Oh, talk to... I don't feel so good. Her balance sensors got damaged, so she's got motion sickness. No matter how many times I repair the sensors, the problem comes back. It's almost like it's in her head or something. You guys take care of yourself so you don't end up like her, alright? That would suck, dude. It's like in our ears, like we have this little liquid inside of I forget the name of the bit that's inside our ear, but it looks like a little snail. And like if you shake your head, like that liquid moves around, and if it stays in motion, that's kind of what makes you dizzy. So imagine having that constantly moving, so your balance is constantly thrown off, and then you're constantly having headaches. That shit would suck. Hey there, are you going down to Earth again? I'd give almost anything to spend more time in a flight unit. We don't like that, but they're expensive. Delicate pieces of equipment, so they don't just hand them out willy-nilly. And you combat types are the worst. Last time you used a flight unit, it came back with huge scratches on the side. Oh no. Oh no. I survived, but my little flight unit was damaged. What do you think fixes that, huh? We do. We work our fingers to the bone to get you a beautiful ride, and you go and crap all over it. Alright, I get it. Sheesh.
でもどうして 2B のような戦闘モデルが調査を担当するんでしょうか。現地調査なら僕たちスキャナーモデルだけで十分なのに。
命令に文句を言わない。
はーい。
Interesting. I wonder how we, like, enter the atmosphere again. If, like, these flight suits have some sort of atmospheric re-entry unit
2B さん、
or
今
something.
回から新装備が搭載されています。使用方法を表示しますので確認してください。
了解。
Missile barrage. Neat. Right, like this. So that's our bomb. Okay. Since, like I said, most shmups will have a fire mode, and then, like some sort of screen wipe. And I keep walking into these. Oh, there it goes again. I should probably. Oh. Nope. That was lame as hell. Okay. There's our first death. Dodging for some reason didn't work. But I guess I'll get used to this.
でもどうして 2B のような戦闘モデルが調査を担当するんでしょうか。現地調査なら僕たちスキャナーモデルだけで十分なのに。
We skip now.
命令に文句を言わない。
Alright.
はーい。
Okay, I'll do this correctly. And like not get hit.
2B さん、今回から新装備が搭載されています。使用方法を表示しますので確認してください。
了解。
We'll hold off on the missile barrage for now. We'll wait until we have those dudes on screen. Okay. Again, couldn't dodge. Was locked into the transformation scene or sequence. Incredible. Great game design, Yoko Taro. Okay. That didn't do anything. There we go. Now we dodge. But yeah, I can see how this became like super fucking popular with the Japanese, because they love their shmups. So just having a game that has like a cute anime girl in it, and then Macross, and then also shmups.
バンカーより 2B さん
It's like everything they
コ
want.
イリットの降下地点を設定しました。レジスタンスのキャンプよりちょっと離れた場所なんですが、敵への情報漏洩を防止するためなので我慢してください。了解。頑張ってくださいね。
Yeah, let's hope we don't die again. Okay. Let me just make sure. Let's make sure things are still good. 2, 3, 1. Cool. Alright. These can be destroyed? No. Anything else? No. Alright. So now there should be no excuses for me when it comes to combat. Now that I'm able to like change my controls. Or that I was able to. The voice of these like little robots, what was their name again? I don't remember. They sound like Vice from NieR. So I wonder if they have the same voice actor. Anyway, the minimap shows the geography around your current location at the bottom right of the screen. The red icon shows your objectives, so follow it. Okay. Well, It's not like Grandia where this thing's gonna be spinning constantly. But yeah, this thing sounds like Vice. So that's pretty cool. Maybe they took his data. I wonder. Anything else? I'll try like exploring a little bit, just in case. Oh, there were like stairs too. Neat. Well, let's just look around for items. Quickly scan things. Probably jump off and die here. Probably mission control would get really mad at us if we did that. If we just jumped off. Or maybe we'd survive, who knows? We are like some weird android thing. Okay, nothing else here? Nope. And it seems like there's further floors down below. Oh, elks? Deer? Moose? Meese? And robots. Oh, and... Oh. There we go. Yeah, look at this. Secrets. Crystals and melee defense L. So, do these increase it for a longer time? Let's see. Melee defense up. For 30 seconds. Okay, so yeah. So it should be the same thing, 50%, but it's just, it lasts longer. Neat. Now we gotta get back. Try not to die. There's robots here. Oh, right. Locking on is still gonna be a little weird. Because that I wasn't... I'm not sure if I can change it, but like locking is still like set to a bumper, which is odd. But that I can get used to. That's not a huge deal. And nothing else, it seems. Nope. Okay, let's move on. I might give you guys like motion sickness from how I move the camera. Where's all the meese? This thing is huge. Look at it. And I assume we can kill it. Oh no. Is there a point to this? Who knows, but it does a fuck ton of damage. Let's take just one of these. And then let's be careful. Just shoot it down. Oh no. And a beast hide. Well, that seemed incredibly pointless unless we really need that for upgrades. Here I am, like, just wiping out the local fauna. Because why not? But the game does look beautiful, though. Okay, let's start checking things. So far it's very open world, kind of.
情報によるとこの付近の機械生命体は襲ってくる様子はないみたいですね。最近こういう敵が増えたみたいでただぼーっとしてるだけ。一体何をしてるんでしょう。
So it seems like these had like some barrier to protect them in case like robots attack it. I don't know. But there's like some marker on it. Unless that's 2B or 9S. No, there's like some marker for this. But I guess it hasn't been explained yet. Or maybe there's something else here. Who knows? I guess we'll see. I'll try... Oh. Now I can interact with it? Alright.
バンカーより マップデータを入手。システムメニュー上で表示可能。
マップデータですか。衛星から取得できる解像度が荒くて、あまり正確な形状が把握できないんですよね。新しい衛星が配備されるといいんですけど。
大体わかればいい。
意外とたくましいですね。2B は。
Interesting. School buses too? I assume we're in a different part of the world, right? Compared to NieR Replicant. Where, you know, we've got skyscrapers and shit compared to, well, NieR. She has the same moveset as NieR does with a short sword. Does she? Yeah. Is it literally the same thing? 1, 2... Whoop. Yep. Yes, it is. I don't have another weapon. Wait. Oh, we got fists. Oh, that's it. Like, this game is already a 10 out of 10. I'm gonna punch the shit out of everything now. Game of the year. Alright,
Access point に通信障害。
no need to combo with the sword. Like, we don't need that. We just have our fists. That's all we need. Just punch everything to death.
中央エリアはかなり植物の侵食が進んでるな。サイズもかなり大きい。
情報、人類大変後、植物の巨大
Nope.
化現象を確認。
でっかいイノシシとかいたりして。
Interesting. Huge boars. I wonder. Will I get to ride the huge boars like we did in NieR? Interesting. And I assume... Ah, okay, so we can use, like, select to quickly use items and then change weapons. I see. So Virtuous Contract and the Bare Fists. What's this? Okay. So how many combos do we get? It's just 4? Into that. Interesting. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And no matter what, you throw that at the end. Okay. Easy. Oh, let's go. I love fists. Weapons. They're so good. It's perfect. This game is great. It's got great hand-to-hand combat. That's all I care about. Now, as for our map, like, is this a thing? Yeah, map mode. Interesting. And so it is a 3D map. That is a nightmare. But that's fine. And we just have to go all the way over here. So I went on a completely different, like, path. And this map is huge. Holy fuck. Okay. Let's move on to the actual direction where we need to go. And maybe climb some buildings while we're at it, if it lets us. It does? Oh, we can climb! Good stuff. This game is great. They thought of everything. There was a ladder there that I missed. It's okay. Can we climb up the tree? Yes, we can. At least partially. Through the giant roots. What about up here? Look at this. Nope. Nope. No. Can you... 2B, please move this way. And there we go. They want to do their little punching attacks, but they don't know what real punches are like. Even though I did not mean to obliterate that one. There we go. Can you lock on to the guys that are right next to you instead? So that was a problem I had with the original NieR in Drakengard, where if I would lock on and there was a guy right next to me, the protagonist would target literally everyone else. Like the guy that's on the other side of the screen, or, you know, like instead of the enemy that's right here, they would aim for the guy that's by the wall. And that's really fucking annoying. But we'll see. Because right now, in that little skirmish, there were like 3 dudes surrounding me, and there was one guy over there, like by this pillar. And instead of locking onto the 3 dudes that were right here, 2B locks to this guy. Like, okay. So that's either, like, sorry, it's either determined by whether or not I'm like aiming at them or pointing at them or pointing at the guy that's like far away or something, instead of whomever is right in front of me. And I don't think there's anything up there. And if there is, it's probably not important enough. There's nothing. Okay. Well, let's get a move on. Let's go this way. Not sure how she's able to run again through like trees on heels, like while wearing heels. That's insane stuff. Now, I think there was like one achievement that I know of that like everyone got, and it was something like putting your camera behind Tubi and like staring at her panties. Like apparently that's like an achievement that everyone gets. So we'll see when I get that by accident. If I even get it throughout this playthrough. I'll point it out if I do. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if I want to platinum this game, I gotta get it, right? I like it's part of the narrative storytelling. It's a plot device. You don't understand. I need to stare at her panties. Like it's something I must do. It'll probably happen while I'm trying to look up a building or some shit, like something like this, and then like the wind will flap her skirt up while I'm looking at the building, and then I will get flashed, and then that will be the achievement. And I'm gonna hate myself for getting it that way. So the NieR tricks still work for like moving through the air, where you can still do this to get some extra distance. We just like hit Earth. We did the initial boss fight, you know, from the start of the game, and then we just got sent out on our first mission after being like reborn or whatever. We're getting a new body. So that's where we're currently at. Alright, let's go back this way. And I don't think there's fall damage yet. So, but you can do the trick where so long as you jump before you land, you still get a double jump, which is insane. Alright, where are the enemies? Alright, I found a fishing spot, so we're gonna be here for like the next 3 hours and a bit. Okay. No more enemies? No more enemies. Alright, where was it? Where's the fishing spot? Oh no. Did I lose it? Is it highlighted on the map? No. The game knows I will spend 6 hours here. Okay, I guess if we come across it again, we'll do it. If not, well then, we'll fish some other time. Let's actually get a move on then. Not sure what that achievement is that you're referring to, but I'm gonna assume it's the panty flash one. And if so, good luck. Okay, so there's a bunch of enemies here. No, there's a bunch of humans, right? It's a camp that we were sent to.
ここがレジスタンスキャンプか。まずリーダーに情報を聞いてみましょうよ。
Yeah, so I've heard. There's like a ton of just endings. Oh, is that weapon number 6? No. I guess we'll see. Are you new here? So who are you? Okay. What about you, Barrett? Our leader, Anemone, is responsible for this camp. You should go say hi when you get a minute. Strange resistance woman. Are you the new Yoda soldiers? If so, you should go meet our leader. Okay. Was that a blink, or are your eyes just shutting off and shutting back, and turning back on like for a second? Well, let's talk to everyone else and then we'll talk to the leader. Oh, hey, did you talk to our leader yet? Haven't seen you around here before. What else? Whom's be the leader? I guess maybe over there. If you're gonna inspect the camp, make sure you get permission first, okay? Fine, Jesus fuck. Alright, what do you want?
お前たちは
You're...
2号。
あれ、2B のことを知ってるんですか？
いや、バンカーから連絡が来てたからな。私の名前はアネモネ。この辺り一帯のアンドロイドレジスタンスを取りまとめている。バンカーから話は聞いている。このエリアの調査担当になったらしいな。情報は私よりも他の連中の方が詳しいだろう。私を通さなくていいから好きに聞いてくれ。
Okay. Expect you'll be dealing a lot with the weapons trader and the supply trader, so why don't you go say hi? Also, there's this girl near the entrance wearing the head of a machine life form. She's a bit of an oddball, but she's really smart, so I'm sure she's got lots of useful information for you. Yeah, her design is quite something. Her cape is interesting. Little hood. Is that a pocket knife? Oh no, dude, it's like a deck box. She'll play you in Magic at any point. Like at any time. Alright. All of the members of the Resistance are based in this camp, so we need to strictly manage everything and everyone that comes through here. Okay, manage this. Alright. This song sounds a little bit like one of the town songs from Replicant. Okay, so what do you have? Welcome, welcome. It's great to get new customers. You're some kind of supply trader for the Resistance. You know it. Every item here is handcrafted from abandoned parts and stuff plundered from enemy corpses. So then, to business. What can I get you? I guess we'll take some more recoveries. What's the max? 10? No, 54? We'll stick to... Yeah, we'll just get 8. And then, we'll get 7 of these. Oop. And that should be all I need. Oh, animal bait! Oh, give to an animal in order to ride them. I thought this was for, like, fishing. A pouch that emits a scent animals love, prevents them from running when approached. Well, I'm sure that's going to be useful, so might as well. And then just in case, we'll take, like, 5 of these. Do you sell plug-in chips? You mean those little doodads that serve as power-ups for your body? Afraid not. I'd love to sell the plug-in chips, but I don't have the necessary raw materials. Now, if I happen to get those raw materials, I bet we could do some business, but until then... Say, now there's an idea. What if you got the materials for me? I've got this bum leg, see, I can't really go around... can't really get around myself. Can't you just repair your own leg? You work in the supply trade after all. If only. Unfortunately, all of our parts are dedicated to the war effort. Can't spare any for myself. Personally, I'm hoping you wipe out those machines so I can start dancing again, but until then, will you look for what I need? Sure. Alright. Thanks a million. Okay, so I need 1 broken key, 1 small gear, and 1 broken circuit. You can smash up a few small machines to find them. You can obtain them from the enemies at the big open area towards the left when you exit the camp.
目標地点の情報を入手
Okay, so we got subquests. Alright.
マップにマーク
And I assume we probably already have this. Nope. Guess not. Oh, so you have to keep staring at her until she reacts. I see. That means I'm never gonna get that achievement. Hello, you're with Yoda, aren't you? This is the maintenance shop. I service and consult on all types of android bodies. Can I help you with anything? Sure. I assume she repairs stuff, maybe? No, so she sells, like, all the chips from above. And then same with upgrading our pod. So we just need a bunch of more, like, items. You can greatly increase your combat abilities with just a few tweaks here and there. If you obtain any new chips or programs, make sure to try them out. Okay, well, let's see what advice she has. What would you like advice on? Android bodies, upgrading pods, acquiring additional pods, weapons, motion sickness. Yikes, well, before you barf everywhere, try going to the system settings camera. Never mind. You're the boss. That's funny. That's pretty funny. I thought it was just gonna be like another reference to the chick that's above. I'm having this really weird feeling in my chest lately. I wonder what it could be. You? Make sure you get regular maintenance. Also, if you want an upgrade, you should talk to the woman out front. And you? Fix the camp's transporter so you can return to the bunker. It's ready for you whenever. Really? So you can just unlock the endings, or sorry, unlock the achievements by paying for them? That's fucking funny. If that's what you meant, that shit's hilarious. Alright, well, let's talk to these people. So we need to talk to you and you. Let's check with you first. Oh, you must be with Yoda. I heard about what happened. I deal in weapons, so if you're interested in that type of thing. What kind of weapons? Basically, I rebuild and repair relics from the old world. Although, to be honest, my tools are in pretty sad shape at the moment. But if I can get the servicing device in that toolbox up and running, I could start fixing and selling weapons again. So please get me my shit. And what do you need? That looks busted, alright. You know it. And as I bet you can tell, I'm no good at that sort of delicate repair. Alright, let's help him out. You mean it? That'd be a huge help. Looks like the servicing device shorted out. Must have put too much load on it. I'm thinking 4 complex gadgets will be enough to fix it. Any idea where I can find complex gadgets? Folks say you can find them over in the city ruins, although I also hear the place is crawling with incredibly aggressive machines. Okay. I see. So you really can just buy achievements. That's fucking weird. Hey, you're with Yoda, right? My mask? It's an electromagnetic wave shielding device. I wear it to limit unnecessary information from the world. Ah, the tinfoil hat. Just kidding. So what do you want? Are you worried about something or whatever? Should I do if I die? I feel motion sick. The game is too difficult. What happens if I say this? You can change the game difficulty at any time in the system menu. In easy mode, enemies are weaker and you can use special auto chips. Equip them and the LB button will activate automatically. Will activate automatic attacks and evades. Normal mode is a standard level difficulty. The enemy gets stronger in hard mode and you can't use any lock-on features. In very hard mode, not only is lock-on disabled, but the enemies are, well, they're kind of insane. It's almost stupid difficult, but more daring players seem to like it. Players. And hey, just between you and me, if you go to Intel and select tutorials, you may find out some things you didn't know. Maybe worth checking out if you're ever bored out of your skull. That's fucking funny. Alright, I'm good. So she's just a tutorial woman. Alright, let's get out of here. Well, no, Timo, we're doing this in the normal way. I would go with hard mode, but like I said, it's probably just going to be bullet sponges, and that's going to be a huge waste of time. So, accessing points. The world is filled with cleverly disguised access points, which can be used for the following. Unlocking map info, unlocking a save area, which allows you to save your game in the system as long as you're close enough to the access point. If you find an access point under attack by enemies, destroy them all to reactivate it. Okay, so that's what that meant. When we saw them, like, you know, when we saw the little robots trying to attack them. Interesting. So far, there's no... Let's see if this will do it. That doesn't do it. This doesn't do it. And this doesn't open up the map. So we have to check it from the menu, it seems. So we can go here. And we can go here. So let's start maybe this way to get our weapons ready. And then, we'll go from there.
ここは植物の侵食がかなり進んでいますが、当時はかなり大きな都市だったんでしょうね。
Oh, here it is.
オペレーター 6O より 2B さんへ定期連絡の時間です。
こちら 2B 異常なし。
Not
あ、
yet.
よかったです。今日の地球の天気はいいですか？
問題なし。それは作戦に関係する情報？
いえいえ、そうではなくて、天気がいいと気分がいいのかななんて。
気分が良くても良くなくても作戦には関係ない。
2B さんらしいですね。それではまた。
Yeah, exactly. That's why. Now.
釣りを開始。
Let's get ready to cast. Let's cast this way. He's our fishing rod? That's funny. Interesting.
捕獲失敗。
Let's see how this goes. Oh, let's go!
捕
What I
獲
get?
完了。
A koi carp. It's no Sega Marine fishing, but it's something. Now, I wonder if it's automatic, or if I really do have to do it like in NieR or any other fishing game where you go against like the current or whatever, wherever the fish is going to reel them in. I'll probably be told if I check the tutorial, but we'll do one more and that's it. Fuck.
報告失敗。
Just too quick on the draw there. Alright, last one. Is she sitting on like a hologram stool? Hmm? Hmm? What's 9S do? You're scaring the fish!
報告。
は
成功。
Huh? A killifish. Yeah, she's like on a stool or something. Alright, hold on. What's a killifish? Let me check. Intel. Fishing encyclopedia. Can you see it? Can you guys see it? Here. Let me zoom in for you. Can you see the killifish? There it is. It's fucking funny. Alright, so killifish, a small freshwater fish roughly an inch long. Because of its size, it often ends up getting tangled up inside machine lifeforms that venture into water, causing all kinds of interesting malfunctions. This led to attempts by androids to use the killifish as a weapon, but its military use was never approved, mostly due to angry demonstrations by android killifish fanatics, many of whom like to keep them as pets. Unfortunately for the killifish, they lack the same kind of determined lobbying. Hold on. Determined lobbying efforts among machine life forms. That's fucking funny. This freshwater fish is nearly as common as a regular carp. It's quite resilient to contaminated environments and can often be found where no fish dare to tread. Oh boy. That's probably the only thing I'm going to be interested in getting 100% of. The fishing encyclopedia. It all started as a joke, but then it's like kind of fun. We'll probably just have a chill stream in the middle of the week where I do that. Where's the other one? Here it is. I think there was a... Check this way. So, Mapu Modo. So... Oh. What? Yeah, we have to go all the way around, it seems, to get here. Unless... we can go... We go from here to then this way to then this way. So, alright, let's go that other way first. Unless I can somehow get up here. We'll find out. Yeah, because there's this wall in the way. Not sure why, but... oh well. I'm gonna assume there's just, like, an abundance of random, like, stupid fish in certain areas. And that's probably why. But I guess we'll find out. Didn't mean to do that. So now she locks on to the guy that's right next to me, instead of the guy that I'm pointing at. That's fine. There should be one more. Her punching shit is just so cool. Okay, broken circuits. What else do we need? More stuff. Wait, is 9S also using his fist weapons? Is he not using a sword? Oh, that's great. That's gonna be fucking cool. Ah, I see. So due to the fish variety then. Interesting. Oh, are we done with that quest though? Let's see. Oh, it's right here. So, active quests. So we just need a small gear. So we'll see if another one pops up. The bushes are too thick to go through. That's fucking funny. Okay, so let's go up here, and then we should be able to climb our way through these buildings to get to that closed off area. I assume. I see. Well, I guess that applies to real life as well, with actual fishing. Just like Spider-Manning our way everywhere.
武器屋さんが言ってたのはこの辺りですが、機械生命体を確認。しかも適正反応があります。
Oh, come on. I fucking dodged out of the way of that. It's fucking horseshit. That should be enough. But it's okay. I said after changing my controls, if I get hit, it's my fault. Right. I'd expect, of course, the currents to change too. I assume these maps, like, reset or something whenever you come in and out. Or things like that. Well. I assume we're gonna have to, like, come back constantly to these little areas to maybe get the items that we need for the quests. If so, that's something. But so far... Like, what's her main quest then? It's just these two? It's literally find a small gear and then get the complex gadgets? Okay. Well, I guess we'll just keep exploring then. See where that takes us. Let's see, we can go out this way, but probably not. Oh, wait, yes we can. Oh, there's more rivers! Just gold. Oh, they're above the highway. Well, let's see. Can I literally fish at any point? Yeah, I guess in any body of water. It'll let us. Oh. Never mind, I guess they were not in the little highway above. They were, here. Is that it? No. Interesting take on the game so far, like, just with what this is at the moment. It so far just seems like an open world sandbox. Half shmup, half, like half beat 'em up. But so far, comparing it to NieR, like, Replicant, it's okay. It kind of draws you in with the story, and then now we're just waiting, I guess, for the next point. Oh, there's boars! Oh, no! A lawyer soldier fought with every ounce of strength in a city consumed by water. Anyway. I was not expecting to fucking die like that. Well, good thing we saved. Otherwise, we would have lost all our fishing information. Oh, when your character dies, his body remains on the map as a corpse. They contain various data, so you have to go back to your body. If you die again before reaching your previous body, it will disappear. So it's just like Dark Souls now. Okay, that's weird. But luckily, our body is right here. But maybe that reset the map, and if it did, great. Now where are we? You recovered your plug-in chips. Do you wish to restore your previous equipment? Yeah, sure. And have your body collected. That's the achievement. Interesting. Well, let's try to go back then. I'm so used to trying to check the map, like in Replicant. But I guess we can try to go back to this area and see if we can find anything. Or if the enemies have respawned. It seems like they have. So let's do it right this time. I can juggle them in the air? That's crazy. And just with my fists? That's incredible. Just getting gold is not enough. I need my gadgets or whatever. Alright, there's a complex gadget. Let's see if we can find more. So they're in the surrounding area, not necessarily like restricted to just enemies dropping these items. Okay. Anything else? Oh, there's one here. I wonder if there's like speedrunning tactics for moving faster on the overworld, like there was with NieR, where we would do this. Let's see if I swap over to this. Is that the fastest way to move? Just constantly do this. No, let's keep, I guess, grinding against enemies. Hope we find whatever we need. Aim at the guy that's right in front of you, 2B. Come on. What the hell are you doing? See, there she did it again. I was aiming at this guy. And she starts attacking this one. The fuck are you doing, man? Holy fuck. Okay. We got more broken keys. It's not that way. So, checking up again. So up ahead and to the right. Like, that's really fucking annoying. Okay. So it should be around this corner. Now, again, I'm assuming I'm supposed to get these sub-quests done. Because otherwise, you know, can't buy weapons, can't do this, can't do that. And we were told to, like, help out the resistance or whatever as much as we could. Because otherwise, I assume we just check the map and try to, like, explore it as much as we can. Which, I mean, that can also work. Okay, another circuit, but that's not what we needed. Let's see what these guys have. Okay. Let's check our quests real quick. And active quest. So we still need the small gear for this and more of the complex gadgets. Let's get Surgeon. Yeah, it's like she has her own agenda for sure. More tree seeds, we need those, and we need whatever little upgrade gadget for our little gun bot that we have, whose name I keep forgetting. Now, I should probably, like, die or something. Respawn my body, respawn all the enemies in that area. Maybe. Unless they just respawn with time, or if they respawn with, like, distance. I'm not sure yet. Let's go this way. I don't see them on the map, so I don't think they've been, like, respawned. Okay, well, let's keep exploring then. And we'll come back to these guys later. So, we need to be there, but we can try going just straight ahead from, like, that river. and see what's up. So, can we get across this wall? Let's see. Maybe climbing something. Here. Unless it was just a general, like, oh, kill these guys, and these are the type of enemies that drop the shit that you need. Oh, come on. And no items. So there's nothing that way. And there's no way to climb up here, maybe this way instead. Through the school bus, or bus, I guess. Because we went from, like, Replicant's style, where there were no vehicles, right? But it happened in 2003 Japan, so I assume something happened within that, like, 1,000-year skip, where some sort of civilization managed to get cars for some reason. And that's why we have relics of them all around, like with buses and stuff. Here's boars and more meat. Let's see if there's anything this way. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure if it'll reset the enemies or not. And so far it seems like it hasn't. Just like when we die, they respawn. So... let's see what's...
機械生命体反応高エネルギーで危険な装備を確認
Yeah, we'll be fine. Also, there's no guard button, at least from what I'm able to see. It's level 25. I mean, we could probably take it on. Maybe. We are dealing damage, so as long as I don't get hit. Get him, 9S. Get his ass. I should not be put up against the wall. Do we just take down this enemy? We're a fifth of the way done. And so long as 9S doesn't die, I assume we should be fine. Is he shooting crotch cannons? Or is he firing stuff from a crotch cannon? He did. He shot off like tiny robots that are also level 25. Well. Uh-oh. I am also low on HP. I mean, we can still try it. We should be fine. Maybe. Also, we have this, which I almost forgot about. Oh, God. There we go. Your HP doesn't respawn, right? Or it doesn't reset, right? Yeah, good. Let's also heal up again. Alright. Get predicted? Oh no! You still got me, you son of a bitch. Maybe I should use the katana for this. Okay, that almost got me. Please, let me... restorative. Yeah, this. Alright. Don't worry, he's almost dead. We're doing 3 damage a pop. But it's okay. I assume this might give us like a huge level boost. Because we're like level 5 or something. There we go. Armor down. Let's go. Easy peasy. He shot out his little, like, cockbots out, but that wasn't a big problem. Oh, there's another one? What? Was that not enough experience? Where are we at? 1,000 EXP, I think. Well, that's lame as hell. Unless these guys really just respawn like crazy. Well, we're not gonna fight another one. Because that was a waste of time then. And what do we have here? It's a giant empty room. This doesn't tell us what it is, because the text, I assume, has been lost to time. And then an elevator, that's probably not working. Alright. And then this that we can't open up. And then nothing this way. Oh. Can't access this chest. Of course. Make my way to a dangerous area, fight off 3 bosses whose levels, like, total to, like, 100. And then there's no rewards, from what I can see. Nope. Never mind. We got animal bait. They dangled the proverbial, like, carrot over my head. They're like, look, giant enemies. There's gotta be good shit in here. Get some copper ore. And other miscellaneous crap. Okay, well, let's see if that's been, like... Yeah, then we get a literal carrot. You know what? Game of the Year 2017 or whenever this came out. He's just fucking moving along. Do you think he'll just fall down, like, just go down the waterfall? If I happen to throw him that way? Nope. A carp. Alright. What happens if you go that way? What if I throw you that way? Nope. Another carp. Yep. Carp machine. Wait, what? Well, okay. Well, this is the last one we'll catch, and then we'll check what the carp machine is. Like, someone made carp robots? Just for the hell of it? Okay. Let's see what this is. So, Intel, Fishing Encyclopedia, Carp Machine, a harmless machine lifeform resembling a carp. Excuse me? Okay. Weird. But sure. And then I assume maybe we fight some boss that breaks that, like, these walls down. There's been quite a few, so I assume maybe that happens. I don't know. But I guess we gotta go back. So let's see if this was enough time for this to pass, or maybe saving resets the enemies. I don't know. If the ones respawn in this area, then maybe, but I'm not seeing any of them. Unless the items in the area respawn as well. Let's check. They are. I assume some dude just like made like carp robots. Just set them out to be in rivers for some reason. Like with nanomachines, maybe? Okay, a complex gadget. I need one more. There we go. Fucking
これ
finally.
で全部かな。武器屋さんに見てもらいましょう。
Alright, I think we need one more of the other item, so let's check the other area real quick. And then we'll go back. Because not gonna lie, I was starting to get incredibly fucking bored if like this is gonna be the entire game. Like I don't mind running around and stuff, like that's fine. Like the areas are neat, the level design is cool. But this is like so far been incredibly dull. Oh shit, you can recover through this. I see. Interesting. Huh. Well then. I'm gonna have to like memorize where that is on the menu and do that often. Alright, let's see if there's one more item or something in here that I can grab. Not seeing anything. Alright, so let's save here and then let's go back to the to the camp. Because like while Replicant had like smaller sandboxes and they still made you do like fetch quests, literally go get meat, go get some ore or whatever, the areas were relatively small that it wasn't much of a chore. You would go from like from the north to the south and maybe east to west and like that's it, right? Here it's a titanic area, so obviously can I not get up there? Do I have to actually climb elsewhere? I guess we have to go all the way around. But like having an area that's like this big, well again, neat. It's like way too big to run around in. But we'll see if that changes. I mean, maybe we get upgrades or some shit later on. Because yeah, like it's beautiful to stare at, but so far like our quest is go to area 1, go to area 2, grab me some bolts. And then if they're not there, well, too bad. Unless that's what the transport's for. Like you go to the transport, you get out, and then maybe I don't know. All right, we needed your stuff, right? Well, how do you like that? Looks like I'm back in business. Good to hear. You know it, I make these weapons to keep my friends safe after all. Although, sometimes I wonder, what if my weapons are just making my friends die all the faster? Never mind. Forget I said anything. Anyway, get back in a little while, alright? I should have some new gear for you then. Okay, so reported the weapon dealer's request. This hasn't been long enough. Hey, it's you. Oh, I almost forgot. I still owe you a reward. I wanted to say thanks for helping me get things up and running again, so I whipped up some upgrade materials. Okay, some crystals, some gold, experience. Want to try them out? Sure. Okay, so what do you have? The Beastbane is back from NieR. Oh my god, and the Beast Lord as well. Is this because it was able to see that I had NieR installed before, or? And the Ancient Overlord again? So the same weapons are here? A sword with the King of Beast as its motif. Same with this. Interesting. How good is it compared to this thing? So this thing does 150 to 180. And this will do 190 to 210. Well, might as well get the Beast Lord while we're at it. And let's do this. Swap you out for this. Equip. Because I still want my bare fists. And now let's upgrade. So how much does it cost? 2,500. And for this, we just need the rusted clumps, beast hides, and the crystal. So we can upgrade that later if I really want to, but this should still be good enough. Leveling this up will just give us a fuck ton of damage, though. Look at that. From 320 to 570. Insane. And then this also kind of gets, you know, quite the damage boost, but who cares? Okay, when you need help with your weapons, sure. So where do you get these older weapon models from? Oh, the lady who owns the place sends them over every once in a while. Her name's Accord. She's the proprietor of this here business. I just tend to customers and keep all the repair devices humming. I only see her every few years, to be honest. She mostly just uses delivery drones to drop things off. I don't know where she gets this stuff, but most of it's in pretty good condition. So if you ever happen to run into her, say hello from me, alright? You can upgrade your weapons you buy here. Okay? How much can I upgrade your weapons depends on how much money and materials you have. So upgraded weapons also add effects that improve performance. Give it a try if you like. Okay. And we completed our first quest, so that's the achievement. So there we go. So if we look at this weapon, because we can attack here. Interesting. Is it still like in NieR where I can charge attacks? Yes. Yes, we can. So what about this? Nope. This? Nope. So I can't do an upswing with this thing, but this is literally just the same sword from NieR. We used this shit for like half the game. And then here we are with it again. Alright, well, we'll stick to this for a while. And let's see what transporting is. Return to... Oh, travel to another access point. Yeah, the bunker. Great. Well, let's get the final item, hopefully, this time. It's respawned. So we can maybe move on, and the resistance leader is like, oh, you can actually do stuff. Anyway, grab this for me. Or do this way, or we need help in this location, or some shit. We'll see how that goes. If not, maybe, like, reloading will refresh the environment. I don't know. But please give me the last item I need, the fucking key or whatever it is. Plant seeds. Great. There's one item over there. Copper ore. I need a small gear. We've killed robot after robot and none of them have dropped this. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay. Will this let us? Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna try this. Let's save here. Oh, I can probably do it from the menu, right? Yes, I can. Cool. So let's save. And now let's load. And let's see if this will refresh the area. And if it does, great. And it did. Good. Alright, let's move on. And hopefully we can get that tiny fucking gear I need. Give me the gear. I just need a gear. Yeah, there we fucking go. God damn, that took forever.
全て集まりましたね。雑用って大変ですね。
地上のレジスタンスはヨルハ部隊にとっても大事な同胞。彼らの手助けをするのも私たちの重要な任務だから文句を言わない。
Okay, I'll just run that way. Should have just been running back. Like, yeah, I get it. Helping them helps us, right? But, jeez. So, yes. I should have thought of that before. I was like, can we load? Probably. I'll see how I handle this for like YouTube when I edit these. I'm not sure if I'll just if I'll keep these wandering segments, if I'll just focus on the story or something. We'll see. But right now we're doing it live. Okay. Let's go to the pod and save, and then we'll go back to that dude. And there he is. Hey, you found the materials. That's great. Now we can start upgrading and crafting items for you. Imagine you could spare a few of these supplies to fix your leg. Yeah, no. Why don't you tell us what's really going on? See, it's my left leg that's all busted up, and my left leg is the one that's fully original. I've repaired this old body of mine 100 times over during this war. I've swapped parts in and out so many times I can't even keep track. But this leg, this left leg, it's never been touched. If I go and replace that, what happens? I mean, would I even be me anymore, or would I just... Anyway, it's my own problem. Didn't mean to trouble you with it. I should be getting more inventory soon, so swing by when you can. Okay. We got the warp wire. Oh god, can we upgrade our beast lord already? What are you buying? Let's see. He sells HUD upgrades and all this stuff, which we already have. Anything new? Oh, here we go. So we can increase our weapon melee attack, or weapon attack up. Reduce melee damage by 2%. Reduce projectile damage by 2. Increase our HP, and more animal bait. And then a satchel, which we already had. We can afford all of this, but I'm gonna see if I can upgrade my beast lord first. And if we can, that's much better than, getting that. So let's upgrade. Oh, we're missing the pyrite. We're so close. Okay, let's buy them then. So we'll take the weapon attack up. Can I buy multiple? Do they stack? Not sure. Okay. So we're done with this. Let's save again. Let's grab whatever's back here. Never mind. Let's talk to you. Oh hey, I actually have a request for you as well. There have been lots of reports of dangerous machines appearing in the desert recently. This is very unusual, so it may be indicative of something bigger. Now, I hear you Yoda types are pretty good at examining things. You think you can look into this whole mess for me? Sure. Thanks, I knew I could count on you. I'll tell our allies in the desert that you're coming. Be careful out there, okay? Okay. Now, how do we get to the desert? Do we warp out of here and then, like, go somewhere? Or is this something that we can see on the map? There's something this way. But if we check like so... nope, I don't really see, like, major objectives. So... maybe we have to go back to base. So, save again and transport. Let's see. And now we can try to go back. Was it this way? No, this is mission control. Does she have something to say? Actually, there's something I needed to ask you. We need your help improving the network environment between the bunker and the surface. Doing so will allow us to carry out our operations in a more efficient manner. First, I need you to transport the required materials to the leader of the resistance camp. I'll have an operator explain how to obtain the materials once you touch down. Yes, Commander. Okay. That is... something. So let's go this way. So what items are we gonna need, I wonder? If I check the quest, does that tell us? Nope. You'll be informed of the required materials when you arrive. Okay, so literally go back down and good luck finding all the miscellaneous shit by killing robots. Okay. Oh. 2B? Is that you? Yes, but thank goodness, my name is 16D. Oh god. My instructor 11B was one of your squad mates on in the assault on the abandoned factory. I don't suppose she was shot down during the battle. I see. What a shame. She was the closest thing I had to a mentor. She was so strong and admirable. What happened to her body? I don't know. I know it isn't my place to be asking you this, but... well, if you happen to run across anything of hers, would you mind bringing it back to me? It's not a priority or anything, just if you have the time. Sure. I'll keep an eye out. Thank you. Pod, do we have any information about 11B's black box? Negative. 11B's black box has yet to be recovered. She was shot down near the abandoned factory, right? God. She was shot down, like, over water. Like, across the ocean. Like, she is gone. Do I have to talk to you to like touchdown? So, can I leave? No? Do I have to do something else first before I can go through the hangar? What's going on? Do I have to use the other boxes instead to be transported? Maybe? Let's see. Is it one of these that will send me back? Seems like it. Okay, well, never mind. Okay. So I looked it up just to be on the safe side. It seems like the desert is to the north of like the city ruins. So wherever this is, it's gonna be like in the north. So maybe this. I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, so who do we talk to about here we go.
オペレーターより 2B さんへ通信環境改善のために必要な資材を収集してください。必要な資材は錆びたボルト、小さな歯車、洗剤です。素材は小型の敵から入手できる場合がある。
ポッド042からオペレーターへレジスタンスリーダーより指定のあった場所の座標データを確認。
オペレーターよりポッド042へ座標データ確認。目標地点にマーカーをポイント。砂漠は気温が高く日差しも強いですから補給が難しくなります。ちゃんと準備してから行ってくださいね、2B さん。
Gee, I wonder where I'm supposed to check. Don't I need like just one item from that, like the small gear? Let's see. Active quests. I need... well, yeah, I needed the broken keys, and like that's it. No, rusty bolts and a small gear. So we've got almost all of this ready. And then this is whatever. So what do you... I can check. Go to the map. So... I don't think they want me to go this way, right? Yeah, that's 11B's memento. Okay. So this is where I should find those items. It seems. I came this way because they're the exact same items that I needed 5 minutes ago. So I guess we'll check. It's not too far anyways. And I mean, these guys will have them. Or have a chance of dropping them. Aim at the guy that's right in front of Okay. So we want to go, once again, from here. Just straight ahead. Back to the bridge area. I see. Actually, can you do this? Yes, but not with the sword. Okay, any other air combos? Just one? Yeah. Okay. Go, to be go. So I assume the desert is up here, maybe. Possibly. Let's grab this. Keep going. Unless it's maybe like past the elevator area. I don't know. Technically, I'm not sure what way is north yet. Give me the small gear. It's the most important item to get. Oh, just gold. Oh, these guys are like level 10. Hold on, do I have to do it this way? If I go to weapons and we go to weapon set 1, if we swap with this, there's combat bracers. So if we do this and we do this, Beast Lord, and equip it like so, maybe that will let me. But also there's stories, I just realized. God. So details. Bearing a bestial design, the sword cuts down any who would challenge its bearer's authority. If we look at the story, once upon a time there were 3 princesses. The eldest princess was thought by all to be the most brilliant woman in the kingdom, as she soon sat upon the throne of her homeland. And she soon sat upon her throne of her homeland as their queen. My God. Reading today is not going to be great. There's also spears. Interesting. So, hold on. Details. A white blade like those carried by samurai of old. Looks flashy, but the blade is top quality. Okay. In the story, how long can I fight amidst this bloody vortex of a battlefield? How long, I wonder. What about our fists? Unarmed. Details? Bare android fists are passable weapons, but it can be difficult to land effective blows with them. Well, so long as we start getting combat bracers, that's all I'm gonna be using. Like, once we get to that. Okay, so what do we have? Okay, small gear, rusty bolt, we're done. Finally.
オペレーター 6O より 2B さんへ通信環境改善に必要な素材が全て手に入ったようですね。収集した素材はアネモネさんに渡してください。それで任務は終了です。
That was not so bad. Although if I hadn't gotten like whatever the third item was, we wouldn't have gotten it there, and I would have had to run back, reload, and then do all of this again. And speaking of, while we're at it, we can try to climb up here. No, Toby, what are you doing? No! Why'd you fall off? Or fall, I guess. Why'd you fall? Alright, let's do it right. There we go. So there are robots up here, but... anything else? Nope. So considering how she opened, like how she spread her arms and legs, I assume we can free fall and not take damage. So I don't want to risk it now because I do not want to run all the way back to do this entire quest again, but we'll find out maybe in the future about that. This way. Oh. And ranged attack up. Alright, let's save. And let's talk to Anemone. I heard about this from the bunker. These are the parts we need for our network structure, right? Thanks for bringing them over. It's not much, but I have a reward for you. Oh, but don't tell the commander, it's probably against regulations. So simple gadgets, medium recovery, 3,000 gold, 300 experience. Improving communications complete. Okay. Can't talk to you anymore? Oh.
2B からオペレーター 6O へ資材の受け渡しを完了。
了解です。お疲れ様でした。
まったく相変わらず司令官は人使いが荒いですよね。ルールにも厳しいし効率優先のロボットみたいな生活を送ってるんでしょうね。
司令官はそんなにお堅くないですよ。
え、どういうことですか？
司令官ってああ見えて意外に大雑把なんです。服なんて脱いだら脱ぎっぱなしのためっぱなしなのでよく洗濯班が嘆いてるんですよ。それに自分のボディのメンテナンスチェックとか全然実行しないんですよね。そういう雑なところを人に見せないのが司令官らしいんですけど。
あなたはどうしてそれを知ってるの？秘密です。それでは。
Okay.
秘密。
Right. Well, no more quests in this area, so I guess we literally just have to go explore now. Oh, right, and check our inbox, because we got something. So, lost equipment. There was something I forgot to mention prior to your sortie. According to our analysis team, the equipment that was lost when breaking into the abandoned factory is still there. I've marked its estimated location, so be sure to pick it up next time you're in the area. That is all. The commander. Okay. So I assume if we check our map, maybe now it'll be updated. So map mode. And if we zoom out, I assume it's this. Current destination. So that's where we're supposed to go. Can I make markers, maybe? I can. Okay, good. Let's see if I can head off that way. Right. Let's go off in this direction and then try to make it into the abandoned factory. Look at her fucking go. It's still insanely cool, like how she runs. Okay, so that's below me. Now we need to go straight ahead. So gonna assume if I hadn't taken this upper path, we would have not been able to enter this area. And if so, that would have sucked. Nope. Something over here. Copper ore. But yeah, I'll try looking into like speedrun strats off stream, mainly just for movement tech, and seeing what the like most optimal way to move is. Unless this is literally it, like just run from point A to point B. Cool. Oh, that sucks. If quests can get bugged, that is insanely lame. Oh, let's see if this is the item. Well, there's a sword of ours. Oh, here's her corpse. We got a bunch of items. Or was that hers? Was that ours? Interesting. That might have been our previous weapon. Or our previous body, because we got a bunch of recovery items. Oh, let's check the quests and see if that's done. Nope. So, not yet. In that case, keep forgetting. We have to check the map this way. What's this? There's something down there, so I assume that's through whatever the factory, like, shows us. Or we can go down through the factory. And then... this is the current destination. So we have to go through here anyways, it seems. Unless there's some way to, like, go from here and then up here and then this way. But alright, let's go into the factory and see what we can find. Okay, copper ore. And the room is not locked. Good. So we're back in here. What? Enemies? No. Have to climb this. Okay. So holding down the dodge button does let you, like, auto climb. So that's good. I see. Yeah, I mean, that could be it, too. We go from here. This way? Ah, here we go. Have fun, 9S. We're not wasting time killing robots. Unless we're forced to. And here's hoping this isn't one of those, oh, you didn't kill every single thing as you were playing the game? You're now under leveled. Like, it kind of was with NieR a little bit. Near the end. Where it's like, oh, it's recommended that you're like level 32 or something for this area. Oh, break. Break that one. Jeez. Right. So we're back here. Am I really just gonna go backwards? Through this area? Like, just gonna backtrack? Also, there's a bunch of these little robots here. There's no way to go down there, it seems. Still disabled? Yep. There was a ladder back here, so let's quickly check it. See if there's anything useful this way. Oh, I didn't realize that I was pushing them. Open chest. Small recovery. That's it. Yep. Alright, back we go. Okay, can't jump off. Please, out of the way. Oh, come on. Yeah, I assume there's gonna be, like, areas with levels or mandatory, like, walls that you kinda have to get past by leveling up or grinding or something. But I guess we'll find out. And if so, that's shit I'll do off stream, so as to not waste like time on stream. Like there. Because mind you, had I stopped to fight every single enemy that we just ran past, this would have taken, like, we wouldn't have gotten this far as quickly, I guess. It would have taken us like 30 minutes to get to this area. Instead, here we are, like, just rushing through it. Even though I guess that's like half the game, right? Just this. Sweet. Sweet. Okay. Find anything useful here. Machine oil. Okay, that's not what we
夜
need.
葉の遺体
Here we go.
確認。夜葉 B 型捜索中の 11B の擬態。
こんなところに落ちていたのか 11B ブラックボックス信号は、
確認できず。ブラックボックス本体に致命的な損傷があるため修復も不可能。
そう
推奨。使用可能な武器を回収。また記憶領域内に断片的な記憶データを確認。
I see. Oh. We got a weapon and some memory log. So elapsed time 213. Reactivation complete. A check of my body reveals various failures. Communication functions have been destroyed. I cannot contact my team or the bunker. I leave a draft of this message here as a log. At 10:13, I verify the plan once more using my supposed destruction in the sortie as a guise. I sever all communication. I then pass beneath the abandoned factory and escape. Further analysis reveals that I took anti-air fire while in the flight unit, resulting in damage to my body. No matter, it can be repaired. 15:21. I'm cold. My sensory systems seem to be failing. 33:12. Noise has started to cloud my vision. Virus warnings appear frequently. It is unclear whether I'm infected or if the system is in error. 33:21. Repairs are proceeding poorly, perhaps because I am flustered. Pursuers will come if I don't move soon. Was I wrong to attempt escape? 33:31. I'm scared. I want to go back to the bunker, but I can't restore communications. 38. This can't continue. I can't stay here. I have to run. Yoda Squadron was wrong. I have to find somewhere safer. I'm scared. I'm so scared. 45. Painful. It hurts. Help. Why stop? Who am I? Wrong, wrong, wrong. I need to run. And that's it.
脱走計画
重大な規定違反。しかし当該機体の死亡により処罰の実行は不可能。
武器はバンカーにいる 16D に渡そう。
Okay. Also, this song is the same one from the Junk Heap, isn't it? Check. System settings, sound. No, it sounds really similar to it though. Maybe without the maybe it's like the instrumental without the vocals. Okay, now we have to run all the way back, right? Ugh. That's so lame. Fuck. And then somehow get to this area. Yeah, it really does. I guess we'll probably find more of the other sister units, maybe, as the game goes on, and we'll find out what they went through. Although I'm surprised they give, like, androids emotions. Or that they gave androids emotions. Yeah, I mean, I really do hope we get some sort of, like, warping system or some shit, because, my god. I get people complain about this in Replicant, but so far this has been worse, if I'm honest, when it comes to the backtracking. This has been, like, much worse in comparison to Replicant. Because with Replicant, you would run for, like, 2 minutes in one direction, and that's it. You're from town to town, right? You go from one area to the next. Like, you leave the village, you go north and then east or west, I mean, for like a minute or two, and then bam, you're at the area. Here, holy fuck. Like, we're not even halfway out of this place. We've been running for like 2 minutes straight. In like incredibly optimal patterns too. Not this way, right? Well, actually, this can work. That's fine. Maybe it's once we unlock the elevators, I guess. Which, not sure when that's gonna happen. Alright, so back we go. Should almost be out though. And then we can try to see if we can go north or something. Yeah, it would. Like, I know it's the start of the game, so I can't blame them, right? But... wait, maybe this way? No, that is the elevator too. But yeah, like, any form of warping system, any item that lets you go back, like, anything would have been infinitely better than having to run through the entire fucking factory. And mind you, I don't mind, like, if games make you backtrack or whatever. Like, I've played a ton of games where that's, like, normal. But, jeez, man, like, some of this shit is so annoying. Not to, again, I'm trying not to sound like I'm complaining too much. This is still just like my first impressions on the game. For all I know, I'll end up loving the game, who knows. But so far, NieR, a lot better. A lot fucking better. Like, Replicant has been a lot better. Now, we have to somehow go that way. So, let me check the map. And also, we can quick save here before I forget. Okay, let's remove this marker. And see if we can go this way. So... maybe it's underneath. And maybe through this little hole in the wall. Let's find out. Nope, invisible wall. God damn it. And that's also an invisible wall for some reason. Maybe they didn't want to add a collision to some little wall made of brick. Okay, because we can't go that way, I guess. So this can be removed. So where to then? Because that's the bridge, unless this is somewhere else I can go. I guess we'll just have to explore and find out. It really will be hard to beat Replicant. Like, it really got you in the story. like right away, and it was very good about not wasting your time, which I really like the game for. Like, mind you, like the plot moved pretty quickly, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But it also just respected you, like, as a person playing the game. With anything being optional, of course, being optional. And then just going from point A to point B was not too bad. Not saying that, like, I need a fucking carrot in front of my head, right? To be dangled to tell me, oh, you gotta go this way, gamer. But, like, you know, anything would help. Or at least a better map system. Because even though it's 3D, god damn, it's so sloppy. Unless this is literally the way to the next area. Like, I'm seeing sand, so I assume so, but we'll find out. Okay. Home be you.
君たちが夜派か。話は聞いてるよ。この先の岩場で仲間が待ってるからそっちに向かってくれ。ただ砂漠地帯には補給する場所がない。何か必要だったらここで交換していった方がいいな。何か交換していくかい？
What else do you have? Sound waves, text log, XP gauge. We could get that actually. We got fishing spots, that's the most important one. Anything else? Down attack up. Increase the power of down attacks. Avoid stagger after hits if HP is 80% or above. That's really good. Moving toward an enemy with perfect timing to counter it. Oh, charge attacks. Good stuff. There we go. Let's grab that. And I guess we'll take counters. Oh. No. Just one. And resilience as well. And I guess whatever this is. Okay. Save again. Let's move on. What did you fucking trip over? Alright. So, what's my charge attack? Okay, so it's with this. Neat. And I guess that's my charge attack with my fists? Yep. Let's see. If we do 1, 2... Okay, what about 1, 2, 3? Interesting. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. There is no follow-up combo for that. Okay. I see. Alright, well, we should be fine.
月面人類会議より地上で奮戦しているアンドロイド諸君に告げる。現在機械生命体との戦闘は膠着状態にある。長期にわたる戦闘により諸君も疲弊していることだろう。だが諦めずに奮闘を続けてほしい。地球の奪還は月面にいる数十万の人類の悲願なのだ。人類に栄光あれ。
They're like stacked.
人類会議の放送はいつも堅苦しいですね。
It's pretty funny.
報告。アクセスポイントからメール受信の連絡。
There's pipes as well. Which we're big enough to enter, but I guess we can't. Interesting. But alright. Well, we gotta go just around the corner, so let's see what we can get from here. Or whatever the objective is here. Unless this is the, oh, no, here we go. Here's the Resistance member.
リーダーから話は聞いてるよ。私の名前はジャッカス。よろしく。砂漠の機械どもを退治してくれるって？じゃあ封鎖している入り口を開けなきゃね。
え、でもどうしてこんな変な場所にいるんですか？
ああ、これはね、巻き込まれたら危ないよね。あんまり無理しないようにね。
Her name is literally Jackass.
あんまり無理しないようにね。
Uh-huh. Eliminate the machines in the desert. Okay, well,
封鎖しているゲートを爆発で開けるなんて乱暴な人ですね。
keeps tripping over shit. Running like up 6 flights of stairs in heels, no problem. Running through the desert a little bit and stepping through sand, there's a chance of tripping. Should probably also do this before I forget. Just so we don't die immediately. Okay. This looks incredibly similar to the one in Replicant a little bit. For some reason I felt like some of the walls might have been the same. I guess that's true. I haven't tried running in sand like in ages. So maybe it is slippery. Thick dictionary. Oh. Masked robots?
機械生命体が言葉を。
こういう個体も増えたってレジスタンスの人が言ってましたね。どうして最近になって増えたんだろう。
Huh. So they have masks of the people of Facade. Or they're just masks. How does your heel not break doing that? Like going down the sand? That's insane too. 2B is quite incredible. That are made of, they're made of like some like indestructible material or some shit. Another thick dictionary. Yeah, it does look cool when she does it. Small G look. That might be. Okay, let's see what this is. This reminds me of the archway from the opening to Aura Battler Dunbine, which you know, it's from the like Aura Road and stuff. It looks a little bit like it. Alright. Map info, let's quick save. Let's also check our inbox before I forget. So, Council of Humanity's scheduled correspondence. So this is the exact message that we heard play out as soon as we came in. So no need to read that. It's just all about, oh, androids, we're still fighting. Don't give up. Glory to humanity. Nope.
なんで余計なものを身につけてる。
昔人間が着ていたものに感じが似ていますね。データで見たことがある。そういえば顔のペイントも共同体特有の化粧みたいだ。
Please move, Tubi. And also heal. Okay. Just a bunch of gold. And is that it? Yep. Alright, let's check our map again. And see where we need to go. So just that way, and then that way again. You're telling me that like we could have just gone this way, but I decided to go all the way around for this. Well, you know what? That's fine. Just follow the pipes and, you know, you'll get there, I guess. That's okay. But, well, we didn't have the map yet, so I guess that makes sense. What are you looking at? Explosives? Nope. Have fun, 9S. We're gonna move along.
TOB、 奴らの言葉に意味はありません。ランダムで単語を発生しているだけです。だいたい助けてって言いながら攻撃するなんて矛盾してるし。そうだね。
It's called lore, 9S. What if they are like in pain constantly? And they want us to help by killing them. Oh, oh my god. And shockwave +1. Whatever that is. Okay, so now we need to go this way? Yes. Alright, let's see what this is. God, look at her run. Oh, where'd he go?
あっちの岩場に逃げましたよ。
ターゲット個体識別信号をマーク。
I almost accidentally killed it. But he got saved by his plot armor. Alright. Desert housing. Hmm.
あれは
回答。人類の住居だったエリアの廃墟。鉄骨とコンクリートでできた高層建築に大勢で居住し、マンモス団地などと呼ばれていた。
Interesting. So it makes you wonder, like, what this specific area is. Oh.
アクセスポイントからメール受信の連絡。
Because again, remember, at least the only place I can think of that might be like this would be like Shinjuku, since that's the one that got nuked. But then, like, Shinjuku isn't near the mountains, so I'm not sure what this might be. Or again, even if we're in Japan, or even if we're in like the same continent as Replicant. So I guess we'll find out. There is fall damage. Well, at least now I know. Actually, hold on. Let me try learning. Which one is it? There we go. So just pressing down is what does it. So down and B, like so. Good. There we go. I gotta get used to that. And heal on the fly and so on and so forth. But alright, let's see what this, like, pseudo Kingdom of Facade is. save. Now let's check this map. Alright. So, is that all we have to go? Is that the only place we have to go to? I assume this leads back. The start. Okay. Just straight ahead then. I'm surprised there's also like just trees here. Like even though they're dead. I'm surprised they're like still around. Like they somehow didn't get blown away by the wind or anything. Which is weird. Like this. Like this thing should have like toppled over, like through the wind over time, more than likely. Torn books. This does work as a slide. Hold on. Or is that just coming into like contact with it? Never mind. Alright, let's move on. Oh, what if that's like an android? What if that's like an android of the King of Assad or something? Like he somehow got downloaded and put inside of like one of those bodies? Maybe? Guess we'll find out. Even though he's technically dead, right? He technically died fighting off Goose and the Shadow Lord's tower, but I mean, we'll see what kind of bullshit they pull out of their asses for this. Okay, that's not working. Interesting. Oh. My God. Right, what level are you? 12? Oh, you're gonna be a cinch. There we go. Nope. I did some special attack that we couldn't see because the camera got fucking wrecked. That would have been so cool to see. But okay, well maybe we'll find another enemy like that and we can do that to him. But also, to kind of speed things along, let me do this. What it said. As much as I love using my bare fists, let's stick to this. And then let's have, yeah, I mean, that's fine. This is just to make some of these fights, you know, move along. Let's see if there's anything up this way. Since that's where we're also being guided. Nope, there isn't. What about up here? Nope. Another dictionary. And one, oh god.
推測当地域に生息する機械生命体によるもの。
なんでこんな場所に？
理由不明。
まるで集められているような感じですね。
And what do we have here? Deadly heal obtained. Huh? Oh, there's a fuck ton of them. Jeez. What's this item that we got? If it even is an item. What the fuck? I got Grimoire Vice? When the fuck did I get this? High capacity device used in the Gestalt project. It exudes a vague aura of pompousness. What the fuck? I can equip this? Oh. Is it because I do own, is it just a little skin for it? I didn't know we had this. Okay. I guess it's because we completed NieR Replicant. I guess I might as well check, right? Impact bracers prevent staggering. Nope. Support items. No. Maybe animal bait. Nope. Materials. Nope. Key items. Okay. Ah. So it's a pod. So we can make him look like a like cardboard. Retro red, retro gray, a machine mask, a valve for the left eye, a valve for the right eye, for both eyes, and a valve head. Interesting. I assume these are just like Steam references. And the sachet. So that we already had. Interesting. That's really interesting. I know there's like DLC. I did just look into it to see if there was anything interesting. But it was more like just extra miscellaneous missions. And one of them, or part of the DLC, came with like Kaina's outfit from NieR Replicant. But I'm not gonna pay like $10 for that shit. Max HP up obtained. Interesting. And nothing this one. Okay. Hmm.
あそこに逃げ込んでます。
I wonder if they changed all the lines to also sound like Vice, because again, the little pod and Vice sound very similar.
この先に多数の機械生命体反応を確認。でもこのアンドロイドの死体は一体。
注意して進もう。
Or should we say, Shiro-chan? Although now he has a Gatling gun on him. Instead of Dark Blast. Ugh. That looks painful.
To be 耳を貸しちゃダメです。
一緒にいよう一緒にいよう抱っこ抱っこ
こいつらに心なんかない。ただ人間の言葉を真似しているだけだよ。破壊しましょう。
おっぱい好き好き好き好き
I mean, 9S, if we're talking about imitating human speech illegally, so are you. So right now we're just gonna slaughter a bunch of villagers. Because why not, right? Nope. Okay. You aim at this guy. There we go. I love you all. Die. That's pretty funny. Get him, Vice. There's so many of them.
違う、こいつ機械生命体です。
Can't show this on a Christian stream. Oh god. And also, before I forget this, I want to try seeing if this is possible. If we can do this and have both equipped. That way we can actually do, like, you know, an uppercut or something. Yes, we can.
アンドロイドどうして戦う？刀避ける弾
Uh-oh.
弾く。
He's learned it.
あいつ進化してる。
Yeah.
一気に蹴りをつけましょう。
Come on. Uh-oh. Not seeing a way up there. Or up there. Where'd he go? Oh my god.
Tubi, あの横穴から逃げられそうです。
Oh my god. That was fucking brutal. But pretty fucking cool too. This is gonna fall, isn't it? Yep. Run, 9S. We gotta go. It's a healthy baby boy. Complete the desert area.
ここまで来たら大丈夫そうですね。
Okay.
あの機械生命体は
これまでに見たことのないタイプでした。後で司令部に報告しましょう。
What if it wasn't a machine?
司令部に連絡するために通信状況のいいエリアに移動しましょう。
So we can't get up here, right? Or we can, but there's like nothing to do. Oh. Block puzzles again? Maybe it was a shortcut or something. Because we come from up there. Yeah, I guess that was a shortcut. Good, never mind. Still, bro got like DP'd by katanas. That's some that's some insane shit.
司令部との通信できるようになりました。9S からバンカーへ応答お願いします。
オペレーターより 9S 受信しました。
先ほど人型、つまりアンドロイドに似た質感を持つ機械生命体と遭遇しました。残念ながら取り逃しましたが、その時の光線データを転送させてもらいます。
了解しました。転送を開始します。
それじゃあ分析の方よろしくお願いしますね。
Alright, well, back we go. It only took like an hour and a half, but the game got interesting again. Oh yeah, we should check the inbox. Operator 60, Jupiter's Forces. Jupiter's Fortunes. So, from 6-0. 2B, have you heard of the Jupiter fortune telling? It's all the girls over in R&D have been talking about lately. They say you can examine the color and shape of Jupiter's great red spot to learn about what kind of luck you'll have with health, work, and love. Sounds amazing, right? I'll try it and let you know what I find out. What the fuck? Alright, Jackass, what's up?
砂漠の機械どもを倒してもらえて助かったよ。ありがとう。
Okay, and you?
ああ、君たちか。砂漠の資材が入手できるようになって助かったよ。つまらないものだけど、これを俺に取っておいてくれ。何か入り用の時はここに立ち寄ってくれよ。
Okay.
何か交換していくかい？
Anything else that you might have that we need? No, I guess that's it. I'm not sure if these will stack. Like the down attack or like resilience or anything. Or if you have to get more or something. Other than that, let's get the... What are these? Displays a sound analysis graph. That I'm not sure of. Like, I'm not sure what this will do. Let's grab the experience gauge. Oh. And... get maybe 7 more of these. Like so. Let's... oh, well, we can save this way. Oh. Alright, let's go back.
Phew. これで一段落しましたね。2B、ここからの作戦行動について相談があるんですが、さっきの機械生命体との戦闘で受けたダメージが心配です。一度レジスタンスキャンプに戻って補給やメンテナンスをしますか？
Sure.
確かに一旦レジスタンスキャンプに戻ろう。
了解です。
We gonna get warped or? Guess not. Oh, resistance camp. Right. Oh boy. Alright, so that should be straight ahead and to the left. Yeah. Okay. Should be able to go at it from this way. We go left first. And then all the way to the right. Once we reach the little intersection up ahead. Alright, so it should be around this building. And straight ahead from here. Okay, well, that wasn't too bad. That was a very interesting fight. It's kind of, you know, got the gears in my mind turning as to, like, what that dude could be. What, like, he could be made of. I'm not sure. Because, again, remember, all we know is that in Replicant, well, everyone was a replicant. And their bodies could be remade as many times as needed by the giant tree in the forest. Right? And then Devil and Popola would just take a soul out and then shove it in it. Once one of the replicants died. But the timeline that we're following has NieR killing the Shadow Lord, so that ended after a cycle. So it's really making me curious as to, like, what the hell these guys are. Okay, they're marked as that on the minimap. Great. So it really makes me wonder just what these things are. Like we know, this isn't, I guess, much of a spoiler, but like 2B is an android, right? And so is like 9S and everyone else. As for like what that guy was, that I'm really curious to find out. So I guess we'll see. Oh, it's you. I heard from Jackass about your encounter in the desert. Good work. We don't have much to offer in thanks, but I've readied a room for you in here. I've readied a room for you here. Oh. It's the least we can do. Feel free to use that however you like. Hey, thanks. Well, I mean, it's not like you can't spare them, right? Look at how many there are. Alright, let's check our room and see what we have. It's pretty big. You sure it's okay for us to get a room like this? We have permission, remember? Plus, we'll probably be stationed here for a while, so a bed won't go amiss. And then I guess there's no point in turning it down. True. Medium recovery obtained. Anything else? A chest. Can we open it? Yes. A vault-proof salve, and then we've got beds here. What about this one? I guess it seems like it doesn't matter what bed we go to. Do you want to take a break? Sure. Nines immediately rushes to our side. Do you want to continue the game? Sure. And then her skirt is flapping all over the place. Okay, well, we've rested. Now what? I assume we go back to the station, so let's go back to the bunker. And see if we've got anything new waiting for us there now. Because we did the entire desert. I don't think we've cleared this area, though. So, let's find out. I think before it said something like black box temperature excellent, and now it says normal. I wonder if that's because we went to the desert. Nope, this way. Do you guys have anything new to say? Nope. Yeah. So that's the hangar. Oh right, we gotta turn in the quest to that chick. For, what was it, 11D? Or something? You. Oh, 2B, hello. I found 11B's body, along with this weapon. He handed over 11B's belongings. The battle log is still intact on this. She must have fought right up to the end. I always knew she was the bravest of us all. Thank you, 2B. But I think you should keep it. You're a combat model after all, whereas I'm a defensive unit. I'm sure 11B would be happy knowing that it was being put to good use. Alright. And then we got the Yoda issue blade. I mean, either we tell her or she'll find out. So, let's see. We'll do it random. All right, we'll keep her plans to ourselves. Are you sure this is everything? There's no other information? I'm sure. Well, at least now I can put her memory to rest. Can I admit something to you? 11B and we were in a relationship. She promised to protect me. It all seemed so romantic at the time. But now she can't. I've been thinking of converting to a combat model like you and her. That way, I could avenge her death. I see. Anyway, thank you. Oh, and here, you should take this. I don't have a reason to protect myself anymore. The melee defense chip, I guess that's what she gave us. I also didn't realize that she was a... Oh, never mind. Forget it. Alright, anything else? I don't have a reason to protect myself anymore. Oh no. That was something. Let's check enhancement items. Are they? No. Support items? No. They're not. Probably key items? No. Do those just get like equipped normally? I'm not sure. Let's see. Also, we can't like, well, we can check those later. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just have it active now. What do we need the RAM for then? Alright, let's see if Mission Control has, like, anything for me. Probably not, but find out. Oh wait, this isn't it. Well, we can talk to you. So we can afford a lot of this stuff now. Let's see if I can sell things. We could. Here we go. Here's all the chips. So, are these 2-ofs that I have? I guess because I picked up my old body, like the original one that we got from the start of the game, that we got extras? Maybe? Or is that a rarity? Not sure. Interesting. Well, here we have this, and then we have this. Oh, it's how much it costs for our OS, but then again, I still don't know how much we have. You know? Interesting. I guess we'll hold off on these for now. Yeah. We can't open this, right? Yeah. Well, I guess I'll probably just read the tutorials and stuff off stream. That way I'm a little more familiar with what we need to do. Anyway. Oh. Did I glitch the camera out? What the fuck? What the hell was that? Okay, that was weird. Maybe it's just a commentary on how 2B is like internally damaged or some shit. Second. Hold on. Sorry. Normally I don't like respond to messages during a stream, but this is not super important, but it's for a friend who needed something. All right. So, I guess now I just have to look for subquests or something. Something up ahead. Anything else in this area? That's back at the factory. I assume in the lower levels, but we haven't fixed up the factory. There's no one here that has like side quests so far. We've got a shop, right? And like that's it. You got anything else? Nope. There's a jukebox. Shall we rest a bit? Alright. And then the wind, the wind is like forcing the dress skirt to clip into our hands. Incredible. As we like clip into the chair. That's fucking funny. They really are determined to give me that trophy. They're trying to force me to like stare at 2B's like panties for an extended period of time. It's relaxing to listen to music, don't you agree? Nah. I could tell you were a connoisseur just by looking at you. Here, have this. This is what people used to call a jukebox. A machine that plays music. You can play any song you like on it, as long as you have the necessary records. It's yours to use. Okay, she gave me sound data. I thought she gave me one of these. I thought she found one of these and then just was like, you're an android, you're strong enough, here, take this. Well, then again, she's also an android, so I guess that's how she could pick it up. Interesting. What other songs do you have? I don't recognize any of these. Nope. Now, I'm sure that could be modded, and we could put, like, Karma Chameleon or something in it, and then just have that play in the middle of the base. Just have some Boy George or some shit. Or the Cars. Or even, like, I don't know, Megadeth in here. That'd be fun.
オペレーターより 9S
はい、こちら 9S。
司令官から 2B、9S 両名へのメッセージがあります。再生します。
いるヨルハ部隊の数機が連絡を絶った。現在もブラックボックス信号が確認されていることから死亡はしていないと推定される。信号の発信されているポイントを絞り込んだので、地上に滞在中のヨルハ部隊員には本件の調査を命ずる。
以上で通信を終了します。
そういえば、レジスタンスキャンプでも同じような話を聞いた。
目標地点の情報をセットしました。他のアンドロイドの人たちが心配ですね。早めに行った方がいい気がします。
Okay, so we did get new missions just by going back to the bunker. Oh. Was that where we need to go? No. Down here. Where are we? Ah. So we just go around the corner. Are we gonna blow up the wall that's blocking this way? Because, we couldn't get out of here last time. Or progress last time. Because of the, giant wall that's in the way. So find out. Now, I did mention, like, oh, what if I can find a fishing hat mod? I thought about it for like 2 more seconds. If I were to Google, like, NieR Automata 2B mod, I'm sure I would get some interesting autofills immediately. Okay. So I guess we go down here. Oh. That's really cool. That's a cool way to descend.
ねえ 2B、砂漠にいた機械生命体、見た目は完全にアンドロイドと同じでしたね。
確かに。
僕らアンドロイドは創造主たる人間の姿を模して作られてるけど、機械生命体はどうして僕らの姿を真似するんでしょうか。
考えてもわからないことに時間を割くのは無駄。
そうですね。
See, I was thinking that too. Like, why the fuck would they look or try to look like what they look like? Ugh. I don't know how I feel about stepping into all this water, dude. I mean, for all we know, it's purified, right? Or clean water, considering, like, you know, oh, we can fish. Might as well. let's fish in the weird sewer tank. All right, Vice, we're gonna use you as a lure. His pages are gonna get wet. He's gonna hate it. What do we have? A battery? What's a battery doing in here? That's so fucking funny. Nope. Nope. A pipe? And I obtained the weapon. Just like at the start of NieR. If it's a super long pipe like that, then yeah, that's probably what it is. Like a reference to that, maybe. I wonder how many Drakengard like weapons are gonna be in here, if at all. Although I think Zero's outfit was available as like DLC, maybe. This is the last one we're doing, by the way. Come on, Vice, get me something. Something good. Another car battery. No? Vice, please. Alright, I'm gonna wait like 10 more seconds. And it's because like, he keeps like teasing. Look at how quickly he goes back down. Like now. No? Alright, get out of here. No more fishing. For now. Let's check the pipe and see if that thing has any lore to it. Alright, so it should be, is it a small sword? It is. Oh, and I guess we can look at this too. A standard issue Yoda sword. Oh, no, I meant to. A few details. So, this common blade is a standard issue weapon given to all Yoda troops. So, it looks okay. And what's the story? Morning, listeners. It's time to kick off another installment of Listener Letters with your favorite radio idol, DJ24D. Now, let's get this day started, shall we? Oh, God. Imagine they have to deal with DJs. A common iron pipe. It does the most damage, or it has the highest level, the highest potential of damage. These are 150 to 180, but this is like 30 to 220, so I'm a gambling man where we like those odds. A rusty iron pipe covered in the vital fluids of machine life forms. If we look at the story. Yep. Dad, if you're cold, I can give you my hat. You're the best father in the world, after all. I'm pretty sure this is a reference to Replicant. Or at least, the one that got, localized in the West. With, you know, Yona and NieR being son and daughter instead of brother and sister. Find the missing Yoda units. Okay, well. Take a look. What the fuck? An amusement park? Huh? Why are they dressed like clouds? Like little jesters. Look at them. Little jesters. Little jester fellas. It is an amusement park. Oh my god. Huh? You got nothing, huh, 9S?
何こいつら。
楽しいね。楽しいね。
これは
なんていうか異様な雰囲気ですね。
Immediately he starts attacking. Man, he just goes for it. Like, he doesn't give a fuck. God damn, dude. I wanted to build some atmosphere. God damn. What about you guys? Little brother machine, so I can't talk to him. Oh. Oh, what if these guys are like modeled after a mule or something? I wonder. But what really like caught my eye was this thing. He's a little rabbit. Look at him. He has a little trumpet. It's adorable. Drop rate up obtained. Here, 9S, can you take a picture of me with a rabbit? Doesn't seem like there's anything up there, and I don't think we can go through here. Oh. Literal, like, hallway. What, maybe... 9S, no, you know, hold on, I'll fix this. Give me a second. I will fix 9S in a moment. Get your twink ass over here. You. Passive. They're just celebrating. There's no need to attack them. The second we would have come up these stairs, he would have, like, shot them all down. So now I feel bad. Unless they change their minds, then we start attacking. See? So far, they're nice. If you don't just, like, immediately start blowing them up. I do see the side path we're supposed to take, but let's see if this gate opens. Nope. Yep, so there's another way around this way. What the fuck was that? Hold on. No, you were like slipping into this thing. Never mind. Alright, let's go this way. And what do we have here? Is this just like a light? Is it a lunar tier? Who knows? Ambient like storytelling, perhaps? Okay. Let's go this way. There should be like some alleyway. Here it is. These can't be broken. And then this leads to nothing. Oh, machine on a break. Break time. What are you doing in this corner? Facing the wall. Come on. Crystal obtained. Okay, let's move on.
レジスタンスの反応はあの建物の方向から発信されています。
So, do you think they got captured, or do you think they're all just having fun right now?
ここから先に進むには
進めるルートがないか調べてみましょう。
Like, we stopped hearing from them because they're like eating cotton candy and like having these like jesters just make little like animal balloons or balloon animals, sorry, for them. Nope. Nope. There's no way to grab that chest, at least not through here. Like, I can't walk up that way. Interesting. Maybe I'm supposed to climb it some other way. Dangerous beyond here. Broken. Junk. Danger. Clown machine. It's just such a fucking funny name for one of these guys. Were the others called jesters? Alright, let's see if this thing is broken. And if it is, hopefully 9S is aggressive enough. Or, well, I set him to passive, so who knows.
これだけ大型の武装した機械生命体見逃すと後でまずいことになりそうです。倒しておきましょう。
Yeah, they sure are heavily armed. Oh no, these balloons. 9S, whatever shall we do? We'll regret it later if we don't take them out. Are you sure? What if they're literally just here to have a good time? You're sounding a lot more like Mikhail with Drake's. Just being like hyper racist towards them. Right, is this open? No. So there's gotta be like another path maybe. Unless I literally have to destroy them, but I don't think so. Let's go up this way first.
あの戦車放っておいていいんですか？
害がないなら戦うのは時間の無駄。
Exactly. See, 2B gets me. Like, what the fuck are they gonna do? They're gonna shoot, like, confetti at me? Oh.
何これ。
回答人類が建造した遊具レール上を高速で移動しスリルを体感するもの絶叫マシンとも呼ばれていた
人間って変な生き物なんだな。
Can we get in? Oh, you get on it.
ところで 2B
何
僕のことをよく知る親しい人は僕のことをナインズって呼ぶんですけど
そう
そろそろ 2B もどうですか？
何が
だからナインズって呼んでくれていいんですよ。
Oh, these guys are hostile. Okay, well, that's lame.
そうですか。
I came here to have fun and, like, wallow in you know, whimsy. And then you are ruining it. I guess not wallow, revel in whimsy. Wallowing would be fucking terrible. That's so oxymoronic. Oh, there we go. There's the fancy attack. Okay. What do we have here? Evade range up +1. Neat. We got more invincibility frames, I assume. I did not fall, but sure. 9S.
何これ。
こんな形の機械生命体
9S.
記録にありません。
I need to turn you hostile. Ah, you motherfucker. Alright, I guess I'm doing this myself. Also gotta remember that I can do this. Also can change his pattern through here. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, here's where the these would be. Never mind. Yeah, the plug-in chips. I see. Okay. Anyway, so I guess we can't change 9S. I had to do it before jumping here, or jumping into this arena. That's fine. This is now just gonna take twice as long. Okay. Can I charge that up, I wonder? I guess we'll find out in a bit. Oh. Huh? Hacking complete?
敵からのハッキングです。電脳内でダメージを受けると機体に不具合が生じるから気をつけて。トゥビー。アンドロイドの死体。
Okay. 9S, can I change your prerogative now?
いや、
Nope.
これはブラックボックス信号が確認されています。生きたまま兵器に改造されてるんです。
すぐに終わらせる。
Never mind. 9S? No, can't change him.
.敵のハッキングパターンの解析が進みました。僕は相手に逆ハッキングを仕掛けます。援護してください。
了解。
Okay, that didn't do it. There's still some of them here, which I should probably prioritize.
警告。敵のジガデータによる飽和攻撃。速やかに破壊しないと記憶領域に重大なダメージの懸念がある。
Just pick up something in the middle of combat. Why not? Okay, that did nothing. So charging it up so far does not much. Oh, got her. Uh-oh. Okay, hacking complete somehow. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. Oh. This is pretty fucking trippy. But a very beautiful boss fight so far. Okay. Do we? Okay, not sure how that one got me. Okay, being hacked again.
ポット
了解。
行け。
助けてくれてありがとう。
あ、ハッキングのことですか。僕たちスキャナーモデルにとってハッキングは得意分野です。いつでも援護しますよ。
アンドロイドたちを助けないと。
That we do, but also... 9S, you are useless. I know I set you to passive, but my god. We need to save them, and then we just walk all over them? Like...
ダメです。回路が全部焼き切れてます。敵のシステムによってかろうじて生き延びてきただけみたいですね。
そう。
Oh no, sorry, their circuits are fried. Not much else we can do. Yeah, I guess you're right. Can't do anything to save them, huh? Unfortunately, they're all gone. God damn. Alright, what do we got? Launch recovery. And range defense. And medium recovery. Was that it? See if there's anything else, maybe this way. No, just for decoration. This way. Nope. Or this way. Cool. Alright, let's go.
Ne, to be.
何？
あの機械生命体、なんだか不思議なことを言ってました。まるで感情が。
機械生命体に意識なんかない。そう言ったのはあなたよ。9S。
そうですね。
One second. Alright. Interesting. So I wonder if there was like some backstory to that robot, just like there was with what was it, 33 or P33 from Replicant? I guess we'll find out. Oh, and there's more this way. A long ass hallway. An elevator? No. Is it? What does this lead us to? Look, little Vice. Look at him. Just rotate. He's going ballistic. What do I think? A drab bracelet. Oh, is this like backstage? Also, be aggressive. Aggressive. Oh, God. Come on. And we can't go that way. Interesting. Like, this is pretty fucked up, technically. Alright, let's go back to passive. I don't want him to destroy all the, like, little robots in here. Assuming they're all still passive. If not, then we're going into extermination mode. Oh. What's this? Oh, I guess we just jump in. And I can't open it. And now it's sunny. It's no longer dark out. And back out through the main entrance.
私敵じゃない。あなたたち壊れた機械生命体倒してくれた。
機械生命体がこんなに言葉を使えるなんて。
お礼する。私たちの村に来い。
Sure.
罠かもしれませんが、とりあえず情報収集のために行ってみましょうか。
He does have a little white flag. Look at him. If I hadn't changed 9S's
こっちですよ。
combat to be passive, this motherfucker would have started slaughtering this guy. He would have punched him full of holes before he could have spoken and been like, "I'm not aggressive. I come in peace." Because 9S is a fucking racist towards machines that are not as developed as we are.
こっちですよ。
He keeps saying this way, by the way.
あれは
ああ、2B は見たことなかったんですね。
Are
あれ
those
は
nukes?
地上からバンカーや月面の人類基地に向けて資材を打ち上げているんです。宇宙空間では資材も燃料もありませんから。
なるほど。
Oh, Moonshine Ninja, thanks so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Oh. Alright, let's see where this guy leads us
ど
to.
うして機械生命体やそれを作った宇宙人はバンカーを直接攻撃しないんだろう。もともと宇宙から来てるはずなのに。
その原因についてはいろんな議論がされているんですけど、結論は出てないんですよね。宇宙人の考えることはよくわからないです。
I completely forgot that aliens were involved. It's been 4 hours. And I just completely forgot about them. Complete the amusement park ruins. Okay, neat. Alright, 9S. I'm gonna set you to aggressive so that I don't forget. If you start killing these guys, though, it's gonna be a problem. Can you hold in your bloodlust?
全員が白旗。
戦う意志がないってことでしょうか。
Right, the white flag is the universal symbol of surrender, right? It is also a memento, or I guess something that's widely used throughout French culture, if you are familiar with them. They love the white flag quite a lot.
まず最初に聞いていただきたいことがあります。私たちはあなたの敵ではありません。
トゥービー、機械生命体の言うことなんて信じちゃダメです。
確かにあなたたちにとって私たち機械生命体は敵です。私の名前はパスカル。この村の長をしています。この村に住む者たちは戦いから逃げてきた平和主義者しかいません。よければ皆さん自身の目で確認してみてください。
Pascal's like, I'm not your enemy. Shoot him down. Take him out. 2B, slice him in twain. Like, what the fuck's your problem, 9S? You know, we already have something of a relationship with you androids. In fact, I'm hoping you can take this to Anemone in the resistance camp. What is it? It's a fuel filter that she requested. If you take it to her, it should make it clear that we're a peaceful group. All right. Yeah, no mercy. Like total machine death. We are not your enemy. Is that what they're all gonna say? We will not fight. Now, I wonder if I were to accidentally do this to one of them, would that trigger something? Would they change those flags into pipes and then beat the crap out of us? Please be calm. I'm not gonna read all of them, but they're probably all gonna say the same thing. Yeah. We surrender. Typical French greeting. So anyway, started blasting them. I told 2B to, like, get ready. She busted out her gat and started blasting with little Vice right there. Look at him. Look at him go crazy. He's itching to shoot. Unit data has been updated. What? So each one of these has a little engine? No fucking way, dude. Intel. Is it unit data? Amusement park machines. Oh, Oh, they all have lore? Alright, I guess we're gonna have to read that before the stream is over. And we're gonna have to go through all of them at the end of each stream. Alright. Let's see. That's probably a room that we get, maybe? Once we show that we're, like, nice. Okay, I have to go down the ladder. That's so stupid. Nope. Alright, let's go this way. Oh, they are French! Machine with makeup. Jean-Paul. Okay. Oh, that really explains it. The white flag means we surrender. We do not want to fight. I cannot believe it. This amusement park, I should have been able to tell right from the start that it was an amusement park of a kingdom long lost to time. It was only rumored to be in fiction. Of course, the fictional kingdom of France. Waving the flag is fun. I thought this one was red because it was aggressive. Okay, what's up? Excuse me, can you please help me? I need to find my little sister. She's lost. Sure. And it's all my fault. It seems she overheard me complaining about how one of my parts was starting to seize up. So she went off to the desert in search of a replacement. It's been days now, and she's still not back. Please, you have to help me. I'll pay you whatever you want. Okay.
妹思いのお姉さんっていうか機械生命体の姉妹って変な話ですね。同じ工場で作られたとかでしょうか。
さあ
It's just funny, like, how much he discriminates against them. Like, my god. Alright, I guess we're done with this area. We can, Oh, I'm gonna have to run all the way back, aren't I? Oh, no. Unless there's a shortcut. Let's check the map. Because I got the map data recently. Never mind. That doesn't help. We're actually not even there. Where are we? We're all the way over here. Well, good luck finding your way out of here. I'm gonna guess it's this way. Alright, seems like it. Thought he was gonna push me off. That would have been fucking hilarious. Can we go?
その箱を動かせば廃墟都市に出られますね。
But move it where? This way? Or, was it that way or was it that way? Oh no. Did I push it the wrong way? Alright, 2B, put your back into it. The heels will not help, but... Well, that and the gravel below you will not help. Oh. Never mind. We did not need to do that. That's fine.
オペレーター 6O より 2B さんへ定期連絡の時間。
こちら 2B どうした？
実はちょっと好きだった先輩を食事に誘ったら断られちゃって、私これからどうやって生きていけばいいですか？ 2B さん。
そんなこと聞かれても。
もうバンカーにいられないです。
Oh
それは
god.
困る。作戦に支障があるから。
2B さんは私を必要としてくれるんですか？
B 型戦闘モデルにはオペレーターのサポートが必要不可欠だから。
2B さん、 以上通信終了
So you're telling me that we have a space station on the moon, or in the moon's orbit, full of space lesbians that are supposed to bring humanity back? Alright, let's see if taking a break heals you. Because I'm not sure. Is he gonna rush us? No, he didn't. Not this time. Do you want to continue the game? Sure. Does that heal me? It does. Okay, neat. Alright, let's talk to... Well, we'll talk to you first. Say, Anemone, I've got a package for you from a machine called Pascal. A fuel filter? Ah, perfect timing. We were running low. Wait, you met Pascal? Sure did. So you've been consorting with machines, huh? Just the ones in the village. They're totally harmless. And they also have the means to construct intricate devices that we can't. In exchange, we provide them with oil and other materials. I guess you'd call it a form of commerce. I see. Anyway, if you're headed back there, please take this high viscosity oil to Pascal. Okay, now we got viscous oil. Sure. Actually, can we check this way? I don't think we have. I don't think we've spoken to any of these people, so let's see. Yes? Oh my! Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
I meant to open this, not smash it. Is this a way to like another area that I just completely missed? Why can't I stop thinking about it? Stop thinking about what? What? Who are you? We're with Yoda. Anemone told us to make ourselves at home. Oh, right. So, what can't you stop thinking about? Oh, it's just... One of my friends has a box that makes music when you open it, and I can't get the damn song out of my head. It's just so beautiful. I've never heard anything like it. And to make it worse, I can only remember the first part of the song. Wouldn't you want to bet it's the fucking Song of Ancients? It's driving me nuts. I wish you'd just come back to camp so I could hear the damn thing again. Let the weirdo work it out herself. Fine, let's go look for this. Yeah, if we don't help her, she'll never get any work done. A box that plays sound. Odd. I mean, to be, you are technically a box that plays sound. Pod 042. Analysis. The item in question is likely a music box. It should be located in an area where music is playing. Proposal. The local amusement park would be a logical area for reconnaissance. That's some fuzzy logic there, Pod. But hey, might as well try it. Not like we have any other leads to go on. Yeah, Vice, what's wrong with you? You should know better. Can we go this way? No, we can't go that way. Okay. Must be tough having to spend every day of your life in combat. Oh, I can't wait to have a drink after work. Hiya, here to take a load off? And you? So this goes here. And then we can't open this, right? We can't open this fucking chest or any of those yet. Excuse me? Why do we have two red-headed twin women in the background? Excuse me? Can I talk to them? Can I talk to this like pseudo Devola and Popola? No? Is that supposed to be a reference to stuff that we can do later? I guess we'll find out. Let's see what this person wants though. You. So you're the new Yoda models, aren't you? Yes, we are the newest now that you mention it. Did you need something? I bet new models like you can handle pretty much anything, huh? You might even be able to... No, I shouldn't ask. That would be rude, but then again... Why Why don't you tell us what's wrong? Maybe we can help out. Oh, well, if you insist. It turns out that one of my friends has gone missing. Missing? That doesn't sound good. Where was this friend last seen? At the material storage site where he works. The storage site, huh? Well, maybe we should check it out. Oh, please, would you? Without him, please. Okay. Here? The dude is somewhere here? I guess so.
いかがでしょうか。
勝手に通信してきた。
私たちが平和を愛していることをご理解いただけましたか。
口だけならいくらでも言える。機械には心がないんだから。
Oh my
そう
god.
かもしれません。でもこれからもよければこの村に来てください。
9S's racism knows no bounds. Oh, can I open this? Just steal from the resistance? No big deal. Alright, I assume we have to talk to people here. Maybe that person? They had like a little marker above their heads. Hey, no eavesdropping. And you? You wanna know what I'm saying? Well, it's none of your beeswax. Alright, you. Please. Let me talk to you. My job is to look through the camp supplies and check our stock. When supplies are low, providers from each area send us what we need and leave it for us to manage. Okay. You won't talk to me. I can't go up this way as much as I want to. And we can't go through that gate behind that chick. Do you guys know anything? Humans used to have drinks and talk after work. That is a tradition we should bring back. That's odd. Why isn't it moving? Oh, you. No matter how hard you push yourself, what will be will be. So take it easy. I know I can't access this right now. Don't hot block me. I'm always telling him he should rest sometimes, but he never listens. As soon as he gets back from his investigations, he goes to help at the item shop. He takes on every little task, even if he's no good at it. Okay. Well, let's keep searching for a little bit more, or a little bit longer, and if we can't find him, then we're just gonna move on. Unless if I do this, if I check our map real quick again. This is back in Pascal's village. That's a quest with a sister. And the manager's request is over here. Meanwhile, it's our current location. So, that's something. And then this is in the desert, I believe. And this is probably the sister quest, right? Yeah. Well, since we have to go back to the village, let's go up here to the desert, come back, and then go through this path to get to the village. So let's save again and then head on that way. Unless we're gonna get interrupted again. Alright, so off we go to the desert. Again. God, the way she runs is so cool. Although every time I try to do like a slightly cinematic like camera pan, this happens and the camera gets like right under her ass. Like the game really wants me to get that achievement. Alright, let's get the lost girl and then also see what the people of the desert want. Get some quests out of the way that way. And keep going. Her legs are like waddling, or she's waddling right now.
地上で奮戦しているアンドロイド諸君に告げる。宇宙人とその先兵たる機械生命体によって攻撃されてから数千年が経つ。そして我々人類は月に逃げ延びることになった。しかし今もなお諸君らの戦いによって我々は存続することができている。諸君らアンドロイド兵こそが我々人類の最後の希望なのだ。
Again?
健闘を期待する。人類に栄光あれ。
Okay, well, we've got mail. Never mind. Hey, Tubi, remember that message I sent you about Jupiter fortune telling? Had the girls at R&D do it for me, and I got the worst readings possible for health, work, and love. But that's when I realized something. That stuff is a bunch of occult crap. I mean, how are you supposed to figure out your destiny by observing another planet? Ridiculous. I'll forge my destiny all on my own. That's the truest desire of every Yoda woman anyway, right? Crying, crying face. Oh no. See, she was told that she would have horrible, like, health, work, and love readings. And then she tried to confess her love to the chick that she likes and got turned down. Exactly, it's only real when it's good. Otherwise, it's a load of crap. Alright, the Council of Humanity scheduled correspondence. Is this the same thing? Oh. In the recent years, we have received reports that many peculiar units have been sighted amongst the machine life forms. We have also heard troubling reports of enemies approaching androids under a so-called banner of peace. Do not let yourself be deceived. The mission entrusted to all androids is the utter destruction of the enemy. To the very last. Glory to mankind. Oh my god. I can't believe it. 9S was correct. We have to discriminate against the village.
お前の道楽に付き合ってられるか。
ふんだ、ケチ。
Okay, what do you have? Oh, hey there. Listen, just ignore that guy. Selfish fool refuses to help me with my work. See, I'm doing a study on the excitement levels of androids while... Fuck. Hold on. Studying the excitement levels of androids while in battle. But I need to record combat data from the newest models in order to reach a more steady conclusion. So what do you think? Fun, right? Agree to help, jackass. Sure, why not? Alright, good to know not everyone around this joint is a spineless hunk of crap.
じゃあ、ちょっとついてきてくれ。
Okay. How are you not tripping?
ほら、あそこに敵が見えるだろ、あいつとの戦闘データを取りたいんだよ。
Okay.
では、さらなる科学の発展のために、いざ戦いたまえ。
Okay. It's level 20. Oh, that's fine.
依頼されていた目的を達成。
Easy. Alright, jackass, we're done. Oh man, oh man, oh man, that was great! Hey, did you know that android battle fever is actually quite similar to the human emotion of love? So if we want to know what all those old human records are always going on about, all we need to do is let our fists fly. Makes this whole thing feel more romantic, don't you think? Huh. Still, I don't have enough data. I could use some more help. I mean, keep your hands to yourself. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so I need you to wipe out those enemies over there without taking any damage, like at all. Zero, zip, nada. Now, it's time to fight. In the name of science. Ugh. Just pick one of them. Alright, I'm not gonna risk it, so I'm just gonna hit him from a distance. That's one. That's two. Oh, they also do the little wind-up punches. That's cute.
依頼されていた目的を達成
Okay. Yes, I love you, Yoda goons. What? Well, I mean, in 2017, being a goon was something different than it is now. I really do. Just look at all this data. Speaking of Yoda, speaking of Yoda goons, I don't know if we want to talk about Yoda and soldiers gooning here, but I'm a bit surprised you types are so intellectual. I thought combat models would be a bit more dense, less thinking, more killing and all that. Frankly, giving you any kind of intellect at all strikes me as pointless. More data. I need more data, and you are going to help me, right? That's a rhetorical question, by the way. Sure. Still haven't had enough, eh? I like you. You've got guts, metaphorically speaking, of course. I want you to take out those enemies over there in 30 seconds or less. Now it's time to fight. In the name of science. I mean, we can try. Oh, I don't think that's gonna be, like, possible. They might be a little too strong for this. Or for us to do this. I got 12 seconds left. Five. Oh, so close. Are you serious about this or what? Come on already. We got really close, but I don't think we're strong enough yet because of our weapons. So if we can upgrade them, then maybe we can do it. Alright, let's do, this. Yeah, this one. Alright, we'll come back once we, upgrade our weapon some more. For now, let's go rescue the girl that is lost here. It should be up ahead. How far ahead? Not too far ahead. Alright. I guess if we were like a higher level, that probably also wouldn't be much of a problem, but it's whatever. So let's see if we can still go this way. Since a lot of these ruins got destroyed and all. Or, like, shit caved in. Not sure where 9S is. Oh, there he is. Actually, is this a whole new area? I don't remember being here before. Unless I'm literally misremembering. Oh, right, we took that path. We took another path instead. I think. Did we? Fuck, I don't remember. It was like 2 hours ago and I've already forgotten. And we also took the wrong path. You're supposed to go... Oh, no, it's still this way. Okay, that still works. Okay, so up ahead. Getting back is going to be such a pain in the ass, dude. Like 2B tripping every now and again due to the sand. Oh, fuck. And I died. I got one shot? What the fuck? I stopped trying to think at a fake city. Okay. Fuck, and we have to get our body from there? That's so annoying. Oh, I forgot to read that. Yeah, that doesn't matter. It's just like network features. That's so fucking annoying, man. And that's to pick up all, like, our HP recovery and everything, right? Nope. Alright, well. Don't care. Let's keep going. Let me try to take the right path this time. And by that I mean the path on the left. Because I believe I just went that way and then straight ahead instead of going this way. So I'll just follow the pipes. Because that's where, like, that's the right way to go. Who knew an explosion would insta-kill you? No wonder I didn't recognize, like, the path we were taking. Anyways. I should also be picking these up even though I missed one back there. So now we go this way. Yep, and here's where we met Jackass, and then this way. Okay, let's find the sister and then get the hell out of here.
ルービーさん、9S さん。
わ、パスカル。
突然の通信ですみません。話は聞きました。迷子を探してくださっているそうですね。私からもお願いします。どうか早く見つけてやってください。あれは姉思いのいい子なんです。おそらくあの子は砂漠地帯にいるかと思います。その付近にあの子の姉が必要としているパーツ、へこんだ金属板があるので。
分かった。
ありがとうございます。二人ともどうかお気をつけて。
Okay, so where is she? This way? Oh, can I just access the map by doing this? Oh, if I move the camera, I don't have to access the fucking menu. Oh, that is so good. Also, am I going the right way? I already got lost for a second. No, it's that one. Let's find the sister. Now, where is she?
あれは。
Hey there, are you the machine that came out here looking for a spare part? Huh? Who are you? Your sister asked us to look for you. She did? Really? Really? So, what do you say we head home? I was so scared. Is she gonna follow us?
じゃあ、あとはこの子をパスカルの村まで連れて行くだけ。
でも、どうしてこんなところをさまよってたの？
探してたら怖くて動けない。
ああ、泣かないで。それでパーツは見つかったの？そうだね。けど君が無事に戻ったらもっと喜ぶと思うよ。
Let's move on. Do we have to, like, escort her?
降水量の減少のせいで植生が失われて、それに従って土壌が変化し、ああ、土壌っていうのは地面にある土のことだよ。
土ってすごいんだね。
Huh. It really does seem like we have to escort her. As in, if we stray too far, it'll be bad. Oh. There we go. Moving speed up. Oh! There's speed upgrades?
それは気温や気圧の変化がっていうか、確かに風ってどこから吹いてくるんでしょうか。っ 哲学的な問いでもありますね。ね、トゥビー。
私に聞かない。
What do you guys think? Where do you think the wind blows from? Oh, more rusty bolts. We need those. Or rusted clumps. I forget which we need to upgrade the Beast Lord.
それは、あ、いや、機械生命体もアンドロイドも子供は作ることはできなくて。トゥビー。
そんな声で言われても私は助けられない。
早く行こう。ほら、お姉さん待ってるよ。
Okay. Yo, this little sister bot is a freak. Why is she asking all this shit? Where do you guys think children come from? Nope. Nope. That's the item. Yeah, so we literally have to escort her. Good thing we did this now. Imagine coming back here, then having to, well, walk this thing back. Also, her bow's a little ballooned. I just realized. Yeah, whatever. A pink ribbon. uh
なんだかどっと疲れました。
確かに。
So, is that an item I can equip? It is! A trendy pink ribbon with a simple design popular among androids of all ages. Why not? Now we look like Lady Gaga did in like 2014 or whatever, when she turned her hair into a bow. I can't believe I remember that. I haven't thought about that woman in like a decade. Is she still relevant? Like, do people know who she is? Is she still slaying it up, as the girlies would say? It's so stupid. Alright, this is the way out, yeah? So straight ahead and then this way. So follow the pipe back. She almost tripped. Hold on. God, that shit's so funny. Alright. We can save here, and let's keep going. Now or actually, do we have anything new? No. So, like I've mentioned before, like this game kind of, at least aesthetically, when it comes to the menus and stuff, it does remind me a lot of Armored Core 4 Answer. If you've ever played that, it's very similar. Like it's very blocky. The way they would describe the missions, when they would be like, "Oh, you're gonna infiltrate like this base, right? Here's how you're gonna do it," and then they show you like diagrams and stuff like that. The way they showed us some at the start of the game, it was very similar. There's also the menus just looking very similar, and it also reminds me a lot of Metal Gear Solid 3, I believe it was, with the way it's designed. Okay, so let's go straight ahead this way. So that's interesting. It's a very like neat design choice. Still really funny seeing her walk around with a bow. I thought it would be like smaller, you know. Alright, so the village is right here. We can talk to Pascal, give him the, Oh, you guys are shops. What do you have? Welcome, are you looking for anything? What do you sell? Recovery, and then other stuff. Flashing spots? Displays an icon. Oh, fishing spots. Oh my god, I can't read today. Fast cooldown. Reduce pod program cooldown time by 2%. Anti-chain damage. Turn invisible for 0.5 seconds after taking damage. Let's go. Yes, please. EXP gain up. We'll take that. Anything else? Well, I guess we can take the fast cooldown since we're here. That's it. And you? What do you sell? Welcome, even though none of the villagers want to fight, I have weapons here just in case. Care to take a look? Sure. Oh, you can also upgrade stuff. So machine spears and axes and swords, huh? No. Let's look at upgrades. We can't upgrade the Beast Lord yet. We need the Pyrite. That's what we fucking need. And the Virtuous Treaty we can probably upgrade easily. Clump Beast Hides Crystals. Do we upgrade the fucking pipe? 54 to 396 damage. Critical plus. This gets more attack speed. We're gonna have like the best pipe. This requires stretch coils, which you don't have. This, I mean, I guess might as well. I don't care much about katanas or whatever, but no, you need beast hides for that. Yeah, let's upgrade you. And we can upgrade you again. Critical plus. Jeez. Small gears and amber. Sure, why not? Gold ore, small gear, large gear, machine arm, and moldavite. 800 damage. Insane. So far, this thing is like the best weapon we have. At 84 to 616 damage. Crazy. Oh. He said something like, I learned to make weapons from someone. I wish it'd come back to the village. That's insane. So let's change our weapon loadout real quick. Weapon sets. Unfortunately, I guess I'm gonna have to swap out the Beast Lord for now. With, the Iron Pipe. Let's see what that's like. Let's go ahead and read the story for it, though. So, story. So once again, Dad, if you're cold, I can give you my hat. You're the best father in the world, after all. Dad, if you're hungry, you can have my cookie. You're my favorite person in the world, after all. Dad, if you're scared, I can sleep by your side. You're my closest friend in the world, after all. So yes, this is supposed to be Yona talking to NieR, when NieR was the dad still. That's interesting. And if we look at the Virtuous Treaty, I don't think we've seen this thing. So the samurai sword's pure white blade is not yet sullied by a single drop of blood, as there are no things that bleed that we are fighting. If we look at the story, first encounter with my lover, failed to connect with my lover. Okay. Oh, we can look at the little picture in the back. Let's see. Story. Yeah, there it is. That's Yona and NieR. What about the bare fists? Nothing. Let's look at the Virtuous Contract real quick. So there we have 2B and 9S, or 9s. And this thing? I don't think we've read this thing. So this common blade is a standard issue weapon given to all Yoda troops. In the story, oh yeah, we did. Not sure who this is supposed to be. It's like the DJ, I guess. And I guess that's it. We could take a spear, maybe, but I still want combat bracers. Like, that's what I'm hoping for. Like, the most. Let's go ahead and save here. And I don't know. Fine. How fancy. Alright. Oh, you brought me some high viscosity oil. Anemone is just so kind and understanding. If only all androids and machines could live together in peace like this. Never gonna happen. Oh my god. I guess not. I'd appreciate if you could help out with some other machines as well, though.
対話することでしか相互理解は得られない。私はそう思っています。
そう。
Nope.
何の音だろう。
バンカーより緊急連絡。 2B さん、廃墟都市地帯に敵大型兵器の出現を確認しました。他にも機械生命体反応が多数あります。全ヨルハ部隊は迎撃に急行してください。
大型兵器 2B、 やっぱりこいつら僕らを罠にかけようとして。
Kill him.
私たちもその情報を知りませんでした。信じていただけないかもしれませんが、可能であれば信じてほしいです。
どっちでもいい。倒しに行く。
Immediately, he's like, I knew it. 2B, these rusted buckets of bolts. They're behind all this. And then imagine that's like the most like racially offensive thing you can like call these guys. Alright, so we have to talk to... What, was it you? Or are we just literally stuck with like this quest not being able to be completed? I'll protect everyone. Okay, good luck. I don't think we've spoken to you. Let's get a grip on the situation before we start panicking. Oh no, he's talking like Timo. Is that... Is that another one inside you? Oh, no wonder. They have like the crotch cannon. So that's where they come from. Okay, so I guess we can't complete the sister quest until we fight that Goliath that's back in the city. Well, let's see where this is, or what it is, I guess. Hopefully it's just outside. And speaking of... Oh, look at this pipe, it's so fast! Oh, that's so cool. It's incredibly fast. Where's the Goliath?
2B、 司令部から飛行ユニットの配備の連絡がありました。座標をポイントしたので向かいましょう。
わかった。
Where'd the flight unit? Okay. Where? Okay, so that way. I thought I was gonna have to beat it with my pipe. That would have been great. Although, do you think we stand out more with a pink bow? Also, I guess if you haven't noticed, the people that we're talking to in camp, I'm assuming, but I am pretty sure that they're androids as well, but just, you know, past models. They're not the current, like, updated models like us, where we are the latest, right, with 9S and 2B. So gonna assume that's what these guys are. Like, all of them. Imagine we just leave. We just go back to the bunker. Get intercepted mid-like flight. Get taken out for some reason. Our chief gets mad.
Hikoユニットはこの先のビル屋上に配備されてますね。危険ですが、あの大型兵器の足元を通らないとたどり着けそうにありません。気をつけていきましょう。
Lights, lights. Oh, this thing. So where is it? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, I have to go all the way back. I see. Well, luckily for us, we have stairs. Oh, or... Okay, can't go up that way. There we go. Run, 2B, run! We have to, like, zip zoom our way up all these flights of stairs. Oh.
2B、配線が集中している。ハブの情報を表示します。
Oh, this thing ain't too bad. Yeah, look at the fucking damage we're doing to it. But I guess we need the flight unit to hack. Oh, come on, that was a perfect dodge. Yeah, get him with the pipe. It's our ultimate weapon at the moment. Oh yeah, you can fire a beam too. Sure. God, imagine falling from here.
上空は敵の対空兵器で危険です。低空飛行で接近してください。
了解。
Okay, so that was a Goliath unit, so there's more then. Oh, come on. And again, I'm like dodging, but I guess it's not quick enough. Let's try it again. There we go. Also, shouldn't we be aiming at the arms? You know, that was the weak spots. Oh, never mind. So I guess if we just stand this way, we take no damage.
敵大型兵器前期機能停止を確認。
敵兵器が再充電してます。
敵兵器の振動さらに増加中。戦闘地域の地下空間が共鳴しています。
Oh god. Alien.
数百年も姿を現さなかったエイリアンが地下にいるだと。
Well, it only took 5 hours, but the aliens finally made an appearance in the game. After so long. Honestly, I keep forgetting that they were a thing. Or kept forgetting, I mean. The boat had to load in.
発見されなかったエイリアンたちの反応を確認した。知っていると思うが、エイリアンは機械生命体たちの司令塔だ。エイリアンを殲滅すれば、長きにわたるこの戦争も終結する。現在、技術部の方で電波発信源の解析を進めているが、情報が不足している。地上にいるヨルハ部隊は、本案件に対する情報収集を最優先しろ。この好機を逃してはならない。人類に栄光あれ。
司令部の情報をもとに信号発信源を予測、マップにマークしました。でもこれ地下の深めの場所みたいですけど。
行ってみればわかるよ。多分
2B って大雑把なところがあるんですね。
That was like super unexpected. So where are we right now? Here. We gotta go that way. Okay, we're nearby a save point. So you know what? I think this is a good stopping point. Aliens are back. We did a bunch of shit. It's a good place to call it. Yeah.